Big 100 from Conway, 122 yesterday, and then Pakistan fights back in the final session with a couple of reverse swings, and then Salman Agha also grabbing some wickets. Abrar got one, Pakistan got 5 in the last session, giving away 83, balancing day 1 of the second test. Good morning and welcome to KFC. Presents Dafa News. Pakistan versus New Zealand second test is day 2 from the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. Quick look at the batting card. Once again, a very good start given by the openers Latham and Conway, and then Williamson stood there for a while along with Conway, that partnership. But then it was tea to the end of play where New Zealand lost 5 wickets. They're 309 for 6. Quick look at the bowling as well. And 3 wickets for Salman Agha, 3 for 55, 2 for 44 for Naseem Shah, and a wicket for Abrar. Good morning and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. We're all geared up for day 2 of this final and the second test between Pakistan and New Zealand. I've got very fresh Waqar Yunus and Chris Harris alongside me. Before we hit details, let's have a quick run through what we saw yesterday, starting with you, Waqar. Pakistan fighting back, giving away 83 but grabbing 5 wickets in the final session.
Yeah, it's all about picking up wickets, and I thought Pakistani bowlers bowled really well. Started off with Naseem Shah. I think the spell he bowled to Kane Williamson was very special, and getting his wicket really put Pakistan in a belief that they can really pick up more wickets. And I thought Pakistan was superb in the final session. They got to do the same again this morning, and if they can pick up early wickets, things can change very quickly. But at the moment, I think things are at balance.
When you look at the final session and the way New Zealand batted, do you feel, we discussed that, asked you that, do you think that they'll try to up the rate when they had only lost 1 wicket at tea at 226? And you said, no, just bat on. Why do you feel that they have lost 3 wickets to a part-timer?
Yeah, well, because I think that part-timer bowled really well. And I think there was a wee period there with Naseem Shah and Salman bowled beautifully as a partnership. I mean, it was a really funny day for New Zealand. We all thought the challenge would come in that first session, but the first 2 sessions was all about runs and then a brilliant fight back from Pakistan. I think they finally got their line and lengths right and bowled in a wonderful partnership, as I said, between Shah and Salman. Just applied pressure, all of a sudden got the big breakthrough, and then that last session, I think 5 for 75, exactly what Pakistan needed to do to get back into this test match. Wonderful fight back, and now the test is very evenly poised.
When you look at Pakistan's bowling in the first test, new ball, they didn't get anything. Second new ball, they didn't get anything. Even yesterday, the same thing. Now, how important is this first hour? Because now they have an opportunity again.
Look, I think the first new ball, Pakistan didn't put the ball in the right spot most of the time. They bowled well in patches, but they did not really challenge the batsman early on. And that's why that new ball got a little bit wasted. And then, of course, the breakthrough from Naseem Shah coming around the wicket to let them, I think that really, lift them up. And once the ball was reversing, I think the control was much better. And really, really good to see Salman Agha, the way he bowled. He bowls more overs, he feels more comfortable and get into a groove much better. So I think, overall, later part of the day, Pakistanis were just pretty good.
Pretty good. Let's have a look at the pitch. Basit is out there, and then we'll get Chris Harris to tell us how should New Zealand approach this first hour and a half. Pitch report brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
309 for 8 in that first day. So that tells you it's been a good cricket pitch. The ball has come on, and we look at the pitch, it's slightly lighter in color today, so there's less moisture as you would expect, but there's still those tufts of grass. So whenever the ball hits these patches, it does something. It has maybe extra bounce. You look at the comparison of bounce from the first test to the second test. Now, the bounce here is better. That's why the ball's coming onto the bat, and also the fact that the ball's carrying through and makes for better viewing overall. And I think those tufts of grass have a bit to play on that as well. And you look at spin. If you look at the way Salman Agha got his wickets, he got the ball to bounce. One bounces through and beats the batter. And the other ones also, because of that extra bounce, he's got his wickets. Not so much about the turn, but it's the bounce that is helping him in the way that he's just exploited that outside off stump. I think the pitch will slightly go slower, but it'll still have that bounce. So for the faster bowlers and the spinners, it's about trying and hitting the seam. And if you're lucky enough to hit a tuft of grass, then it'll nip away or bounce a little bit more or stand up. That's the way you've got to go. But second and third day especially are so good to bat in Karachi. I think today is the one for batters.
Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Well, today's the one for batters. Then Ish Sodhi and the ones to come have no worries whatsoever. How do you see them approaching this first, especially that first hour?
I think they'll play with confidence. They'll take confidence out of the way that New Zealand played on the first day and that first morning. With the new ball, it seemed to come on. I think Waka was right. Don't think Pakistan hit their areas in that first morning. So New Zealand will try and be solid in defence. Blundell, I think, will be really positive. And I think Ish Sodhi will play like he did in the first test. He'll try and defend and leave balls that he doesn't need to play. Anytime it's in his area, I think he'll be positive. So I think it's an opportunity with this new ball to New Zealand to get off to quite a quick start. And I think New Zealand will be looking to try and score as close as they can to 400.
Would you like to see that short ball bouncers coming in with the tail is now going to be batting if they lose another wicket?
Well, I wouldn't call them tail at the moment because Ish Sodhi batted superbly in the previous game. But yes, even to a batsman, I think that short delivery can be very handy, can be very useful. I don't think Pakistan used that short pitch delivery that well or that much. I think they'll probably learn the lesson from yesterday, and they'll probably come out with a different plan.
Time for us to take a break. When we come back, we will join Uruj and Scott Starris. They'll tell us how to tackle reverse swing as a batter. So we will see reverse swing and how to tackle that. As I mentioned before the break, Uruj Mumtaz and Scott Starr is out there telling us how to tackle it. Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
And we keep talking about how important an asset is the reverse swing for a quick bowler, but how do you actually play the reverse swing? And I've got Scott Cyrus here with me to tell me all about it. Scott, I think you've got a couple of things on what went wrong for New Zealand in playing that reverse swing, and then you're going to show us the perfect masterclass on how to play the reverse swing properly, right?
Well, first of all, I heard Simon Dool and Waka Yunus tell everybody about how you should play bowl reverse swing.
Yeah.
But it's time to look at it from a batter's perspective, I think. Get the batsman back in here and taking control. So I want to look at a couple of instances from yesterday. And first of all was the brilliant bowling of Naseem Shah to get rid of Tom Latham. Now, have a look at the footage with Tom Latham. He's standing there on off stump and he's got an open stance, but watch where that feet, and the back foot in particular, goes toward leg side, and then he ends up crossing himself over and getting himself into big trouble. Now, the bat then has to hurriedly come down in front of his front leg. The second player that we want to have a look at is the Centurion, which is Devon Conway, and the way that he attacked the reverse swing with the ball swinging back. And he has a lot more open stances. His right leg is well outside leg stump. But the important thing is how late he moves his feet. Doesn't get his feet in front of himself and get in trouble. So I want to show you again in real time here, standing in front. Now, one of the things that I really enjoyed about the cricket and playing around the world is you learn from other players. Yep. And I was on a bus going out to the plane at an airport with Saurav Ganguly sitting next to me, and he was telling me how you should play reverse swing. He believes the biggest thing you've got to avoid is getting your feet in the way, getting your legs in the way. And we saw with Tom Latham how he got himself crossed over, and by that I mean his front leg's in front of his back leg, and all he can do is hurriedly come across the line of the ball, and therefore he's got himself in trouble. What Saurav Ganguly said was to bring your guard back to leg stump, so that way you're showing the bowler the stumps, but you're not going to get your feet in the way, because you are just playing the ball for the ball swinging back, and you're moving as late as possible. And in a way, what you're doing is you're hitting into the swing. So you're looking predominantly to go to mid-off. That way you've got a full face of the bat, as opposed to what we saw from Tom Latham, where you're coming across, and of course, you've only got half the bat to use. Devon Conway got away with it yesterday because he was so late, but he had a lot of inside edges and trying to hurriedly come back. Naseem Shah was brilliant yesterday, but it was based around the way he was reverse swinging the ball in. And that's the biggest key for the batsman, is to try and protect your stumps, but get out of the way, show the bowler the stumps, but make sure you're playing with that full face of the bat towards mid-off, and your legs won't be a problem in that LBW and bowl to be taken out of play.
Well, you've heard from him and you've seen from him. Get your legs out of the way and try and present the full face of the bat when playing reverse swing.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Let's talk about expert predictions. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. I had a different question in my mind. I said, can you get your legs out of the way? If he was bowling in his prime, it will be very tough, that speed and that late dip. I don't think that would come into play if he was bowling at that time. You think so?
No, I didn't like exposing my stumps to Waka. I mean, whether I exposed them or not, he kept hitting them anyway, so it didn't really matter.
Okay, so my question to you about the predictions. From 83 for 5 in that last session yesterday, how much score do you think New Zealand would feel that they've recovered if in their first innings?
Yeah, it's a good question. I thought this was a pretty good partnership, or the start of a good partnership between Blundell and Sodhi. And as I said, I think they'll take confidence out of the fact that it looked quite easy, or it looked the best time to score runs with that new ball in that first innings. I don't think Pakistan bowled well, so it really depends on how Pakistan bowl. I think they'll have in-out fields. I think Blundell will be a little bit more aggressive, because I think the best time to score is with this new ball. So this, as we always say, this first half an hour, I think is really key for both teams.
309 for 6, but Pakistan, day was shared, but Pakistan would probably have some momentum because they got 5 wickets in the last session. Flipping the same question to you, how many runs should Pakistan feel that they've cashed out on after getting 83 for 5 and not lose the initiative?
I think Pakistan pulled back around about 50 to 60 runs, because the way, you know, Conway and the party was going, it could have been easily, they could have been easily be sitting on 350 or more at the end of the day. Last session, not only they've just control the scoring rate, but they also picked out wickets. And that's the only way you can control the scoring rate, by picking wickets. And they've done it beautifully. Same again. Do the same again. Just make sure bowl maiden overs like Naseem Shah did. Naseem Shah got wickets because he bowled 4 consecutive maiden overs, and then he picked up Kane Williamson wickets. And I think that's exactly what's needed, and few more bounces, especially to Ishodi.
Okay, great. Sounds good. That's the prediction. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. All set and all geared up for session 1 on day 2, and this match has really gained some momentum after those 5 wickets, because not much was happening. It was only great batting on a good batting pitch, and still a good batting pitch out there. So we just hope that Ishodi and his partners can stay out there as long as they can, and Pakistan try to wrap it up as quickly as possible. Waqar Younis, Chris Harris, thank you so much for joining. Have a brilliant day, and you guys enjoy day 2 of the test match.
It is test number 2, and day 1, always excitement brewing on the morning of day 1.
first signs of aggression. He's come down the track and that's gone all the way.
24th 50 to his name, along with the 13 centuries.
There it is. Conway moves to 4th Test match 100. Brilliant knock from Conway.
Spin, uphill, and he's got one to turn. Catch and gone. And it's that man again, Naseem Shah.
Bowled him straight back through the gate.
There was a faint tickle and Babar can smile, and rightly so.
Very good day's cricket. New Zealand starting it off well with bat in hand, but Pakistan fighting back.
First two sessions on day one were dominated by New Zealand in Karachi, and Pakistan fought back in session number 3 to have honours fairly even as we lead into day 2. KFC presents Duffer News Pakistan-New Zealand Test Series here at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. This is the tail of the tape. 309 for 6. Devon Conway with that 4th Test match century yesterday. Opening partnership of 134. A second wicket stand of 100. New Zealand at 234 for 1 would have felt quite comfortable. But Pakistan fought back brilliantly in the third session to leave New Zealand at 309 for 6. The key, Salman Agha, who was off the field for so much of that first test match and couldn't bowl a lot at all, picked up 3 for 55, and Naseem Shah was brilliant, 2 for 44 and a wicket for Abrar. 309 for 6 all happened yesterday afternoon in session number 3. What will session number 1 produce? Let's get the pitch report with Waqar Yunus and Chris Harris.
Well, a wonderful first day of Test cricket. Over 300 runs and 6 wickets. And that will excite the man that I'm introducing, Waqar Yunus. Finally, wickets for the seamers.
Yeah, a bit different pitch. I think this pitch offers a little bit more to the pacers. We've seen enough of the spin from the other 2 pitches, and the pacers, I thought, Pakistani, they bowled really well, especially Naseem Shah. They were a little bit loose with the new ball, but once they got the old ball, once they got the reverse going, and the most important wicket, Kane Williamson wickets, how good he was against him. He just hit the stripe really right, just asking questions on every delivery, and eventually got the nick going, and Sarfraz picked up a beautiful catch. So there's still plenty for the pacers.
And the good news, wickets for the slow men as well.
Yeah, spinners did a good job also, bowling from the pavilion, and I think the finger spinner, Salman Agha, he just got the ball spin and bounce. So there is little bit for everyone. If you bat really well, like Conway, you can get runs also.
They have evenly poised. Can't wait for day 2.
Absolutely. Runs and wickets plenty yesterday on day number 1. Look forward to day 2. And a man who has now only played 12 test matches and averages 57 and a half. Kind enough to give Buzzard Khan some of his time earlier this morning.
I've got the centurion from yesterday, Devon Conway. You've got a fantastic conversion rate. You get to 50, get to 100, but 92 in that last test match. Nervous in the 90s this time around?
No, I wouldn't say I was particularly nervous. I think I was just, a little bit unfortunate. Probably a little lapse in concentration, getting out to the left arm ortho. But yeah, I was just really gutted with myself after that first test, and I'm happy that I managed to sort of cross the line in this test.
You really attacked Abrar, 60 runs off him at a run of ball. Was that a strategy, or you just thought, this is a bowler I fancy?
I think it was a small strategy. We know that he's quite a good wicket taker, so we wanted to put him under pressure as a batting group, and by putting him under pressure, he might give us more release balls. So that was pretty much my mindset that I wanted to take upon yesterday.
Slightly different pitch. How different was it to that first test match?
Yeah, as we can see, there's a little bit more grass on the surface, which I think sort of favours the seamers a little bit more in this test. There's a little bit more carry, a little bit more bounce, but in saying that, it did certainly get a lot flatter after lunch, and it dried out a little bit more, and it became a little bit firmer to bat on.
Yeah, in terms of the day, 6 wicket loss, 309 runs scored. Where would you say the balance of the day went?
I think the first two sessions we won, certainly, and I think, the last session Pakistan won, so it sort of puts the test match quite evenly poised. The way they bounced back after tea, that spell that Nazim Shah bowled was pretty special, and then also with the spinner Salman, who brought the wickets, sort of put us on the back foot and has really brought the game into a balance.
What would New Zealand be satisfied with in the first innings?
Yeah, I think anything over 400 would be good. We are 6 wickets down. We've got quite a few partnerships to come. We need to hold on to that as much as possible and try and get as many as we can.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
The fine display by Devon Conway yesterday, that opening partnership of 134 alongside Tom Latham. 71 off 100 balls, Chris Harris, Aruj Mumtaz alongside, and Latham again looked in very good form, Chris.
Yeah, he's in wonderful touch. Whole top order in New Zealand are in very good batting nick. Tom Latham again, anytime opportunity to score, he took it. Lots of lovely boundaries. Be disappointed to get out for 71, but again involved in a 100-run partnership for the opening stand.
And who would have picked yesterday morning that the key contributor for Pakistan with the ball would have been Salman Aga, Aruj?
He had a good outing with the ball, and he picked up wickets when it mattered most. 3 big wickets to his name, and more importantly, got some purchase off the surface. That one as well to Daryl Mitchell, got the ball to turn sharply in, and got some bounce as well.
It was very good, 3 for 55 off 20 overs for the right arm off spinner. And Pakistan brought pace into their side yesterday morning in 2 of their changes. Naseem Shah was one of them. He was also fantastic. So much with the new ball, but once he got the reverse swing going, he caused all sorts of problems for New Zealand's batters. Latham, and then a brilliant delivery to get rid of Kane Williamson. Work behind from Safraz as well. So Naseem Shah will be looking for more this morning. Hopefully those cramps have dissipated overnight. 2 umpires, Alindar and Alex Wharf out in the middle. And New Zealand's batters, Ish Sodhi, just lagging behind a touch. And Tom Blundell already out in the middle, ready to go. Cracking morning, in store for another good day of test match cricket. Who would Pakistan look to start up with, the Rouge? Both pace from both ends with this newish ball, we would imagine.
Yeah, I think that's the way Babar is going to go, with the early morning and the weather permitting as well. A little bit of dew around. You expect the new ball to come through nicely. And I'm sure we'll see Naseem Shah from one end. Mir Hamza maybe from the other end as well.
I think the bowling group would have had a good chat last night. Felt they didn't quite get it right first thing in the morning, the first morning, and it's something they would have discussed. And I know how important this first half an hour is. Thought they were a little bit too wide in that first innings of the first morning. So I'm sure having New Zealand 6 down, they'll be looking to bowl a lot more wicket to wicket.
Yeah, Pakistan would love to pick up these last 4 for anything less than probably 41. Under 350, New Zealand having won the toss, elected to bat first on a good surface, and having been 234 for 1, be bowled out for around about that 350 mark or under would be exceptional. So it won't be easy. Blundell very good. He's a terrific record early on in his test career.
And becomes that much more important for Pakistan to be disciplined right from the start of day 2 here. Not give any scoring opportunities away and keep the pressure on begin or start off where they finished the day, with their tail up yesterday. And it's important that they continue to bowl in those channels and not allow the partnership to blossom too far. And I think Pakistan will feel really good if they do manage to bowl New Zealand out for around the 350 mark.
New Zealand were blessed for a long period of time with an incredibly good wicketkeeper batsman in BJ Watling. And Tom Blundell has had a terrific start to his Test match career, averaging just a tick over 42, 300s, 750s in the early parts of it. So just 22 Test matches. These numbers will tell you. Look at BJ Watling, 101 innings. He was absolutely brilliant. Man for a crisis on so many occasions for New Zealand, averaging just over 39. Brendan McCullum as the wicketkeeper, 87 innings, averaging 34. A lot more purely as a batter, of course. But Tom Blundell's start has been exceptional. Averages 46 as a keeper. 42 in total. Had 7 Test matches just as a batter. And, opened the batting there as well. It was one of his Test hundreds opening the batting in Melbourne. The 2019 series that was in Australia. Start for Mir Hamza, made in 309 for 6. That record at number 7. And number 8, decent. Opened the batting, averaged 35 in 12 innings. Opening the batting for New Zealand, then 6 has become a fairly regular position in the order nowadays. A decent record at 7 and 8. There's a few innings he played there. Right, Naseem Shah, who was so good in that third session yesterday.
Yeah, the pick of the bowlers. He led the Pakistan bowling attack all the way through and showed really good control.
He showed how capable he was in that first Test match with the bat. He'd love to repeat that performance.
No!
Yeah, he played some shots in his first test when he came out to bat. He wasn't afraid to slash at the ball and go for the drives as well. He again came into a tight situation, brought up his first half century in Test cricket. No! First in Pakistan, fourth overall.
A lot of pride in his batting, does Ish Sodhi. Bowled him. That is a wonderful start for Naseem Shah. Just holding its line, not angling back in, and it's clipped the top of off.
Just the start Pakistan were after. No surprise, Naseem Shah, just a wonderful length. Just held its line, went past the outside edge. Looks a solid forward defence from Sodhi. Straight through his defences, wonderful start. And Sodhi's on his way back for 11. New Zealand 309 for 7.
New Zealand have lost one early, just the second over of morning session on day 2, and skipper is now at the crease, Tim Southey. Naught in the first test match. And Naseem Shah on the money first up. Really good delivery to get rid of Ish Sodhi.
Yeah, lovely delivery. And it's just held its line to hit top of off. No big celebrations after, but the quality of the delivery top notch. And he's got the breakthrough for Pakistan. New Zealand haven't got runs this morning and have lost Ish Sodhi.
Lovely start. So maiden from Hamza and then a wicket maiden from Naseem. 309 for 7. Matt Henry and Jazz Patel to follow.
Well, Pakistan have made a great adjustment. Thought in that first morning they've got a lot of balls wide outside off stump that New Zealand could leave. I think so far this morning, New Zealand have had to play every delivery. So a wonderful adjustment from this bowling group.
Change of angle for Hamza around the wicket to the right-hander. 2 slips and a gully in place, and at deep point. New Zealand were looking for runs a little bit when Tim Southey came out in the first Test match, so probably quite aggressive straight away. Afford to be a little more calculated with that aggression in the second innings. So, second Test, sorry.
Pakistan will be extremely happy with this start. Mir Hamza first up, his over was really good. Kept the pressure on. He had to give runs away. And that's exactly where they didn't start off yesterday morning. They were too wayward in the line, was too outside off stump, and every now and then too full as well, giving away too many boundary options. That's what Devin Conway also spoke to Bazat Khan about this morning. Plenty of release balls being provided. And Pakistan never really looked to get pressure on New Zealand up front yesterday. It was much towards the back end of the day where they got their channels a little bit better. They got their lines tighter. And Dooley, something that you've spoken about. Saw you do a masterclass with Lisa Stileka a year back or so when you spoke about bowling in partnerships. We keep talking about batting in partnerships. It's so important to bowl in partnerships, bowl in tandem, and keep pressure on both ends.
Yeah, if you're not the one taking the wickets, at least the guy at the other end is. Sometimes it's not easy to control those emotions if you are the guy not taking them. But you just got to understand you're doing your job.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sometimes you put in the hard work and you see wickets fall from the other end, but it is about bowling and partnership, and it's exactly what Mir Hamza and Naseem Shah have started with their plan this morning, and it yields results fairly quickly as well when you got the pressure on. Good over so far as well here from Mir Hamza.
And 3 in a row, maidens that is, 309 for 7. Osaka boundary contest, of course, when the boundary is hit while the display is on the LED boards. That's the Osaka display. That will be awarded Pakistan 10,000 rupees. That's the LED display around the ground. Not much help from behind the wicket. A little bit high, a little bit leg side-ish.
Yeah, a bit of a subdued appeal himself. And as the bounce that has been a feature of this surface so far. Spoke to a couple of New Zealand players as well this morning. Very happy seeing the ball carry through. It just provides an even contest between bat and ball, and bowlers always feel they're in with a chance that if it does nick off. Babar clearly gesturing high.
He's underway with a single, and New Zealand underway for the morning.
Yeah, first runs off the morning. And Naseem Shah, we talk so much about him, still only a teenager, and he's made quite a comeback. He was dropped from the side, and since his comeback in 2022, 21 wickets, an average of 28 in the 6 games that he's played, and he's played in all the series. Australia when they came home, Sri Lanka, England, not all games, but he's had a good comeback since. You saw the difference he makes to the side as well with his control. And I feel he's one who's, at least for me, is impressed a lot because his maturity. Still very much a youngster to do this, but the maturity he's shown over the years in terms of understanding different formats and the control has been really remarkable. Overall, 41 wickets to his Test career.
No run. Blundell wanted one, Southey did not. He's an all-format player now as well. He wasn't considered that at the start of his career, but he's worked hard on all aspects of his game. Just the 3 ODIs, 10 wickets. 14 wickets in his Naseem Shah. That's a nice drive. It should just be one. And will be. It's the 94th over of the innings, 311 for 7. Well, Pakistan have already picked up a wicket this morning. That would have been the key, at least one, if not two, in the first 45 minutes to an hour. Into this lower order, the bowlers of New Zealand. Henry to come with Jazz Patel. More than capable, Matt Henry with the bat. Test average around 18. A couple of half centuries for him. Be quite a powerful hitter at times.
I think from New Zealand's point of view, they'll just want the two of them to put on as many. Blundell more than capable, Southey as well. Can bat. Just pile on as many runs as possible.
Oh, I think there was a little edge there. I think there was an edge, but it did not carry.
I guess we all know why they're laughing in there. I heard that. I guess we all did. Yeah, let's have a look here. There's a little bit of an edge there. His drop short and right away.
Down through the gap and away to the boundary for 4.
Good areas from Hamza. You can hear the sighs of frustration. Right in the right areas. Control from Tim Southey though. Soft hands all the way along the ground. we saw before the start of play with that interview with Conway, the talk of New Zealand looking at 400, but I think with that early loss of Sodhi, anything past 350 now, I think they'd take.
A little bit of advancement from Southey, and it's gone past the outside edge. 316 for 7. Three for 46, Naseem. Been exceptional the afternoon and early part of this morning. Again, right on target. Just, Matt Henry, there it is, 18.35, so decent numbers for him. A couple of half centuries, and Ajaz Patel. Good from Naseem. Official scorer, wow. That's very, very tight. I'm not sure I've seen a better one than that. Incredibly tidy, that writing.
Yeah, nothing compared to yours, Dooley. Can't read anything that you write. Oh, this is lovely. Neat, colourful. A lot of hard work goes into that. A lot of attention as well.
Yeah, to be able to write properly, you have to spend a little more time at school than I did, Rush.
I spend a lot of time at school, still can't write properly. So. Yeah, not easy when you're writing a prescription and the patient cannot understand. The pharmacist cannot understand what's been written.
Beautifully colour-coded, pens all laid out nicely. You see it quite a lot in England still. People sitting in the grandstand scoring themselves. Been doing it for years. Real love of the game. They don't have a scorer's box. They're sitting sideline underneath an umbrella, just enjoying the cricket. full, and Blundell drives beautifully. Way to the boundary for 4.
Oh, wonderful shot from Blundell. Just that width. First time he's offered it today. It shows Blundell concentrating. Put it away nicely.
Back on the money for the last ball of the over, 320 for 7.
Yep.
There's the view from the scorer's table sideline. Swung away by Tim Sow. There is protection down on the boundary. Does well. Naseem. Having a boundary check here, but I feel like he was a good 1.5 2 feet if you're working in those sort of measurements, or 3/4 of a yard if you prefer that way, inside. No trouble.
No run, no run.
This coverage going all around the world, of course. In Pakistan, PTV Sports, ARY Zap, live streaming, Vidley.tv. Willow in North America, Flow Sports in the Caribbean, Fox down in Australia, Sky Sport in New Zealand. Radio partners as well. SENZ, Sports and Entertainment, New Zealand and Australia. Still free, of course, if you are in and around Karachi or surrounding areas. Tuning in, get down and have a look at some Test cricket. Free entry, which is a great initiative by the PCB. Small, faithful set of Pakistan fans. A little bit of width, and Southey will pick up a single to keep the strike off the last ball of the Humza over. 323 for 7.
Seven overs, 14 runs and a wicket. Pakistan have been on the money. They've been very tight with their lines. Just a bit of movement that has supported the fast bowlers, but it's been the consistency so far in the first half an hour that has impressed. Yeah, Babar chirpy, he knows that his team's done well at the start of the second day. They need that to continue. They need to wrap this innings up. Talked yesterday about the average score in the last 5 test matches in Karachi, 342. And if Pakistan can get New Zealand bowled out for under that or around that, they'll be pretty happy with their bowling stints. Shot outside off stump, chance. I think Blundell had made it. He was off straight away, but it's been impressive so far. Waqar, Pakistan with their lengths.
Very impressive. Good morning, everyone. There was a little opportunity at the end. Blundell was home. Naseem Shah getting the ball in the area, a business area, asking questions on most of the deliveries. Probably one delivery which was a little bit outside the off stump where Blundell hit through the cover, but everything is on the money.
And they made it tough for New Zealand to get that scoreboard right now. New Zealand will probably be looking at that scoreboard and thinking you need to get a little bit of a move on, because get one more wicket here, there's chances that they can roll, Pakistan can roll New Zealand over pretty quickly. So probably this partnership they're looking at to increase the tempo, get some runs quickly, because it's still, you'd think, just about par that in terms of that first innings total.
He's bowled quite quickly, Naseem Shah, yesterday. Today the pace is little low, understandable. His bowling is 20th over. This is his 4th over. Picked up a wicket of Ishodi with a beauty. An excellent delivery. Just pitched and just moved enough to get that off stump, top of the off stump. The more he bowls, the better he becomes, Naseem Shah.
You talk about that extra bit of pace, and Naseem Shah has worked for him, 3 for 51. You see his other partners who bowled equal number of overs, Mir Hamza and Hassan Ali, 17 overs apiece, and none for 58 and none for 54 respectively. So that extra bit of pace has probably worked for Naseem Shah. Otherwise, both of them have bowled pretty well.
Good from Blundell, just knocking it offside and getting single. Again, yesterday we saw a marginal improvement with the pitch in terms of bounce, and just that difference of what, 30 centimeters, 40 centimeters in terms of bounce, and it makes for better viewing. It is still slow and low, don't get me wrong, it's not the quickest pitch, but just that little bit of improvement, and you just see things happening little slightly faster in terms of bounce, really. .325 for 7. There's one just going off. Abrar coming back in. Mir Hamza continuing from round the wicket.
Test match is all about bowling in tandem, bowling together, understanding each other. And I think Mir Hamza so far has done a great job. He hasn't picked up a wicket, but he can see from the other end that Naseem is bowling, that he might get a wicket very soon. So he's keeping things very, very tight. Not giving any half volley to deal with. Blundell searching for something a little bit pitched up. So much experience, Mir Hamza. When you talk about longer version of the game, he's played a lot of first-class cricket. He's played this game because he's bowled well in the previous match, although he didn't pick up any wicket, but he was just there and about. He was controlling the scoring rate.
Almost. Blundell is looking for a gap through third, trying to run it down, but the angle is just working against him. Round the wicket angle, but yet again Mir Hamza goes past that outside edge.
Yeah, all he's missing is a bit of luck. He's just bowled so well, and you can almost hear the keep and the slip cordon just helping him keep focus, because the reward could just be round the corner.
Yeah, a little bit more bounce for Mir Hamza when he's come around the wicket.
Yeah, this time just drifting onto the pad. The angle then helps it. You just be tickled around the corner now. With Saudi, we've seen Mir Hamza just bang away at that short of length. Saudi is not averse to taking it on. At the moment, Pakistan quite content in keeping it very tight, but off air you were mentioning maybe with Saudi you can go with a deep square leg and try and bowl that short pitch delivery.
Yeah, over the years I've seen Tim Saudi. He doesn't like that short delivery. He is a big hitter. He likes to get on with things. Now, of course, him being captain, he's just being a little bit more responsible. And he feels that he can manage this sort of pace. But from the other end, Naseem Shah, when he's bowling at Tim Saudi, no harm in just banging a couple short and then probably pitching it up. Not seen it again this morning.
327 for 7. Most runs at number 9. Tim Saudi averaging 14.76. Daniel Vittori 23.51. Runs at number 9. Low order runs. Normally so important. Hassan Ali into the attack. Probably the expert, Wakar, who was the best lower order player in your mind, in your era? Lower order. 9, 10, Jack. Don't say yourself.
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, when you say number 9, 10, 11, some teams are so strong that even their number 9s are really, really good in our days also. I think if someone can bat at number 9 or 10 and get 100 in their career or 200s, that's what you call a good late order batsman or tail ender. I know people don't like that word tail ender. I don't mind calling myself tail ender. Wasim Akram was another one who batted at 8 most of the time, not 9. Occasionally maybe he batted at 9. He was one of the best one. Daniel Vittori batted well down the order, one of the best one. Brett Lee was decent.
Little bit of reverse, but maybe an inside edge. Ball is tailing back in for Hassan.
A little bit of swing for Hassan Ali. Nice and full, but trying to bring the ball in, and that's what you want the batsman to do. Just look to play on the onside so he can miss that bat and can struck the ball on the front foot. Good fielding, very good fielding. That's what is required from the fielders. A lot of encouragement from players all around. Hugs, smiles. Wasn't the best of the delivery, a little wide, and Saudi, when he hit it, he thought he's got 4 runs. And in comes Imam diving to his right, saving a boundary.
.327 for 7. Raja Azam Mazar, great city of Karachi. Empress Market. Teen Tilwar, always busy. And that Yatin Talwar, probably more busy after we've arrived. Shot and dealt with. Abrar starts off with a gift for Blundell.
Yeah, Brad had an ordinary day yesterday and not a very good start once again. A little too short. Blundell just rocks back. Although there was a man on the boundary on the offside, he ain't cutting that. That was hit hard. That's better.
Yeah, I talked to Devon Conway before the start of the game, and he scored 60 of 60 against Abrar in his innings. And he just mentioned that it was also a tactic because of the fact they thought it was easier to score or take down the spinner. And that's why you look at those stats, and he's gone for over 100 in those 24.3. And because Pakistan are playing just that one spinner, there was almost more intent shown by New Zealand to just get on top of him and put the pressure back on the Pakistani bowling, and played him really well.
The problem I see with the Brad is when you try to put him under pressure, try to attack him, it tries too many things. Because he's got few variations, few tricks of the trade in his armory. So he start doing too many things. Test match cricket is all about building pressure by just bowling consistently on one line.
332 for 7. Sonali to Blundell. Now there's a deep point and a deep square leg. It's just for that protection, give him the single. Now, interesting what he does with Saudi. That reverse swing was working well, but he does also try and bowl that short ball. Now the field suggests that the square leg is coming up, so yeah, just be more or less length bowling into the stumps.
We are talking about the lower order batsmen getting runs, or who are the best ones, who has served at number 9 really well for the countries. Jason Gillespie. It's painful, isn't it, to hear that he got double 100. There we go. That's not bad. That's a good approach. Positive. Good delivery. That will shake him up a bit.
Yeah, even though it was not the bouncer that zipped through, it actually did him for the slowness of pace. But it's a good variation. Concussion test as normal, but yeah, just stood up that bounce. He was through the shot and it arrived really late. He looks all right. Maybe let's have a look at the helmet.
Dry fruits, walnuts, dates. You call it injir. Lots of dry fruits, and it's the weather. In the winters, you get a lot of those. Expensive, but a lot of fun to eat.
You had that for breakfast, didn't you? You had a whole bowl with dry fruits, olives, whatnot, eggs. It was Mediterranean style, wasn't it?
Yes, I can afford it. It's expensive. Well, it was just a salad. We had a few pieces of walnuts, maybe.
Normally, all this dry fruit comes from north, isn't it? Up from the mountains, and it goes all around the country, especially in winter.
And the short ball followed by the length ball. Now, I think now is the time that he can exploit reverse swing better. Just put that doubt in his mind. Even with the short ball that didn't arrive. Interesting how Saudi approaches this.
Medical staff getting the bats ready to be signed. Another good delivery, very good delivery. It's good to get the bats ready, but you've got to keep an eye on the field also. Another short delivery, and Tim Saudi is ducking it, not comfortable against it.
That one, oh, yes, given. Hassan Ali just withdrew his appeal first and then went up again. Saudi goes upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling, flat line, up to the pad. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking. We're ready, please. Copy. Alex, stand by, waiting for ball tracking. Ball tracking coming up. Original decision out. Pitching outside out. Impact umpire's call. Wickets missing. Alex, I recommend you to change your original out decision into not out. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Yeah, missing, going over the top. New Zealand retained their review, and a good one from Saudi. 3 for 7. Close for Saudi in that previous over. It's interesting because Hassan Ali almost just ran through an appeal late. Hit down the ground. This is what New Zealand has done so well against Abrar. Once he slows it up, once he tosses up, it's been dealt with.
Yeah, very good use of the feet. Saw it in a previous game also. He likes to come down to the pitch, likes to go over mid-on, can be little dangerous at time because when you're hitting across the line, if the ball's spinning, but controlled it beautifully.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier he just tries too many things and he's a bit reactive. You see in the domestic circuit as well, when he goes for runs, he needs his captain to be spoken with. And at times he needs clear directions. You can easily react when he's being attacked.
London knocks it away, gets to his 8th Test match 50. Important innings for New Zealand, came in when the score was 255. And yet again, the wicketkeeper contributes with the bat. The average 42 has been excellent behind the stumps, but in front of the stumps, he's been really good too.
I like the way he bats. He's positive. Uses his feet very well against the spinners. Equally good against the pace.
338 for 7. Resistance with this 8th wicket partnership, now up to 29. Hassan Ali getting the ball to reverse. Had a big appeal last over, just seemed to be going over the top. The interesting part about all that was, as it hit the pad, nobody went up straight away. Hassan Ali just looked at the ball, and then the ball went to sort of trickle to Sarfraz, and then he went up. And as he went up, Alex Wolff said out.
Well, the approach from Hassan Ali in the previous over was just perfect. This was the first bouncer, really shook him up. Another bouncer. Saudi had no clue, and then this delivery. Beautiful delivery, came in from a very good length, just going over the top of the off stump. This is what I mean when I say use those bouncers, because it does help. There you go. That's a good approach. Very good approach. And a big smile from Hassan.
Just asking Sarfraz if he heard anything. It's been an interesting couple of test matches for Sarfraz behind the stumps. Yeah, just double checking. I'm not sure I've watched a test match where, well, a couple of test matches where this has happened so often, where batters have nicked it, nobody's heard it. Blundell in that first test match getting a nick and walked off LBW. Don't tell me there's no, that's clear, yeah, clear. Otherwise it'd have another. Sodi edging, nobody heard that. Kane Williamson edging, nobody heard that. I don't know what's happening.
Sometimes when you spend so long in the field, your mind get off a little bit, and then you lose a focus at times, and I guess a couple of occasions, one for the over. It's just gone over the head of Saudi. And when you're really tired, even in the previous game, there were a couple that Sarfraz didn't hit. And it's not only Sarfraz's job, it's also the first slip and the bowler and the guys around him.
Yesterday when you saw Kane Williamson nicking one and nobody heard it, sometimes if the ball goes past the bat so closely, almost it's a reflex from the bowler that you just put your hand up asking the question, but nobody reacted from anywhere. And it was that close that it was an edge.
Naseem did put his hand up, but I don't think it was for a reason that he nicked it. It's just the natural reaction of Naseem saying, oh, I bowled a good delivery. Normally when you hear something, you just run, you look back, the umpires, if he's given it out or not.
First hour done, 31 scored and a wicket for Pakistan, and they'll just take a little breather.
Beautiful day here in Karachi with New Zealand and Pakistan continuing on day 2 of this well-poised test series. A victory for both sides will win them the series. In New Zealand, 340 for 7, inching ever closer to the average first innings score, which is just 342. Pakistan have been very good this morning, disciplined with the ball, picking up that one wicket, the crucial of the potentially dangerous Ish Sodhi. We saw how good he was in the first test match. But Tom Blundell is still there with another half century, Chris Harris, and it has been an example of how to use your feet, good patience as well against the quick bowlers.
Yeah, just playing where he left off in the first innings. Been very strong, lots of lovely boundaries off front and back foot. Happy to use his feet to the spinners. A little bit of time to get in this morning. Now he's trying to flourish for his hard work.
Naseem Shah picking up the wicket this morning, so 3 for him. He's been impressive throughout. The pace, not as high as we know he can bowl. He was operating around that 135 mark, Waqar Younis. But a few more bounces today, which is what you asked for before the day's play.
Yeah, I was expecting it from Naseem Shah, but he just kept it very tight. He's bowled nice lengths, but this was a beauty. The length, And you know, when you bowl that sort of length and the lower order batsman, the feet sometimes doesn't really move, and all you need is a little bit of a seam movement. I guess he hit the grassy part and just moved a bit and took the off stump. Another excellent spell by Naseem Shah this morning. He's been brilliant. Easily pick up the bowler so far.
Abrar to continue. Got him. Has not bounced. Great start for Pakistan after the drinks break.
Well, he normally bowls at 81, 82 kilometers an hour. This delivery was 87. It was quick. It was straight. Ball kept a little low, fair enough, but the length was beauty. That was a carom ball, he suggests. And that's what you look for, an early breakthrough before, after a session or after a drink. Tom Blunder, who played really, really well for 51, is gone now. 340 for 8. Pakistan will be feeling great.
Matt Henry comes in at number 10 for New Zealand, and this is a crucial little phase. 342 once again, reminding everybody that that is the average first innings score. More than handy, an average of 18, which I think New Zealand will probably take right now. But this will be a tough challenge.
Just no bounce. Maybe going a little bit square, but so low. Would have hit London on the shin. Very hard to keep those out.
Abrar's had a really crucial role this morning, I think, just backing up the seamers, and I'm sure Babar Azam will be delighted that he's able to come to the party as well. Yes, a little bit of luck, no bounce, but still nice and straight. And Tom Blundell going across the line, I think, is the reason for this downfall.
I think he did realize that the ball is kept low, but because he's played across the line, that really brought his downfall. Watch that hit. He went back, he saw us keeping low, and then still looking to whip it through mid-wicket. Very difficult to survive then when you present half of the bat rather than the full face of the bat.
I wonder how much of that too was when it doesn't bounce like that. It's almost like a hurried stroke to catch up to the ball, and it exaggerates the nature of going across the line. That is a great shot through the leg side, and a nice way to get off the mark. 344 for 8.
Matt Henry, very aggressive, generally at the start of his innings, especially against the slow bowlers. If Abrar tosses it above his eye line, he won't be afraid to take them on. Nice way to get off the mark.
Successful over for Abrar, and exactly what Pakistan needed. They will want to get out there with bat in hand as soon as possible. It looks a very good batting surface still. Just wonder as well what Tim Southee's tactics will be. Usually aggressive with bat in hand. Now that he's lost the set batsman and Tom Blundell, will we see that aggressive mindset come back?
No question. Tim Southee for me will be a lot more aggressive now. Another quick 20 or 30 for New Zealand. I think he'll be concerned with the reverse swing as well. It's always tough for lower orders to come in when the ball's starting to reverse.
Well, I'm already surprised by Southee because he's faced 36 deliveries. He's only on 10. Normally, when he faced 36, it sits somewhere around 40, 50. Is that kind of batsman. But I guess being captain, more responsibility. And of course, Blundell was on the other end. Played quite sensibly, Tim Southee.
Well, to illustrate that point, Tim Southee's number 3 on the most sixes list for New Zealand, behind Brendan McCullum and Chris Cairns, 2 very aggressive players.
Well, one thing is for sure from Henry that he is gonna try to blast the ball. We saw against Brar, previous over, last delivery, went across and hit a big shot. I think that's the way to go now. Just look for runs more than sort of surviving or killing the time.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think we'll see that from these two. One of two things will happen. This innings will be over quickly, or the runs will fly. What would be the purpose of that, Chris Harris?
Hoping when he goes out to the middle, he's seeing it about that big. Size of a football. Tell you what, the way he's hit it first up, looks like he's seeing it reasonably large.
Good short ball once again. You'd be a little concerned if you played and missed it one at warm-ups, wouldn't you?
You'd be more than concerned. Yeah, Hassan Ali is being the aggressor this morning. He's looking to bowl short and then looking to pitch it up.
He's played that well, though. Matt Henry watched it all the way, just swayed out of the way. Good technique.
Back on a good line and length to finish the over. 3:45 for 8. New Zealand just 3 runs away from equaling their highest ever score in Pakistan, batting first to begin a test match. I think they'll be reasonably happy with the way they've gone so far. I know they were 230 for 1 at one stage, but got him. Beautifully bowled. Has he got his foot back? Safraz is believing it's out. That is clever bowling.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for stumping. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm outrage, please. Stand by, waiting for outrage. Keep rolling, flat line, satisfied, no bat involved, your best side on angle please. Batter is out of the crease, foot is still in the air, satisfied. My decision for big screen is
good sharp work from Safraz, and that is the end of the New Zealand skipper Tim Southee. We suggested the runs might flow. They looked to be a lot more aggressive. And very good bowling from Abrar, who got some turn. Must be noted already on day 2. That is the end of Tim Southee for 10, 345 for 9. Three wickets for Abrar now, and it brings Ajaz Patel to the crease, the last batsman for New Zealand. And numbers that don't suggest he will be around long. An average of 9, not too bad, I guess, from a number 11, but still a few catches in close, leg slip, regulation slip, man under the helmet.
Clever from Abrar, identified that Southee was probably going to be more positive, went a little bit slower and a genuine leg spinner. Brilliant bowling.
Oh, that was close as well. I think the most impressive part about the bowling too is the last over or so, a lot of carom balls, a lot of googlies. This one was a genuine leg spinner, a lot of turn, and deceives Tim Southee completely. Sharp work from behind the stumps.
It was a brave delivery from Abrar to Tim Southee. What we're seeing now is a little bit of spin, and more than spin is the bounce.
Take a look at the seam as well. That is just come out of the hand nicely. New Zealand's Ish Sodhi will be watching that, I'm sure, with interest. Successful over for Pakistan, 345 for 9. Most wickets in the first 4 tests for Pakistan. He now goes to number 1, taking over from Danish Kanaria. Shabir as well. So a great start to a test career. He may get an opportunity to add to that. Hassan Raza will continue. Hassan Ali. Tell me how important, Waka, it is for these fast bowlers to use the bouncer when the ball is reversing as well and you're looking to attack the stumps.
Well, what I'm seeing right now, Henry is looking to give room, as you were demonstrating this morning. Don't put your leg in front. Don't just come forward. Just show your stumps. And you know what he's searching for. He's searching for something through the cover.
No.
So the idea is to bowl a couple of bounces and then don't bowl the in-swinger. Because if you bowl the in-swinger, that's what he's looking for. Just look to take the ball away from it from the very same length. Because he's not going to hold back. He's going to look to drive. You might get hit through the cover for 4 once, but that doubt will come into his mind that the ball is going away also. But at the moment, ball in swing. See that? It's just planting his front leg out of the line. It's more leg side-ish. And then anything comes in, it's going to land on the bat. Yes.
I don't mind that technique. His legs weren't in the way, so even though it did swing, he can get the bat to the ball. The dismissal yesterday of Tom Latham, his front foot was a lot further over towards off stump, would have caused a problem. That is a great shot. Clears the front leg once more and through the covers, Waka for 4.
Yeah, the length was poor on that. The length was way too short and the room was there. And as you can see, he'll show you the replay, that he had the time to just free his arms. Look how he's standing. He's in a very good position to hit the ball, not to defend the ball, because he's searching for runs, so his stance is well open and he can smash it through cover.
Over mid-off, is it? Yes. I thought for a moment he had a chance, but that is the 350 for New Zealand and their highest score batting first in a test match in Pakistan. Good from Henry. Just hitting through the line. Wonderful shot. A little bit of frustration for Pakistan. Short ball this time. That will go all the way. So 2 boundaries and a 6. Great way to finish the over for New Zealand. It is 359 for 9. Oh, wonderful from Henry. He's in a positive mood. Just in the perfect area. .359 for 9, and that was a great shot. In fact, great 3 balls for Matt Henry. But just speaking off air, Waka, you said never bowl the last ball of an over, your 6th ball, as a short ball. Tell me why that is.
Yeah, it's just purely on the energy level. As a fast bowler, you bowl the 6th ball or 5th or 6th ball, your energy is not as great as you bowl in the first 3 balls or 4 balls. And especially when you're bowling 3rd or 4th over of your spell, the energy definitely goes down. Unless you're bowling 140, 145, that's a different story then.
Did you bring Naseem Shah back?
Yeah, if Ijaz survives this over, yes, I'll definitely bring him on.
Oh, that's so brilliantly bowled. Starting to get some turn with all the variations. And the speed down to 77 kilometres an hour as well.
Yeah, to Ijaz, I think he needs to bowl a little slower and little leg side-ish. He's got 2 men on the onside patrolling the boundary. And that's what he looked for. He looks to play that big slog sweep. End of the over, 359 for 9.
New Zealand 359 for 9, and that change we speculated about has happened. Hassan Ali just taking a breather, and Naseem Shah will bowl the next over. Those 3 boundaries in the last over, maybe making up the mind of Babar Azam to get his fast man back on. The most impressive, I think, of the seamers for Pakistan so far. And this will be a good little battle. We know Henry will be aggressive. His 18 runs are all in boundaries. The slip fieldsman will go back to a fly slip as well. A lot of boundary riders. A strategy here now as well. Does Matt Henry take the single, bringing Ajaz Patel on strike? Or does he look to just be aggressive and try and farm it as much as possible?
I think he looks to be aggressive. And if he's going to take a single, I think he takes it later on in the over.
They should get back for a couple at least. Naseem Shah, when he has a new ball in his hand, will predominantly swing the ball back. Take the ball back into the right-hander. We saw a lot of that at the Asia Cup, where initially he looked to run the ball back in at the stumps, which means when it reverses, it will go away. But then yesterday, he was able to swing the ball in both directions. So that only comes about with real skill with the wrist at the point of release. Another good strike. It's hit the middle of the bat. And we'll run away for 4 as well.
Yeah, he's moving the scoring rate and he's batting quite nicely. He must have seen your piece this morning that just cleared the front leg and just hit through the line. That was a beautiful shot.
Another short ball as well. They'll just settle for 1. This is turning into a nice cameo from Matt Henry, 25 of 20.
He's being aggressive, but the thing I like about it, good cricket shots. Sure, he's staying a little bit leg side to access the ball. He's playing with the full face. And happy to play either off front or back foot. Some terrific shots.
This is the time when the fielding side gets really frustrated. You just don't want to be out there, and even your openers, they're just edging, they're just nervous.
This is where you need a 150 toe crusher, isn't it, Waqar?
Ideally, yes. Just look to target the stumps. That should be Naseem Shah's aim right now.
It gets frustrating at the tail in this situation, like you mentioned, on a slow, low surface when the tail-enders can just get onto that front foot. And, I mean, that looks solid, that defensive stroke from Ajaz Patel.
Slow or fast pitch, you have to bowl short deliveries to get that Yorker length more effective. He's having no issues at all. Ajaz, 366 for 9.
That's one of the best going forward.
just away from the fielder. Pakistan now looking to close this innings. 22 this last wicket stand. All have come from Matt Henry's bat, who's come out to play a few shots. It's just a period of the game where Pakistan will look to close the innings out and not let this tail wag for too long. And Jazz is off the mark as well.
Progressing, isn't it? It's been quite exciting. Wickets, runs. Matt Henry's been really good.
It's an area where Pakistan has struggled with off late. The tail against Pakistan during the England series as well got runs for them, and it made the difference in the first innings score. Even here now, 60 runs have been added this morning. It's taken New Zealand well past the first innings par score here. And Pakistan has picked up the wickets, but it's a matter of quickly closing this out. Mild appeal. No damage done to end the over. 370 for 9.
He's given a few balls to turn this morning. Abrar has picked up his third now, which will please, I think, the New Zealand spinners. Jas Patel, Ish Sodhi, of course, and Michael Bracewell. Won't mind what they've seen.
Four more, and in name of buys added to New Zealand's score here.
Now it becomes a problem. 29 of 30 deliveries. It's almost up to 375, 374 right now. So these runs now hurting Pakistan. It would have been a great morning, Pakistan bowling out New Zealand under 350. Now maybe New Zealand dreaming 400. But every one run now will be an issue.
Right on.
And partnerships up the order as well. But it's the little partnerships down the order. 30 between Blundell and Sodhi. Then again Blundell and Saudi, 31. But this one now, 29 between Henry and Ijaz. Just under 100 runs being added from that last four. Oh, they're having a lovely morning. And they're going to have a Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment after this, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Good acting. And does bowl the one short. Fairly easy for Jas Patel.
Yeah, it's not a great sign when you bang one in at 137 kilometres per hour. Opposition's number 11 has just sort of eased a pull shot into the onside. Fill the bowler with a lot of confidence.
The Pakistani openers will be happy. Good signs for them.
We'll see how long they're happy for, though.
He's gone up. He's gone up. He feels that he had the batter in front. Alex Wolf, nothing to do with this. And Babar does have a couple of reviews. Maybe height under consideration, and he's asked for it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling, roll up to the pad. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching outside of. Impact umpire's call. Wickets missing. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Yeah, it was a bit of a thought out, circumspect review. The line as well as the height both missing. Still persisting with the fly slip and the men outside for the short ball. Another over done, 375 for 9. .375 now, 66 runs in this first session. Pakistan did pick up a wicket very early, without troubling the score. And New Zealand starting the day at 309 for 6. Very early on with 309 for 7. But since then, 66 runs and still going.
Yeah, better angle from Abrar going round the wicket. This brings in that LBW. Will bowl the googly from there and maybe attack the stumps.
Jas Patel preferring to keep the bat out of the way.
Well, he'd shaped to sweep, but then just decided, nope, no shot at all.
A little bit more flight, and he takes it on. And he takes it on with the boundary to end the over. 379 for 9.
Just frustration, I think, now from Pakistan's point of view. Really good batting. They've kept out the good ball. They've put anything in their zone away. That's the top spinner. Finds the middle of the bat. Henry's strike rate up at 108. New Zealand are just frustrating Pakistan here. This almost buys you a wicket in the second innings as well.
The partnership now 34. Good to see this good shot from Ijaz Patel. It was the one that was tossed up. He didn't need a second invitation. 2 men stationed on that boundary, but he's pierced the gap. In the air. In the air and all the way. Matt Henry having a lot of fun out there as New Zealand jumped to 385. 40 now, this partnership of 42.
Suddenly, what's going on? Short ball dispatched and just watching it sail away. New Zealand have found another gear. Maybe Ijaz Patel needs a promotion up the order. Matt Henry even. 40 or 42. 400. Just 15 away. Change of ball. Everything happening.
And they've lost that ball. As it hit a long way, hit the roof. Well, you got a little bit of a break here. Might as well visit the Tapal Tea Lounge, where the fans have thoroughly enjoyed their tea as well as the cricket. It's been a serious problem of late for Pakistan not being clinical enough in cleaning up the tail. And it's not just about the length of time that they take to pick up the wickets, it's the number of runs they leak in that time period as well. On the up. Pakistan started off the day 309 for 6, picked up Fish Sodhi without the scoring, getting a move on 309 for 7. And since then 76 runs, and at one point where Pakistan was probably looking at 320, 325, 330 even, now staring down 400. That makes a huge difference in the context of the game in terms of a big first inning score. Yeah, he's played well. He's gotten the front foot out of the way. Just opening himself up, allowing that bat to swing through.
He was watching Scott Styris this morning, wasn't he? How to play reverse swing. Get the pads out of the way, use the bat. Hit the ball in the right areas. Exactly what he's done.
Yep, he said it. Use the full face of the bat. He was listening.
I don't know what you guys were listening to. You're being too kind. I thought he was saying don't use your feet, just stay, don't go towards the ball. Matt Henry is actually using his feet. He's clearing his front leg. He said stand still, but anyway, but you too kind. Scott Styris, if you listen to Scott Styris, well, Julie, I thought you were better than that.
I fancied the leg side theory when I batted as well, but so I was quite happy with what he was trying to say. We can talk about how frustrating it might be for Pakistan, but it also, we have to look at how easy Ijaz Patel is playing these 4 defensive shots as well. So there's no demons in the surface. So that's one thing that Pakistan can take out of it. Okay, they've leaked a few runs late in the piece, but there's certainly nothing in this pitch that would make them worry by any stretch of the imagination. It's just a little bit of frustration where what happens with the tail is you tend to go searching rather than just sticking to your line and length. You tend to go searching and looking for that wicket.
First one that's probably troubled him. Short delivery to end the over. 386 for 9. Yeah, Brar to continue. He has picked up 3 wickets, but it's important for Pakistan to close this out. 41 now, this partnership, and it's come in real quick time. Abdullah Shafiq under the helmet there, a short leg. Salman Ali Agha in slips. Dooley, you make that point about the surface being a good one. Definitely a much better surface than where we played the first test. And just give that little bit of more confidence to Pakistan when they do come out to bat, in terms of the ball coming on us nicely. There hasn't been that variable bounce. It's come on nicely. The hard new ball will be a good area to score runs off. There's a shot again, and spears the gap once again. Matt Henry jumps to 38.
Yeah, drags it left side. It is a very decent shot. He stretched towards that ball, made sure that he hit that, but his power hitting has been sublime.
And there are 3 men on the leg side boundary as well. And deep mid wicket, deep backward square, long on the fence, long off on the fence. Picks up a single. Matt Henry's played really well to pick up those boundaries, 5 4s and the 2 big hits with those boundary riders. It's been good batting from the counter punch from New Zealand towards this backhand has been really good as well. And he needs to keep it tight here. Bring those slips into play with the angle across. He's given it air. And 1 bounce to Naseem. He does clean up eventually. Couple of runs to Matt Henry to end the over. 294 for 9.
Just overran it a touch. It's stuck in the surface a little bit, but enough of a hand on it. Make sure it didn't go away for 4.
Partnership 49, and a stat for you, Dooley. 1973, maybe you were 12ers, or maybe Danny Morrison was 12ers. New Zealand got their highest ever 10th wicket partnership, 151 in Auckland. Ryan Hastings and Richard Collins.
Yeah, the Rock, as he was known. Richard Collins, left arm quick. And Brian Hastings of Canterbury.
Well, the 2 of them have put on 49 now. And Naseem Shah to continue. Every time he's banged the ball short, it hasn't hurried on, it hasn't rushed either of these two. Now setting a predominant leg side field. Two men on the boundary, in and out between them in the circle. There's a short ball again. Once again played with relative ease. Partnership now 50. Last wicket of New Zealand have put on a show.
Tempted to get Salman back on. Set a strong leg side field if he's bowling to the right-handed Matt Henry. Maybe look to take the ball away from the left-hander. Just give Pakistan a couple more options, maybe, if Naseem doesn't pick up a wicket here. We can take some extra time as well leading into lunch.
And you look at Babar's face, just a slight worrisome look on his face, with the runs now being mounted on. Deep backward point, fly slip. And now with the angle to the right-hander. Looking for the round the wicket option. Field set for the short ball on the leg side, or even the short ball with the angle across. If he does have a slash outside the off stump, there are two men on the offside boundary as well. He gives himself room, it's in the air.
That is absolutely brilliant, because as Naseem Shah was running in, that man was running backwards. And you're not allowed to do that, but he was running backwards, and it's ended up going to the exact spot that he ran from. It's looped to the exact spot he was standing before he took off, and he was running backwards as Naseem Shah was running in.
Yeah, you saw that smirk on Shan Masood's face. The afterthought. To Ijaz Patel now. He's done well to keep it down. And he will pick up a couple of runs for this. This is really now starting to hurt Pakistan, because it's looking all too comfortable for Henry and even Ijaz in the middle. Everything Pakistan has tried has just leaked runs, and I just feel they've tried a bit too much and changed things around far too much rather than just sticking to a plan.
The good thing is they're not swinging willy-nilly at everything. They're just playing good cricket shots. They're reacting to good balls, defending when they need to, trying to put the slightly looser ball away.
Right there.
Once again, he's done really well to keep that down. Well-directed short ball.
Just so slow. 134 kilometres per hour, but it just comes off the surface so slowly.
Doesn't seem rushed at all. The surface takes so much of that pace off the ball. Why, even for a number 11, for a man who's relatively quick in Naseem Shah, doesn't rush him at all. An excellent bit of fielding from Abdullah Shafiq. 398 for 9. Look at the highlighted bottom two rows. Henry 42 and Ijaz 11. And they've put up a show. 53 from 59 their partnership, and it's taken New Zealand to 398 for 9. Pakistan trying various options and continuing with Abrar and in a hope to clean this first innings up for New Zealand. It's been good batting out there in the middle by the two. Exactly an example of that. Every time the ball's at good length, or it's not a boundary option, it's not just a wild swing or a hack across the line. It's been quite a measured effort out there. And Ijaz Patel has provided some real good support to Matt Henry. Down the track. And the luck all the way on Matt Henry's side as well. Just inside edges that. Pick up a couple of runs.
.400 brought up. Wouldn't say in style, but does the job. 44 now, Matt Henry. The problem is the last time that Matt Henry got a 50, got 58 not out, he also got 7 wickets in an innings. So Pakistan need to get rid of him before he gets now 5 runs.
To Ijaz Patel now. Last over we saw when the ball was flighted, and now with mid-on up, he was more than happy to take it on. Off the edge, past the slips. And a limber chase from Mir Hamza, and the ball wins the race. Another boundary as 7 off the over. 1 ball still to go in Abrar's over.
That was genuinely escorted to the boundary. I think you've been very generous calling that a chase, Rouge. That was very gently escorted.
I take your point, Dooley. I take your point. Runs matter, and every run matters. There's that flight again. Makes good contact once again. Ijaz Patel. He moves to 16. New Zealand now move to 406.
आपने सही इस्तेमाल किया क्या चेंज बॉल लेफ्ट आर्म ओवर या
And the skipper's got his work cut out. The last wicket has added runs for New Zealand. And Pakistan does not have an answer to it yet. Change of bowling. Mir Hamza will replace Naseem Shah. Still wicketless, and he bowled good lines. I think that'll be key here, just to keep the pressure on in terms of bowling a certain channel and let New Zealand make a mistake.
right there
eating into our lunch break, which is eating into our Tupple tea time as well. Pile Tea Lounge. Good spot as we're on our way to the studio, Rouge, just to call in there and have a quiet cuppa.
Next time round, you and me, Dooley, and whoever the other two want to be on the other side. Maybe throw Baz in there. Searching for the one that just dips back in. And looking for the LBW, or just hoping for Ijaz to fall over.
Yeah, just to back up your point, Rouge, you're big on Pakistan not being able to finish things off with the ball. England, in the previous test match played here, first innings added 89 with their last 3. Now it's up to 97 for New Zealand. And 89 eventually was the difference. Going down leg, difference in the game. Obviously England strolled to victory at the end, but that was a huge moment or huge part of that match. Now New Zealand have gone better. 97 last 3 wickets and they're still going.
It just shows the importance of not just closing matches out, but closing innings out and closing sessions out tightly as well. Feels like more of a waiting game now at the moment for Pakistan. They've tried a few options. The one option that they haven't tried is Salman Agha. With the tailenders out there, with the ball turning, we saw that yesterday from him. With Matt Henry looking for the shots, a good option. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Even with Ijaz Patel there, pull that channel outside, give the ball a little bit of air. Just invite him to maybe play the drive or come out off his wicket with the ball turning as much as we saw from Salman. That's lovely. That's lovely from Ijaz Patel.
Yeah, and Hamza's also creating just a few more foot marks for Salman.
A lovely timing from Ijaz Patel, and that equals his highest score in Test cricket of 20. Ends the over as well with a boundary. 210 for 9. Apologies, 410 for 9.
As good as it gets. On the up through the covers. Bit of a flourish. We'll take that.
We see a change in bowling, Dooley. You've been calling for this for a while now. Salman Agha, just to break things up, especially with the amount of turn he got. 3 wickets to his name, 3 big wickets they were. And he changed the game along with Naseem Shah, the wonderful spell from Naseem Shah yesterday. And who would have thought it would have been Salman Agha to get you 3 important wickets. Long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square on the boundary. You see, just first up as well. rocks onto the back foot and plays it down the ground for a single.
There are foot marks out there, and part of the reason for that, the left arm and the right arm. Just have a look at this from Mir Hamza. Have a look at that second foot where he's sort of creating that foot mark around that off stump, exactly the spot where Daryl Mitchell was undone. That's beautifully played. Beautifully played from Matt Henry. He has raced to 49. Crunched.
It's been a fantastic display from him. Rocks onto the back foot. Plays it right under his eyes. A lovely timing in front of point. Brings up his 50. Third test match 50. And he's had some fun out there for sure.
Oh, it's been fantastic, really has been. Aggression combined with some really good solid defence. And what looked like a middle to low score on this surface has turned out to a very good one at the moment. And a little bit of time to come as well. Terrific stuff from Matt Henry.
Gives the ball air. Pick up one. And it's just not been aggression. It's been measured aggression as well. And like you say, Dooley, it's been calculated. And then when he's come down with the intent to score. He's got into good positions as well. A couple of those sixes off the short balls went a long way back. Another good over for New Zealand. 4-1-8 for 9.
And just a reminder, I mean, both for left hand and for right hand, there is enough there for Salman. It's just a reminder of where Hamza was landing. That's right in the spot that Daryl Mitchell was undone. That one pitching was full enough. A few deliveries in that previous over from Salman were just too short, allowed Henry to just pop onto the back foot and take easy runs. Yeah, and it's also been created for the left-handers as well. Hassan Ali, it's that second step in and around that line. Just have a look at the blue line and where he's landing consistently with that left boot. 4 or 5 times. That one just in that area. That one there bouncing in the same area. And the wicket just a little bit tighter at the edge of Devon Conway's bat. So there's enough there being created by the foot marks. Just got to get that length right.
Well, I've got another beauty for you, Simon. This one goes even further. This one probably Chris Harris was 12th or in the squad. 1965. This now is the highest 10th wicket partnership in Tests in Karachi. Previous highest also by a New Zealand player, 63. Frank Cameron and Bevan Congdon, 1965.
Yeah, well, Harry would have been listening to that one on the radio, I think. Nicely whipped away. Frank Cameron went on to be a New Zealand selector for quite some time as well. Bevan Congdon, widely regarded as New Zealand's better top order players for many, many years. Some good numbers you're bringing up. Everything you're saying sort of points towards New Zealand at the moment. You're changing sides.
I'm trying to jinx it, but it's not working, is it?
Around? Yeah, oh, sweet. Centre? Tiny. Yeah, thank you. Yep.
Yeah, from 309 for 7. 420 for 9. And Buzzard, I think you'd have to try a few more tricks if you have to jinx this. 75, this partnership off the 80 deliveries. Everything Pakistan has thrown at New Zealand. Sajid Khan's reaction. Oh, that's a lovely stroke. There is a man out there. Where he's played the short ball with some ease, has Ijaz Patel.
Yeah, he's been talking to you, Rouge, not Scotty Cyrus, so he's playing the short ball really well. Classy batting from him. And all of Pakistan now thinking, stop it, Ijaz. We've had enough.
Yep, my friend Jazzy Patel. He's putting on a show here. He's gone to his highest test score. Previous best being 20. .423 for 9. Yes. No. Excellent sight for Pakistan fans to have those two speedsters. And we saw Naseem, Shaheen Shah Afridi, beg your pardon, yesterday during lunch, bowling some overs in the middle, and Pakistan would love to have those two men back in their squad.
I'd love to have them out there now, Niraj.
Yeah, both excellent with the old ball. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. That's exactly the length we were talking about when he's got purchase off this wicket. It's been that just short of full length with the inviting driving range where he's picked up his wickets, 3 of them. Every now and then he just drops it short.
Yeah, the difference between the previous pitches and this one is when the spinner lands in a good area, this one bites. It gets more bounce. And Nijaz probably watching it very closely because soon he'll be bowling in the very same spot. Quicker you bowl, it's easy to sort of handle. Very frustrating.
.423 for 9.
Well, we knew the ability of Henry with 3 Test match 50s. When this partnership started, he was protecting Ajaz Patel a little bit, but as it's formed, there's no protection at all. They're just happy to take every run that's on offer. And Ajaz Patel has looked in sublime touch. Some of those hook shots looks more like a top order player.
And the reason why we keep talking about this is why it hurts Pakistan off late, at least we've seen. Against England as well, where the tail added 89 with the last 3 wickets. Even here now, the last 3 over 100 runs now. It's in the air. It lands short once again. I just felt Abdullah Shafiq pulled up. Didn't quite run into for that catch, and Mir Hamza, rightfully so, disappointed. Now, whether it was a case of him not picking it up, I don't know. Surely out of the commentary box window looked like Abdullah Shafiq just held up as that ball flew to him.
Maybe a little too short. I think he just ran in hard, and then he thought that he's never going to get there, and then he pulled out. I think that was the right decision.
It's one of those when you run in and you think it's going to carry, and then you just realize that it's not. But Mir Hamza was clearly not happy.
Yeah, I think initially he never thought it was going to carry, but it's coming off quite hard off Henry. You can see there well short, but I think he just tried to judge to make sure that he didn't get beaten by the spin. You can see the frustration with Hamza to pick up a wicket in this innings.
Has been a feature of his innings so far, Ajaz Patel. He's gotten on top of the bounce, and every time he's rolled his wrists over to keep it along the carpet.
If I'm not wrong, Ajaz started as an opener, and then he decided to become a left-arm fast bowler, and then he decided to become a spinner. So that is the reason why he looks so good out there.
So what, keeping next?
Oh, I guess that's the only thing left there.
Well, he's going back to the beginnings, isn't he? Because he's looking very solid. Looks like an opener. That pull shot. Wonderful control. Got on top of it. Got it well in front of square.
He keeps himself very still. And that was a pull shot. He was in control. The ball wasn't really high enough. It was easy to get on top of that delivery.
For 26 for 9. Another Pakistan paceman now there with the physiotherapist Cliffy Deacon, Shahnawaz Dahani.
Cliffy Deegan, the big man. Keegan. All I knew was Cliffy. I worked with him for a few years and I never knew his full name, so let's keep it Cliffy. In his heydays, he was a fast bowler. And now he's working as a physio, as a doctor. He's a great help. He's been with Pakistan team. He's been at the high performance center for a long time now.
He's a solid man, isn't he? Looks like he'd be an angry fast bowler.
Big boy. He nearly played for South Africa also. He can be a help at times to the faster bowler, faster men. Now I'm going to take a review. Salman Agha has troubled these two more than anyone else. How much more help do you want, Dhani? You got Shane Tate sitting, John Tate sitting there, Cliffy's there. What was the other third gentleman?
And Dricus Simon, another South African, as a strength and conditioning coach. Pick up one to end the over, 4:27 for 9. He's gone for plenty of runs, but he does have the 3 wickets to show for. Bowled better yesterday towards later in the day. Long spells for him. Hasn't been as consistent as Pakistan would have hoped with his lines and his length. And every now and then he's dropped the ball short.
You can feel a little bit of the frustration, can't you, Waka? Obviously, they expected to get this last wicket reasonably early. They haven't. I feel like they've just gone searching a little bit. At what stage do you think they just go back to how they'd look to dismiss perhaps someone in New Zealand's top order?
I think what you need to do is just be consistent in your line. I know Henry can bat, he can bat really well. I think they just, at times, they're over trying things. Just keep it simple. I thought Mir Hamza bowled quite nicely. He was just right there on line. And if someone wants to take a risk from a spot where I also have the opportunity to get you out. When you try too many things, too many variations, and someone like Henry, who was a big hitter, that means you're giving him opportunity to hit your way. But now they're both reading really well to Abrar and Salman Agha. They're very comfortable out there. There might be another over before lunch, and then if they can drag Pakistan back after lunch, then those legs been in the field for so long, they're going to really have trouble.
He's read the wrong one and he's deliberately played it down third. 2:30 for 9. Out of the 121 runs, 85 have been for this last wicket here for New Zealand. And it's come off 107 deliveries. And Pakistan is still looking for a way to break this partnership open. Waqar, obviously come back to you, because one of the best cleaning the tails up with that reverse swinging in dipping Yorker. When that's not happening and the ball's not reversing, or if you don't have that bowler with that pace on a slowish surface, where do the Pakistan seamers look for themselves?
Well, the ideal way is to, if you have paces and bowl quickly, like go back our days, it was me, Wasim, and there was always been a third seamer who will bowl quick also. But if you don't have, then you are in trouble. Even in our days, things did happen. You know, somebody gets set in, and it doesn't matter what number he bats. You can have big partnerships. But what happens normally is when your number 9, 10, 11 comes in, you just start rushing things. You start thinking that, oh, we're going to wrap them up quickly. Yes, if it's swinging and if you've got energy, do that. Try that to begin with. But in the air, oh, just over the top. What you need to do is just treat these batsmen who are batting whatever number as a batsman. Don't think that they're a late order or the person can't bat. If you bowl consistently in certain lengths, batsmen who bat down the order, they get frustrated and they look for a big shot. And I thought early on Pakistan was frustrated. They just tried too hard and gave away runs, and now they're well settled. Easy problem. Easy for them right now. This might be a lunch now. And a very decent session, more than decent session actually, for New Zealand. 35 overs bowled, 124 with 3 wickets, and 3 wickets came very quickly. Only 36 runs it cost them. Is this partnership, which is 88, is really hurting Pakistan? Heads have started going down, and it's been a long session, 2.5 hours. You can see those heads are shaking at the head. And New Zealand, they'll be feeling, now we can win this game. We can really put Pakistan under pressure after lunch.
Well, those two men hold their head high. They've played wonderfully well. Henry walks off 56, adjusts 31. Both not out as we head into lunch here on day 2. And when Pakistan started off with the noses in front, safe to say New Zealand have taken that from Pakistan. Ovation from the gallery, and richly deserved. 88 between the two of them, and it's put New Zealand way ahead in this game in the context of a first beginning score. 433 for 9. It was an excellent start up front as well. One century to Devon Conway, 122. Now Bundle got out. You wrap it up very quickly. In came Matt Henry and Ajaz Patel, 56 and 31 not out respectively. They are standing strong. 88-run partnership between them. For the bowlers, partnerships first. Again, the most important one after the first two. 88 between Henry and Ajaz. It's what's taken New Zealand way ahead in this game. Highlights of the session. The day began with Pakistan coming out and looking for the first wickets. Naseem Shah with an absolute beauty first up to Ish Sodhi. Without troubling the scores, it was the first one to go.
Yeah, blundered look really good for a brief period. There were a few appeals, LBW appeal, which was rejected or gone upstairs to the third umpires, which clearly missing the stumps, going over the top. And there was an opportunity for Pakistan. And then Blundell carry on his merry way. He likes to play on the onside. He likes to play those big shots, driving it really well. Got to his 50. What a wonderful player he has been for New Zealand over the last few years. This was a beauty. He's kept a little low, and Blundell looked to play on the onside, losing his middle stump, and then losing a wicket of skipper Tim Southee. And then it was all Henry and Ajaz putting up that partnership of 88 of 113 deliveries, came in no time.
Yeah, played beautifully. The longer the session went on, the more comfortable they became. Continued to search, and then Ajaz Patel got into the act. And Matt Henry, along the way, brought up his third Test 50, and what an important one it was. And with New Zealand at 433 for 9, it was time for lunch.
Yeah, 3 wickets to Naseem, Abrar and Salman, and 3 wickets in this session as well. But it's been hard for Pakistan, and they're still searching as we head into lunch here on day 2 for that final wicket of New Zealand. New Zealand sitting comfortable at 433.
Pakistan had early celebrations getting rid of Ish Sodhi when Naseem Shah got his wicket, but then after that it was Blundell who got a 50. Abrar got a wicket as well. Pakistan looking to wrap up the New Zealand innings, but Henry has other ideas. He's already 50 plus, 56 not out of 59. This partnership between Henry and Ejaz is now 88 and it's just been frustrating Pakistan bowlers. Extra half an hour was added till lunch so that this final wicket can be taken, or if it's taken, but that wasn't to be. 433 for 9. New Zealand in their first innings after winning the toss and batting first. The bowling is in front of you. It's Salman who's got 3 wickets, and it's Abrar who's been expensive, but he's got 3 as well. And Naseem Shah hops in with 3. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you, and as we look at this first session on day 2, there's a lot has happened. 124 runs have been added by New Zealand. They lost 3 wickets in that process, and they'll be more than happy the way Henry and Ejaz have had this 88-run partnership. I've got Bazid Khan and Scott Starris alongside me. I'll start with you, Bazid. It almost seemed like Pakistan would wrap it up and would be probably 20-30 runs in their batting, but what a good partnership this is.
Yeah, things were looking bright, looking really bright for Pakistan. They thought they'd bowl them out under 350, but suddenly that partnership puts a all new dimension to the way the game will go. I think now Pakistan, if they want ascendancy in the test match, they'll have to really bat out of their skins, because you're looking at a game where that first inning lead has to be around that 100 mark. But now if Pakistan have to get a first inning lead, things go around to 550. So that has made a huge dent to proceedings, that partnership.
Henry and Ejaz, 88 partnership. Is that usual from Henry? I mean, you expect that, but how easy or how good he has looked out there?
Yeah, Matt Henry has more than enough talent to bat. He's done this many times for New Zealand, for his province as well. He's always aggressive. So the best part about it is he moves the game on. And that's what I like about what they've done. It was a bit of a slow first hour, just the 31 runs, and New Zealand needed to make some sort of headway in that next hour and an hour and a half. And that's exactly what they did. Ajaz Patel started when he was a youngster, trying to bat as well. So they've more than enough talent. And this 88-run partnership has really swung things in New Zealand's favour.
What do you think of the light?
You said it was bright. I can barely see here. It's still bright. As a New Zealand fan, it's incredibly bright. But, you know, it's tough to see out here, which is why, you know, it's a beautiful day.
Well, I'm going to test you further, because now you'll tell us about Henry. He's our top performer. Have a look and talk to us about his innings. Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
He got his innings underway quickly, didn't he? His first 18 runs came in boundaries, and that really did set the momentum. What I enjoyed about his innings the most is through all those boundaries, Babar Azam had to put the field back, and at that point he was able to rotate the strike, pick up his ones, and along with Ajaz Patel, this has been a real punishing partnership for Pakistan, and it's all come about by the way he's played. The technique he's shown against the reversing ball has been really impressive, and this sort of an innings, when you score this quickly, it's basically a run of ball that just takes the game away from the opposition. New Zealand were wanting to get to 400, now they're looking for that 450 mark.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. It's not just the 88-run partnership or Henry's performance. It puts Pakistan in the backseat now. What do you think is the reason they've taken off guard the way he's come and scored 56 or 59, weren't expecting that, and then there's no recovery, can't find a wicket?
Yeah, look, when the number 10 or number 11 starts dominating, and when they start hitting you boundaries, then the bowlers fall back on, yes, say, I should get him out, and they go away from what lengths have worked for them. He's actually hit them off their length rather than Pakistan going off their length. And once they've gone off that length, as Scotty mentioned, he was able to then rotate strike. Ajaz Patel, on the other hand, has looked unflustered throughout. He's actually looked more solid than Matt Henry. If anything, he's been able to play the drive on the up. He's been able to pull. The one positive that Pakistan can take out of all that is that today is the day for batting. I think the pitch is much easier to bat on, but just the amount of runs that they've added has put Pakistan slightly back in the test match.
Okay. There were 3 moments of success for Pakistan in the first session today. Let's have a look at the fall of wickets. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, it started off right at the start. Superb delivery of Naseem Shah, getting rid of Sodi, and Pakistan, especially in that first hour, looked as if they'll wrap things up quickly. Just held its line, maybe just seemed away slightly, but that was the start Pakistan were looking for. And then that one just crept low. That's the only delivery you can look back on and say that it sort of stayed low throughout the test match. Stayed low, it very low on the stumps as well. Blundell was batting well, but it meant that this wicket, when Saudi got out, Pakistan were thinking we'll wrap this up quickly, but other things had to come after that.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Time for us to take a break. You guys can take some shade. When we come back, we will get to know Hassan Ali a little more than we do, and a lot more on City Trail. Don't go away. Welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I was talking about Hassan Ali before the break. So I caught up with him before the start of the series. And in this interview, you get to know more about him, his journey, his comebacks, his struggles. So let's have a listen. पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट में अगर बात हो स्पार्क की, अगर बात हो एंथुजियाज्म की, अगर बात हो यंग ब्लड की और थोड़ा बहुत जनरेटर की बात हो, कमबैक्स की बात हो, तो एक नाम आता है हसन अली का. और जब भी हसन आपको देखते हैं पाकिस्तान कलर में, तो पर्सनली कह रहा हूँ अच्छा लगता है, क्योंकि एक रियल एग्जांपल नज़र आता है एक ऐसे प्लेयर का जिसके अंदर एक पैशन खेलने का है कंट्री के लिए और चैलेंजेस लेने का, वापस आने का। तो मैं स्टार्ट इस चीज़ से करूँगा कि ये कमबैक्स कितने आसान या कितने मुश्किल होते हैं एक प्लेयर के लिए।
Thank you so much, Skandar bhai. I think comeback is never easy और जिस तरह आपने बात की है, पैशन है, जज्बा है, तो आई थिंक वो पैशन जो है वो मुझे अलाइव रखता है और पैशन जो है वो मुझे आई थिंक पैशन ऑलवेज गिव मी समथिंग टू फाइट, कीप फाइटिंग। तो इसी वजह से जो है वो कमबैक जो है वो हो जाता है। तो मेरे ख्याल से एज ए प्रोफेशनल आपके अंदर हंगर होना चाहिए, पैशन होना चाहिए, क्योंकि आई लव क्रिकेट और जिस चीज़ के साथ आप प्यार करते हो तो आप रेडी होते हो टू गिव एवरीथिंग, यू नो दैट थिंग। तो वही चीज़ है वो बार बार जो है वो स्पार्क एक लगता है तो बार बार जो है वो कम बैक होता है।
अच्छा, मुझे याद आता है वो सीज़न जो आपने डोमेस्टिक खेला था 4 डे, जिसमें फाइनल में आपने बल्ले से पिटाई की थी। एक हाईएस्ट लेवल पे क्रिकेट खेलना और फिर डोमेस्टिक लेवल पे आना, वो वांट जो है वो उतनी ही होती है कि परफॉर्मेंस की।
बिल्कुल, देखें, अगर आप क्लब क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं, आप फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं, आप इंटरनेशनल या कोई लीग खेल रहे हैं, तो जज्बा वही होता है आपके अंदर और हंगर, जैसे मैंने पहले बात किया कि आपने परफॉर्म करना है, क्योंकि परफॉर्म जो है उसको दुनिया देखती है और परफॉर्मेंस एक ऐसी चीज़ है जिसको आप खुद भी इंजॉय करते हो, फिर और जो लोग देखने आते हैं वो भी इंजॉय करते हैं, जो टीवी पे बैठते हैं वो भी इंजॉय करते हैं। और मेरे ख्याल से तो देयर इज़ ऑलवेज यू नो द समथिंग टू परफॉर्म।
अच्छा, आपकी बैटिंग की बात करता हूँ, बड़े अरसे तक चलता था एक मुकाबला, ऐसा फील होता था आपका फ़हीम अशरफ का, शादाब का, ऑलराउंडर कौन है? वहाँ पहुँच गए आप जहाँ जाना चाहते थे एज ऑलराउंडर?
आई थिंक सो नॉट येट, और ऑलरेडी टू लेट। और अभी जिस तरह मैंने अभी फर्स्ट क्लास में 2-3 से 50s की हैं और एक दो मैच ऐसी जगह पे जाके मैंने जितवाया, तो दैट्स गिव मी अ लॉट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस और अभी फोकस उधर भी है। आई नो कि मुझे इससे पहले होना चाहिए था, बट अभी भी देर नहीं हुई है। आई एम जस्ट 28 और अभी भी मेरे अंदर में बहुत सारी क्रिकेट बची हुई है। आई एम फिट इनफ, आई कैन रन अवे एवरीवेयर, और आपको पता है टिक के तो बैठता नहीं हूँ मैं।
हाँ, सही बात, पहिए लगे हुए। अच्छा, 2021 बहुत अच्छा साल गया आपका, इंटरनेशनली भी, डोमेस्टिक। फिर 2022 में एक डिप आया, क्या वजह आपको लगती है एज अ क्रिकेटर?
मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं पे मैं बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिकेट खेल गया था, जिसकी वजह से बॉडी में थोड़ी फटीक आ गई थी। आई वॉज डूइंग द सेम थिंग और भाग भी सही रहा था, बट 2019 में भी मेरे साथ ये हुआ कि जैसे वर्ल्ड कप आया तो मेरी बॉडी में फटीक थी और उस तरह डिलीवर नहीं था कर पा रहा।
अच्छा, करंट उस पे आते हैं सिनारियो पे। आपने देखा पाकिस्तान की टेस्ट सीरीज़ इंग्लैंड के साथ जो हुई, उसमें पाकिस्तान का बॉलिंग अटैक जो है वो यंगस्टर्स थे, उसमें एक्सपीरियंस की कमी थी। और आई एम श्योर आप जब देख रहे होंगे उसको टीवी, तो आप कह रहे होंगे यार मतलब मैं पहुंच जाऊंगा किसी तरह से, कुछ करूं। अब एक बड़ा नया चैलेंज सामने है, क्योंकि लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन पाकिस्तान से है कि भाई वो कुछ करें टेस्ट में, और फिर न्यूजीलैंड कोई हल्की साइड भी नहीं है। क्या प्रेपरेशन आपने माइंड में रखी हुई है अपनी एज एन इंडिविजुअल?
बिल्कुल, देखें, सीरीज़ हमें इस तरह नहीं थी हारनी चाहिए, हमारी मिस्टेक्स हैं और हमारे कप्तान ने भी एक्सेप्ट की हैं टीवी पे बैठ के, और हम भी कर रहे हैं। और जैसे आपने बात की, बिल्कुल दिल करता था कि यार टीम में जाऊं, और मेरे पास थोड़ा बहुत एक्सपीरियंस भी है, और मुझे कहते हैं कि ड्राई पिचेस का ये जो है वो मास्टर है, इसको ड्राई पिचेस पे जो है वो बॉलिंग करनी आती है, जिस तरह रिवर्स हो गया और ये। बट येस, आई केम बैक रियली एक्साइटेड ऑन अदर साइड कि एज ए इंडिविजुअल अगर आप बात करें तो मेरा फोकस यही है कि ये सीरीज़ जितवाऊँ, और जहाँ पे टीम को मेरी ज़रूरत हो, बॉलिंग में, बैटिंग में, फील्डिंग में, वहाँ पे अपना 100% दूँ। और मेरे ख्याल से हमारे पास एज ए टीम ये बेस्ट टाइम है कि हम ये सीरीज़ जीतें, और जो हमारे फैंस नाराज़ हैं और जो हमारा आई थिंक ग्राफ नीचे आया है उसको ऊपर लेके आएँ, और आई एम रियली होपिंग कि मैं उसमें अपना इनपुट जो है वो दे सकूँ।
उसमें आपको तो वैसे पता ही होगा, लेकिन आपने 2018 में केन विलियमसन को 3 बार आउट किया, तो ये मैच के अंदर एक मैच डलेगा।
ऑब्वियसली देखें, मैच के अंदर जब मैच हो तो मज़ा तो फिर ही आता है, अगर मैच के अंदर मैच ना डले तो फिर जो है वो मज़ा नहीं आता। येस, दे आर टफ साइड, दे आर रियली गुड साइड, और उनमें सारे आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट जितने भी प्लेयर्स हैं दे आर रियली एक्सपीरियंस्ड, और वो खेलते हुए आ रहे हैं, और टेस्ट क्रिकेट में दे हैव परफॉर्म वेल और लास्ट ईयर वो वर्ल्ड टेस्ट चैंपियनशिप जो है वो जीते भी हुए हैं.
Well, always good to see you. Good to see you wearing the star again.
Thank you
And
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, you can catch the full version of this interview on all PCB social media sites. Now, time for City Trail. And if you're a big fan of scuba diving or snorkeling or cliff jumping, there's a place I can actually recommend to you, and that's called Charna Island. It's near Mubarak Ghat, near Kimadi. If you're from Karachi, you know where Kimadi is. You can get there, you get clear waters, you get coral reefs, everything. Have a look and check it out. City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
चन्ना आइलैंड पे देखिए पानी बहुत साफ होता है, विजिबिलिटी बहुत अच्छी होती है, मरीन लाइफ बहुत अच्छी है, वहाँ पे अच्छी खासी मछलियाँ नज़र आती हैं, तो इस वजह से वहाँ जाते हैं. गहरा पानी है तो वहाँ जाके फिर हम स्विमिंग करते हैं, स्नॉर्कलिंग करते हैं, स्कूबा डाइविंग करते हैं. लोग पाकिस्तान के तकरीबन हर कोने से आते हैं, मतलब पंजाब हो गया, कराची तो ऑलरेडी हमारे पास है, बल्चिस्तान है, कोयटे के लोग अभी सर्दियों में ज़्यादा आते हैं, तो हम लोग स्कूबा डाइविंग करवाते हैं. आप लोग आए, एक दफ़ा चेक करें स्कूबा डाइविंग क्या चीज़ होता है. एक दफ़ा आप करोगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि पाकिस्तान की खूबसूरतियाँ क्या है. स्कूबा डाइविंग में इस तरह से होता है कि आपको पूरा एक सेट पहनाया जाएगा जिसमें ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर, BCD रेगुलेटर्स वगैरह, यानी कि इन शॉर्ट अंडर वाटर ब्रीदिंग इक्विपमेंट होता है. वो पहना के आपको हमारा इंस्ट्रक्टर लेके जाएगा, चाहे आपको स्विमिंग आती है या नहीं आती, दोनों सूरतों में आपको लेके जाएंगे और एक पूरा गाइडेड टूर होगा जो पानी के अंदर कराएंगे. 25 से 30 फुट डेप्थ होती है. हम लोग को ज़्यादा खूबसूरत बोरल रीप होता है जो एक पत्थर की तरह होता है, और एक मछली है गिसर बोलते हैं इसे, वो आपके बिल्कुल करीब आ जाते हैं, उसको करीब से देखना. और छोटे छोटे मछली है, आप बिल्कुल नीचे हाथ पैर नहीं चलाए, सिर्फ सांस लेके देखे, मछलियाँ बिल्कुल आपकी यूँ आ जाएंगी. नीचे अगर आप जाए तो फिर आपकी दुनिया ही बदल जाती है. नीचे बहुत ही ज़्यादा सुकून है, बिल्कुल ही पीसफुल इन्वायरमेंट है. अगर पानी के ऊपर एक हिलजुल होती है, लहरें होती हैं, तो नीचे वो चीज़ महसूस नहीं होती. नीचे आपको जब मछलियाँ वगैरह आप देखते हैं तो आपको लगता है आप किसी बहुत बड़े एक्वेरियम का हिस्सा है. पाकिस्तान में माशाल्लाह हर चीज़ है, पहाड़, दरिया, समंदर, सहरा के अंदर ओएसिस, क्या चीज़ नहीं है. हिस्ट्री है पाकिस्तान के अंदर. पाकिस्तान में जो मोहनजोदाड़ो है वो उसकी एक अलग हिस्ट्री है. समंदर का एक अलग इतनी बड़ी कोस्ट लाइन है माशाल्लाह हमारे पास, कराची से गवादर तक, और आगे सिंध की तरफ और मज़ीद कोस्ट लाइन है आपके पास. बहुत सी जगह अनएक्सप्लोर्ड है, लोग नहीं जा रहे. जो जगह एक्सप्लोर्ड है वहाँ पे भी अभी कम लोग जा रहे हैं और ज़्यादा पोटेंशियल है.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Welcome back once again. Not a bad place to be, especially, I don't know why, but it's still quite hot here in the afternoons in Karachi. But soon, winters will come. Bazid is so happy to hear that. I don't know why, but he is. Okay, coming back to the test match. Session 2 is about to begin on day 2, but Pakistan's struggle against cleaning up the tail is not something which is new. In recent times, against England as well. If you just look at today, these partnerships, they've been very, very frustrating for the bowlers, especially in the end. This last one, which is going on at the moment, which is a good partnership from New Zealand's point of view, 88 together between Henry and Ejaz. But what do you think? I mean, gone are those days when Wasim and Waqar would clean it up inside 10 runs.
That's what, 25 years ago?
Yeah.
Even in that England test match here in Karachi, they got about 89 with the last 3 wickets in the first innings, and that ended up
playing a big part in that test match. It is a huge problem. It is a big problem. Any lower order runs are so important in test match cricket. It works twofold. I think Pakistan's lower order doesn't contribute as much as other teams, and also the fact that once they do get to say 7 down, 8 down, then they leak runs. I think Matt Henry and say Mark Wood, they're playing a part against Pakistan, and the problem remains. It's about getting 20 wickets rather than getting 7 or 8 or 17 or 18. That's they can't. They're struggling to get all 20 wickets. That's the issue.
In modern day, when you talk about the shortest format of the game, you look for players who are handy in all three departments. But in the longest format also, it's pretty good to have someone at number 8, 9 who can bat a bit or bat like that.
Oh, 100%. The thing that I've noticed, that we have to acknowledge that this wicket is slow and low. That's the first thing. But from an outsider's perspective, I can tell you that we all look upon Pakistan with envy at the quality of fast bowlers and the pace that you have with your fast bowlers. Think back to the Asia Cup with the 3 or 4 pronged attack that you had. But when you've got Hassan Ali and Mir Hamza bowling at 125 to 130 on a slow, low surface, it is actually quite easy for those numbers 8, 9, 10 and 11. And that's not to show any disrespect to them because they're incredibly accurate. Nazim Shah's coming back from an injury, so not quite got that same potency about him. But I think when you do drop in pace like that, you will see that the tail enders often have it a bit easier, and that's what I think we've seen today.
So you're saying Pakistan have a chance?
I'm saying that New Zealand's fast bowlers are of a similar pace. You're right.
Yeah.
There's no Mark Wood out there. There's no Shaheen Afridi. There's no 150 bowlers, Harris Ralph as well. So therefore, there's nobody really hurrying the tail up as much as we have seen.
Okay. So let's have the predictions for Session 2, Day 2. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Is there a possibility of getting back-to-back breaks? You get out of lunch, first ball, wicket, and break again.
Yeah, I think you're spot on here. You've got an opportunity of 10 minutes off again. Yeah, I think Pakistan will be happy with that. What New Zealand want is to drag this out, just to frustrate Pakistan more. But remember, second day and third day, especially with the pitch with a bit of moisture, now that's evaporated, and I think it's the best time to bat, especially lunch to tea. Yeah, Pakistan would want that wicket quickly, but the good thing for Pakistan is that it's a very, very good batting track.
From New Zealand's point of view, losing 83 for 5 in that last session yesterday, you would see 433 and New Zealand would feel they've recovered from that.
Yeah, we talked about the character that Pakistan showed in session number 3 yesterday, the way they were able to fight back. I think we've seen the character from New Zealand too this morning, which is why these two sides are evenly matched. I think if New Zealand can get to 450, psychologically that's a number that will at least put some pressure on Pakistan, and I think New Zealand will be delighted with where they sit right now, even though they did have that collapse yesterday afternoon.
Okay, there you go. Predictions for Session 2. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So when you look at this session, Bazid, now, I mean, what's the discussion, or could be the discussion in the Pakistan dressing room? I mean, they probably would have liked to wrap it up 309 for 6 start of the day's play, and they're now looking at 450 almost.
Yeah, I don't think you can dwell on that too much. You look at that and then because you don't want to come out then, do you? Yeah, I don't want to dwell on that at all, because you look at that and you think you let it slip, but still, you have to come out and make sure that you get your plans right. If you've got Nasim Shah at one end or Abrar or someone, you have to need to make sure where are you going to attack and where you're going to get that wicket. If you're going to spread the field and just allow them the single, then I think they'll take that now. Even this 10th wicket partnership is set, and they look as if they're not having any problem actually reading the bowling and taking the singles either.
Quick one from you. I mean, whenever New Zealand does come out to bowl, Henry's batting, he's got a ball as well. Where do you see New Zealand starting on this surface on Session 2, Day 2? Spinners, or you go on with those fast bowlers up front?
I think
either?
because of the fact you've really just got the two main seamers, the spinners are there, we'll see a slightly different approach to attacking Pakistan as what we've seen in the other way. I think it's been a perfect break for Pakistan when two tail-enders who aren't used to stopping and starting their innings like this. I think that'll be a big part for Pakistan and will help them here. But New Zealand will want early wickets. They got early wickets in the last Test match, and because if they can get into that middle and lower order quickly, they want the bowlers to start thinking about having to bowl once again. You want to tire those bowlers out, especially the workload we've seen Naseem Shah have. The way that if he has to come back quickly, and I don't think so, I'm with Buzzard, I think it'll be a very good batting surface, but you want to get that tired attack back out into the middle and try and get that lead even further.
Okay, thank you guys. So here we are, all set and ready. And we are going to now look into session 2 on day 2. It's 433 for 9, and this partnership is looking good.
Hello and welcome back to City of Lights and also National Bank Cricket Arena. Second day between Pakistan and New Zealand. And things are very difficult, tough, hard for Pakistan. 309 was the score when they started. It's 433. New Zealand still out there batting. Henry 56, Ijaz on 31. Wonderful partnership between these two of 88 of 113. And the main contributor was this man, Henry. Hitting the ball hard, not sparing anything outside the off stump or anything pitched up. He's still out there scoring at a very good rate. 56 of 59 deliveries, putting up a partnership which is really hurting Pakistan. Excellent knock by Henry. And this is how the bowlers have bowled. 21 for Hamza, 24 for Naseem. They all toiled hard. 3 wickets for Naseem. Naseem, I thought, was easily pick of the bowler. Abrar picked up 3 wickets. Little expensive. Salman looked good at the end. Also picked up 3 wickets.
And Pakistan got off to the perfect start. Ish Sodhi out very early on to that man, Naseem Shah, bowled beautifully. And then the big one, Bundle got to 50, and then very quickly got one that stayed down from Abrar. Saudi came and went reasonably quickly. Played reasonably defensively early on in his innings. When he was looking to take them on, lost his wicket. And that was the start of a very valuable last wicket partnership for New Zealand, which is still going. And that man, Matt Henry, 56 from 59 deliveries. Put New Zealand, the man beside him, Ajaz Patel, into a commanding position. Afternoon, is it?
Now, that morning session was all about that 88-run partnership, and it has meant that New Zealand have almost taken control of this first innings. You might have thought that Pakistan holding New Zealand out under 350, and that would have been them in the ascendancy. Now it's just made sure that New Zealand have got to score. Pakistan have to play out of their skin to force a result. To start off, it's going to be Abrar with Matt Henry, who's been so good. 94.92 his strike rate. Start of session 2. Scott Stiers mentioned this just off comms in our little studio show, that not very often would either Ijaz Patel and Matt Henry go into a break and come back out again. So that stop-start might just affect them.
Pakistan's got to stay positive. They've got to think that they can wrap this up quickly. It didn't work before lunch. Things can change quickly. We've seen many a times that once you go into break, you break that rhythm of the batting, things can change.
I thought before the break they went searching a little bit, as you quite often do, just wanting to end the innings. So I'll be interested to see their tactic after lunch. Maybe just look initially to stop them scoring. But with shots like that, you're going to find it very difficult. Abrar just throwing again above the eye line. And Ajaz Patel, going back where he started this game as an opening batsman, playing superbly.
Yeah. High quality this. Down the ground. It's just easy. Looks back at the number 11. Well, that is quality from Ijaz Patel. Just having a word if that mid-on is staying back. Couple of defensive shots out of the middle of the bat and then pops one down the ground. Another top quality defensive shot. 438 for 9. spin from both ends. Salman Agha 3 for 66. Got protection leg side. The one thing you don't want New Zealand to do is just knock it around. Don't want them to just be able to cruise. You still want them to play a big shot. You still want them to take a risk. Right now, he'll spread wide on the leg side.
Henry's playing really well. Even the ball pitched up, he's happy to go back and manage.
I think even with this field, you had a long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. I think if someone gives it a little bit of air, I think Henry will take on those boundary riders. And that could be a chance for Pakistan.
This is what Pakistan don't want. Him just coming down, tapping it away, get a single. Partnership 94.
It's hard to differentiate that who's playing better at the moment, isn't it? Is it Henry or Ijaz?
I thought you were going to ask Pakistan or New Zealand. Appeal, is that sliding down? Alim Dar says nothing doing. Babar looks around. Does have a tendency to take the right at the end, but it seems as if he's walking away. 4:39 for 9. Didn't really spin, just went on with the arm. Alim Dar judging that would have missed leg stump. Bit more flight from Abrar. He's got protection long on, hovering, not completely on the fence halfway. Even mid-off is sort of halfway. The temptation to hit down the ground. Maybe that's a little too quick. Maybe try and buy a wicket. Maybe float one up and ask him to hit down the ground. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep square. And he goes leg side and he's hit it decently. Get a single.
It didn't take New Zealanders to understand and read Abrar off the hand. They know exactly what he's doing. The reading is googly well, the carom ball. $440 for 9 New Zealand.
Hit that well. Oh, tremendous. No, just slipped away. He's hit that extremely well. Imam almost had it under control, but leaks another boundary.
Oh, wonderful timing from Henry. Generally likes to go in the air. He got right to the pitch. The long on in place. Absolutely belted it. Effort from Imam, but that was hit so hard.
Wait there.
Oh.
Nice.
Henry just keeps on looking solid. One hit down the ground. This one a little flick down the ground. That is timed superbly as well. That's gone to the fence. 8 runs off that over. And 100 partnership for the 10th wicket. It's 103. 448 for 9.
Change ball and right time around the wicket. KPA!
Even the bird.
Yeah, that is correct. The 10th wicket has contributed 103 of just 137 balls, and that has meant that now New Zealand bossing this. It has been absolutely brilliant from Matt Henry and Ijaz Patel.
And this is how it was brought up, this 100-run partnership, which is the wee chip down the ground. Not only a 100 partnership for the last wicket, but it's also the fastest, as far as balls concerned, faced in this Test series.
Yeah, change of bowling. Hassan Ali now just working hard on that ball. Hasn't got a wicket in this test match. Daily Pakistan would want him to take one now. Round the wicket.
Right there.
Blocked. It's been so good by this 10th wicket pair. They've been so solid. 100-run partnership coming at quick time, and Ijaz Patel so far has been comfortable in defense.
Right there.
And as I say that, inside edge. But such is the confidence. Daryl Mitchell, he hasn't changed into his white, so he thinks they'll keep going. I think they're not going to field anytime soon, the way that these two are batting.
That's a bit overconfidence, isn't it?
I would hope so, yes. But once you look at that, 103 of 130, 140 deliveries, and Ijaz Patel blocking it on the front foot, well, if that doesn't inspire confidence, what does?
Yeah, they've been solid. Solid in defense, and when it comes to scoring run quickly or hitting the ball, hitting boundaries. They've been up for it. I think what Pakistani bowlers are going to look to do is just to, they're going to treat him like a batsman and try to hit the right line, right length, and ask them to make the move if they want to score runs quickly. They should have done it before lunch.
Solid again. The Osaka boundary contest. Whenever a boundary is hit while the Osaka display is on the LED boards, the batter will be awarded 10,000 Pakistani rupees. Score remains 448 for 9. And that field looking particularly big for Pakistan right now because this last wicket partnership made them stay out there for about 20 overs too long, they would think. Over change of ends.
Is it the second day where they say in Karachi you can bat and wickets hardly fall? And rightly so. Even the last man standing, the last partnership, 103.
No. Nice, Shanu!
Top edge and taken finally. Abrar with that googly working, and it's Ijaz Patel who walks back. The partnership of 104 comes to an end.
Yeah, I don't think he read the googly that well. He's not happy with himself. The openers are running back quickly. They don't have much time to get ready. 449 all out. New Zealand and an excellent partnership comes to, and it was a googly, more from leg side, and Ijaz wanted to heave it over mid-wicket square leg, and Salman Agha taking a very comfortable catch. So that's the end of the innings. Pakistan toiled hard this morning.
It's been tough. That final wicket finally arrives, but not before New Zealand get to 449. Ninth wicket fell at 345, but Pakistan can dwell on that later. Right now, the task is to get those pads on and start batting. It is a wonderful batting track. Yeah, today Pakistan started off with the wicket of Sodhi, Naseem, and then Saudi. Didn't last long, Blundell in between, got bowled by Abrar, but that partnership. Matt Henry, 68 not out of 81 deliveries. Ijaz Patel, he got to his highest test match score of 35. Partnerships, 134 and 100 for the first and second wicket, and then you go down to the 10th wicket, 104 of 149 deliveries. Pakistan bowled 131 overs in search of those wickets. Naseem Shah 3, Abrar finished with 4 for 149, Salman Agha 3 for 75, and that has meant that New Zealand have got a fairly decent first innings score, considering that Pakistan had a superb morning or superb 1 hour in this second day. And the rollers on, and Pakistan will be ready with their second innings, and we'll take a short break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Welcome back to National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. New Zealand have done extremely well to post 449. They were 309 for 6 at the start of the day's play. Henry remained not out on 68, a good partnership of 100 plus between him and Ejaz. Let's have a quick look at the wickets. This was the first one. Wrapped on the pads, and straight away Tom Latham was on his way. Pakistan had to wait a long time to break that opening partnership.
Century stand as well to get the innings and test match going. Devon Conway played beautifully, getting through to another test 100. But a classical off-spinner's delivery, getting it to bounce and turn. And at this point, Pakistan certainly fought their way back into this test match. Both set batsmen were gone. Firstly, it was Latham, but this partnership with 100, and then bang, bang, Devon Conway and Kane Williamson. It was a spell from Nazim Shah that was out of the top drawer, getting the ball to reverse, swinging the ball away, and one of the few that actually carried through to the keeper in the slips. Another beautiful off-spinning delivery. Salman came to the party when his captain needed him. Daryl Mitchell just getting a little too aggressive and in front of the pitch of the ball, taking the off stump. Nobody really was convinced by this, but a great decision from Babar Azam to go upstairs. You can see Safraz's reaction, but the faintest of edges. And that was another New Zealand top order player gone, and then 2 balls later, Michael Bracewell, who's had his struggles against Abrar in this series, straightening nicely. And that was as easy as it comes, hitting halfway up middle stump. To begin the day, Ish Sodhi, who played a nice innings in the previous test match, got another cracking delivery from Nazim Shah, top of off stump. And Pakistan's dismissals through their bowling was good. Tom Blundell, who looked in control all the way through his innings. The one dismissal where the pitch played its part, that was almost along the ground, hitting him on the shin. Southee had been circumspect all the way through, but at that fall of Tom Blundell, decided to be aggressive, and quick hands from Safraz, catching him before the boot could come down. And the real dagger to the heart for Pakistan, this century partnership to close the innings out. Nice googly. And 35 it was for Ajaz Patel, which brings the innings to a close at 449.
Four wickets for Abrar, but expensive. 149 for those 4 wickets. 3 for 71 for Naseem Shah, and the part-time spinner Salman, 3 for 75. So 449 all out in their first innings. New Zealand winning the toss, batting first. Still a very good batting track. Pakistan would look to have a good start. The only thing that one can look at is Abdullah Shafiq's struggle against left-arm spin, and sometimes that aggression that's probably not needed at that time in the game has cost him his wicket. So it'll be interesting how New Zealand try to attack him. And on the other hand, you have Imam ul Haq, who's had a good 2022 with the bat. So contest is on.
And sometimes these partnerships that can be a little bit of an annoyance at the back end of the innings just give a little more impetus to the bowling side as well. I wonder whether Matt Henry will come out just a little bit more fire in his belly, having batted so well, having helped his side from not in trouble, but just to a far better score than they possibly looked like at the first ball of the first wicket this morning. Might have a little bit more about him.
Yeah, it's a good question though, Dooley, because he's not used to batting an hour and a half or close to 2 hours. And as a fast bowler yourself, what about the fatigue aspect of the mental aspect of that 2 hours as well? Will he be a fraction tired going into this bowling spell?
I think it's more about excitement. You get excited when you bat for more than 10 minutes, when you're batting down that far down the order. I know he's done it before, so it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but I sometimes think the excitement just overrides any of that fatigue or anything that might be there.
Yeah, that was my question to you during the lunch show, keeping in mind how long Henry goes on to bat. Would Southee choose Ejaz, also keeping Abdullah Shafiq in mind, his trouble against left-arm spin? As Abdullah Shafiq's numbers, he has a good start. He's only played in the subcontinent. 160 is best, not out.
You also talked about Imam al-Haq's fantastic 2022. You would say you'd be in line for the ICC Test Team of the Year, Simon Doull. Tough decision for a judge.
Yeah, if only we knew a judge.
Runs just past that slip cordon. Isn't too minds to get out of the way, get some bat and safe.
Yeah, it was safe because he played with soft hands. Doesn't look to push at this where he would have then been in a little trouble. It is nicely played under the eyes.
Good early signs for Tim Southey. We saw the ball swing for 3, 4, 5 overs max, didn't we? In that first innings, and even in the first test, there was a little bit of swing, but it was so slow. Have to make the most of it.
Three sips now and a gully for Abdullah Shafiq.
We talked about how deep the slip cordon was in the first innings and the ball didn't carry. I believe New Zealand's too deep in this situation as well. I know the ball is brand new and the bowlers are fresh, but I'd like to see them take a step further closer to the wicket. Same theory being, you would rather drop it because it does carry and you're too close than have it bounce in front. And that's more of a traditional slip fielding position.
Yeah, no, they talked about that in particular in that first test as well. Even with the spinners, Daryl Mitchell was very close. He took an amazing catch down by his bootlaces, spilt one. But you have to be in that position to actually take them. There's no point in watching it bounce short. So you're asking your slip field, I suppose, to catch 6 out of 10.
You always take your lead from the wicket keeper. That's how deep you normally stand. But that's also based on a cricket pitch that's bouncing. This one isn't. I was watching a lot of the Pakistan fast bowlers, the likes of Haris Rauf, even Shahid Afridi. In the lunch break, they were bowling on a practice wicket. Not many of them were getting the ball to bounce above the knees, even at their pace that they can generate. And therefore it is difficult for the slip cordon in the subcontinent. But Daryl Mitchell is incredibly deep there at first slip.
End of the first over, 4 for no loss.
Right time over. Centre. Slightly.
Imam al-Haq.
Off stump, yeah.
650s and 300s, 157. He had 100 against Australia. And Rahul Pindi here again had a good outing against New Zealand. Henry into the attack from the University Road end.
Good time and a good test for Matt Henry. He does enjoy bowling to left-handers, nips the ball away from the left-handers, so bring the slip and keeper into play. That average was well over 50. Slowly bringing it down. His test matches were very sporadic because in general terms New Zealand would play Southey, Bolt, Wagner, sometimes Jamison. So Matt Henry played very few test matches in a row, or was able to get a bunch of test matches together. So every time he came in, just felt like he was starting again. Never easy.
It's an important spell for him here today as well. If you think about his career from a New Zealand perspective in the one-day game, very, very good with the new ball. And then not quite so much later on. Now we should see some reverse, which will help. But he does hit his line and lengths. And he's a bit quicker than what we saw in the first test too, that 137. In normal circumstance, not quite as quick as Nazim Shah, but just highlighting Simon Doull's point since 2021. He should get more opportunities, I think, moving forward over the next year or two. No Trent Bolt anymore.
You just see the difference in those numbers before 2021 and then last 5 games, 23 wickets for him.
Yeah, and that's what I say, the early part of his career, those 12 test matches, I mean, Mazhar will tell me those 12 test matches, but I'd say they came over the space of 4.5 years, maybe even 5 years. So just few and far between when he had an opportunity. So to me, if he gets a long run, I think you're right, Scotty, he deserves, I'm not saying probably, he does, he definitely deserves a longer run. And now New Zealand are probably coming towards the end of Trent Bolton Test match cricket. Neil Wagner not quite showing the pace and the bounce that he has in the last few years. I think Matt Henry will get a fair run. Those 12 Test matches came across 5 years, Mazhar just told me.
And he's not really a young man who's learnt the game. He's 31 years of age now as well.
Maiden 4 for no loss. Sometimes you find yourself in that era where it's hard to break into that 11. You can remember back in the Wasim Waqar days, and with Aqib Javed and the Shoaib Akhtar coming, lots of other quick bowlers, good bowlers. You just couldn't break into the 11.
Oh, I could remember one too. He put the shivers up us in the under-19 level, and that was Mohammad Zahid. And I thought he was going to take world cricket by storm, but he just came and went quickly. But he could bowl real gas.
Yeah, Shoaib Akhtar says he was quicker than him at times. he was rapid.
It's a big call from Shoaib because he doesn't admit many are better than him.
It's a good battle too between Mohammad Zahid and Shoaib Akhtar about who ran in the furthest too. We're a good 35 metres plus.
You mentioned Zahid, his dad passed away today, so please accept our condolences from our side.
Yeah, we played him in the Test match in '96, Scotty. I think he got 11 wickets in Rawalpindi. In the second Test match, after we won in Lahore, we turned up to Rawalpindi and lost the toss, and it reversed around corners, but it reversed at 150 plus Ks. He was very, very quick in that game.
There's a lot of getting the front leg out of the way. Moving towards square leg.
Back leg. All legs.
Yeah, not very long ago, Abrar Ahmed took 11 on debut, equaled his record in Pindi. In Multan, rather.
One of the top batters I think I bowled to in that early part of the career as well was Saeed Anwar. He got 100 in that test match. I think a big 100 in that Pindi test match as well. Pakistan batting first.
Brian Lara once mentioned it in an interview that he's the quickest, probably the quickest he's faced.
I remember watching Zaid bowl at Perth to Brian Lara, and the keeper was a long way back. Had him jumping around the crease. Not many could do that to the great Brian Lara. Just a shame that the body didn't allow him to play a lot more.
It's a bit of bad, maybe 2 sounds. Wait for the umpire signal there. Yep, nothing. Send to the over. It's 5 for no loss.
Time over. Leg stick, sir. Tiny to you. Yeah, leg stop.
In recent times, we've seen these express fast bowlers, anyone above 144, and the longer format of the game, they're given a bit of breaks for various reasons. Mark Wood doesn't play every game. So is the case with Haris Rauf, shorter spells. Quick fire 4 overs.
Just mentioned as well, watching the one-day squad or the extended members bowling on the practice surface. Shaheen Afridi trying to come back from that injury, but the quickest of them all, where it appeared from the boundary, wasn't Haris Rauf. It was with a youngster from the under-19s. Zishan. He's an exciting prospect.
And runs here. At least a couple of them. Yeah, he's a big unit, so he gets that extra bounce. He was just playing the PJL, that Pakistan Junior League, and he was bowling to 14 to 19-year-olds, and yeah, it wasn't a pretty sight if you were batting.
He was in the reserves for the Under-19 World Cup at in the Caribbean. Travelled, but didn't play. But he's really come on leaps and bounds. I saw him in a couple of warm-up situations there and thought there was 2 that I saw actually. One, the left-arm seamer from India. Name escapes me, but he was outstanding. Thought was a great prospect. There's a couple of the young Pakistan quicks, but when you get a chance, Scotty, to do a Pakistan Super League, a PSL, you just see the conveyor belt. There is probably 2 in every team at the moment that are in excess of 145.
I was going to say, if he's only in the reserves at the under-19 level, that is some bowling depth. Even factoring in him coming on in leaps and bounds, as you say.
It's a good shot. Back foot punch. That's runs here. That will give Abdullah Shafiq some confidence. Beautifully played through covers.
Good timing. It's a little push forward and then off that front foot onto the back.
It's a crucial phase too for Pakistan, these 2 openers. You saw their quick bowlers, when the ball was reversing, suddenly come alive. And New Zealand will be looking for the same sorts of method, if you like. They will want to pick up a couple early before the ball starts reversing, but there is an art to getting the ball to reverse too. I must ask Waka Yunus how that happens.
He'll tell you some things, is what I've found. Don't worry about asking Waka Yunus. The bloke next to you, Scotty, don't worry about that. He was quite a crafty exponent at it. One of the early exponents. He learnt from some of the best.
I remember Imran Khan, I think, once mentioned it was Ijaz Ahmed in the nets who actually was getting it moving. 12 for no loss after 4. And then he called Wasim Akar. I think, I don't know if Akar was there. Wasim Akar mentioned that. He's asked him to teach them how he's doing that. He was very slingy. This morning you were talking about how to tackle the reverse if you're a batter. Just tell us a little more. We'll talk in detail about that. You need to have that pace to get the ball to reverse, and I think Naseem Shah in this particular match when Pakistan's bowling probably was the one who's creating problems. But is it that difficult to face someone who's at 130, 35 and getting the ball to shape in? Talking about when you set to get your feet out of the way.
Well, it is difficult facing the reverse ball, especially for those fast bowlers who can swing the ball in both directions. But there is a huge difference at 135 to 142, 145, because you just hurried that much more. And the trick for the batsman is not to get sucked into the original line. You're always taught to get your foot to the pitch of the ball, but if you commit too early, then that late swing, and reverse swing is always a little later than conventional swing, then that's when you get yourself in trouble. Your legs get in the way, your feet get there, and then, like Tom Latham's dismissal, you end up having to play around your front pad, which is why I suggested, you take a leg stump guard, keep your legs out of the way. And Matt Henry, to some degree, did that with some success.
Yeah, I was thinking with someone like Waqar Younis in his prime, and that pace and that late dip, I mean, he would always, 8 out of 10 times sweep you off your feet.
Well, think back to one of the great one-day bowlers, Lasith Malinga. And he, the story of him putting a pair of shoes down and looking to hit the batsman on his shoes. And that's because your feet are in the way. So that slingy action made it difficult to get under the ball if your legs are there and stopping you having a natural flowing swing. So I found the same thing. You could almost bat outside leg stump as a right-hander. So that way those feet of yours don't get in the way. You can access the ball and you can play them accordingly. And I personally found there was a little bit more success once that happens. I think playing reverse swing bowling is exactly the same methodology that you're looking to implement.
And in some ways it goes against the grain of everything you're taught as a youngster. Get into line with the ball and all those things, get your pad down the line of middle and off and play defensive shots. All those things that you're taught kind of goes against that grain a little bit, but it's right.
Now the legs is put away by Abdullah Shafiq, and it's a boundary. It was there to be hit. It's important if he cashes out and adds those runs for his confidence.
One thing New Zealand openers did really well, anytime they got something slightly loose, they put it away, and so far, so good for Pakistan. Same thing.
That's a very good shot. That's a beautiful shot. Straight bat, high elbow, and a boundary. Shafiq's looking good and strong with a 20 without loss at the end of 5.
Half volley on leg stump this time, the overcorrection and line. Another beautifully balanced stroke. Glenn Phillips is very good in the field, and even he couldn't get to this delivery.
Abdullah Shafiq is technically sound, loves this format, loves to bat long, and how about that for a shot? Just a quick wrap up on that chat of ours. We're talking about that reverse swing, or you talk about the slinging action. You mentioned Lasith Malinga. Facing him must have been tough, because you're talking about sometimes his release points are almost in front of the face of the umpire.
Well, the other thing of Lasith Malinga too is he had a phase there. When he started his career, he was around that 135, and he wasn't too bad at that point. But then he went, I want to say 4 or 5 years, where he actually started to touch 145, and that's when he had a huge amount of success. That 10 Ks is a massive asset.
Lovely shot. That's the kind of form Imam is in. Just a bit of width, and he puts that away.
Impatient, hasn't he? Just waited. One in the right zone and cashed in.
It is a good pitch to bat on. He saw Henry and Ejaz middling it. Anything fuller in length was driven nicely. Just managing to keep it safe from that fielder in the deep one.
Sri Lanka have unearthed another one, haven't they, in Patirana? Who's also quite similar. At very young age at the moment, though. It's one of the great things I think about subcontinent cricket too, Sikandar and Scotty. Is I find at times in New Zealand, England, even Australia, that you're overcoached. So you kind of seen at such a young age and then overcoached. There's not too much uniqueness about certain bowlers that come out of our part of the world. It's the great thing about Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka. There's been so many variations of bowlers and styles and things because of that very reason. All of a sudden, a Harris Ralph is seen playing some tape ball cricket, or Lasith Malinga's discovered at the age of 19, and that sort of is allowed to you're allowed to develop your own little style.
It's not just the fast bowlers either. You think of the spinners, the Ajanta Mendes, and now Abra. New Zealand players have never seen bowlers who are that skillful and have all the bag of tricks. It's either an off spinner, or a leg spinner. So very traditional. And I think that's partly the reason you've seen the early success in his career for Abra. But then the trick is then after a year, 2 years, when all the teams have seen you, the level of research and scouting that now goes on these days, after that first couple of years, there's no more secrets anymore. Everybody knows what you do. And that's the adjustment you have to make as a bowler.
End of another over, 25 for no loss. Probably a change in bowling. Spin will be tried. Ejaz will be asked to bowl from the University Road. Just a quick chat on what you guys were talking about. Bowlers and so many different variations that you find in the subcontinent. Pakistan has never had a left-arm wrist spinner, ever. Never found any at the highest level. There is one boy called Faisal Akram, but he's very young. He's coming through the ranks, and then a 14 or 15-year-old who played the PJL, Momin Qamar. Otherwise, Pakistan has never seen a left-arm wrist spinner.
Another example of that too. Talked earlier about playing under 19s against Pakistan, and Mohammad Zahid was running in from one end. Well, it was Saqlain Mushtaq, the current coach of Pakistan, starting to bowl the Dusra. And we had never seen it before. And the team meetings we had saying, what's going on here? How's this guy getting the ball to spin in the other direction? Because it all looked the same. And then a year later, of course, he had burst onto the international scene, and the commentators in Australia on their tour, Pakistan's tour of Australia, I can recall it vividly. They were sitting there trying to decipher it themselves. The same conversations we had in the dressing room about Saqlain and what he was doing. The commentators were trying to figure that out as well. How was this genius of a spinner getting the ball to spin in both directions?
And there was one of the series I remember Graham Hick was having a tough time facing him. And a little more recent would be Saeed Ajmal versus Kevin Peterson. Just not picking him. That was in Abu Dhabi.
Saeed Ajmal against most of us, to be fair.
Oi, Jazzy! Come on, Jazzy boy, stop boy! Oh!
Quick single there. A good one. Got to be a little careful with Abdullah Shafiq. Imamullah was mentioning it, that my partner hardly talks to me. He just doesn't say a word, and he's staying in the next room to me, and I never knew about that. He was there throughout the England series. And he came into the international circuit with the white ball with a T20, and then suddenly realized, no, he's good for the longer format. And his concentration levels, according to Imam, are really very, very good. So good that he doesn't talk to his partner.
Oh, Jazzy!
Well, that's a great sign for Pakistan, because we mentioned yesterday, I believe it's the main strength of Kane Williamson and Devon Conway is that they don't ever get satisfied with the number of runs. They're always looking for more.
Oh, Jazzy!
And if he can continue with that, then I think Pakistan have found themselves a very good opener for the future.
This is an interesting contest. Jack Leach has troubled him, and here Ejaz Patel will pose a bit of threat. 7 gone, 26 for no loss.
Yeah, different dismissals as well, weren't they? Jack Leach beat him on the inside edge. LBWs. Ejaz Patel has beaten him outside edge. So you can see why he's trying to counter-attack what the left-arm spinner was trying to do in that first test, coming down the pitch, but turned past the bat, picked up stump. So just that little area of concern for him at the moment, just early on in his career, just that one area.
And you just almost get a feeling that Jack Leach was troubling him where the ball pitches in line and straightens up, and then against Ejaz, he came down to avoid that. And that ball just spun away.
I think the trick too is, as a spinner, if not every single ball turns, because that's when the ball slides on and your LBWs from the likes of Jack Leach become a real weapon.
There you go.
These ones It's just going straight on from Jack Leach. The first one beating the outside edge, then he's playing for it, and it's not turning. That's the trouble against England.
After watching all those from Jack Leach, and then you just feel that he's trying to avoid that and meet the ball early. Completely missed it. And he's coming down the wicket and defending it. Wasn't even like a full swing of the bat. There you go. This is how Ejaz got him. Just comes down and then just offers a defensive stroke, but that much turn, it was exaggerated turn. Got Shan Masood as well. Sensodyne sensitivity. Free moment because life is too short for sensitive teeth. That's in the air. Opportunity here. And he's gone. Again, a shot. Trying to be aggressive. Not in control whatsoever. With a man in the deep. And he takes him on and perishes.
It's the best part of 141 kilometres an hour. And we have heard for the last, well, 24 hours from Waqar Younis. Do not forget the short ball. And this is the result. Unable to keep it down. Slightly in the top half of the bat, and a simple catch for Ajaz Patel. And exactly what New Zealand wanted. That was an early wicket. And they have got it. Abdullah Shafiq looks solid for his 19, but one mistake was all it took. 27 for 1.
Early breakthrough for New Zealand. Abdullah Shafiq in the previous over, and out walks Shan Masood. He does have the big scores to his name, but he'll want to improve on that average. 28. He'll want to make amends and pick that up, and he's got an opportunity. It's a short ball that's done the damage for New Zealand. The short ball that Pakistan didn't use much of.
Got to praise the captaincy of Tim Southee too, as a fast bowling captain. I'm sure he was tempted to keep himself on and take Matt Henry off, the new man to the playing 11, if he was wanting to bring on Ajaz Patel, but he went with a man who's had a great day.
Over, done. 27 for 1.
Yes, the problem with that front foot pull shot Once it gets too high, then you're struggling. He doesn't even ride the bouncer. He's always going to pull it from the front foot. And once it's that sort of height, it's caused problems a couple of times for Abdullah Shafiq. So maybe something that he needs to tweak with.
Abdullah Shafiq back in the dressing room. He had a good run in Australia, and after that he's fallen off. That's a lovely shot. Using his feet, Imam-ul Haq. He likes this. He likes using his feet, and he's timed the ball well.
It's a leg side dominant field as well. The reason he is able to get there on the full, could balance it.
Come on, Jazzy boy.
Point of contact as well, and most importantly, the placement was excellent.
Jazzy.
And this is a strong suit of his game, Imam-ul Haq, the use of his feet. Now, when he's not using his feet, he doesn't get caught in the middle. He does have that aggressive option as well. And every now and then, when he's to the pitch of the ball, he's got that attacking stroke as well.
One of the other features we've seen in terms of the difference in captaincy between Saudi and Babar Azam is we're only 8 overs in, yet a deep point is out for the left-hander. So the in-out field's already being employed. Babar Azam was a little bit more traditional with the field placements in the first innings yesterday. See nobody from cover all the way around to slip except for that man on the boundary. A little bit of protection. He can bowl that fraction wider without fear of going away for 4.
And he's given him protection. You mentioned the deep point, but he's also the fact that with Ijaz bring the ball back in. Also leaves Imam-ul Haq open to playing against the spin if he's looking to run it down. Bring the slip into play as well. And that man should cut it off for 2. $33 for 1. Big opportunity for Shan Masood. Played a couple of test matches since his return to the test squad. That's a lovely shot. That is sweetly timed, and that is a wonderful way to get off the mark. Will definitely give him some confidence.
That's very good. Balance, the timing, everything following where the ball went. Beautiful shot.
What we've seen in the best part of 10 overs, the boundaries off the fast bowlers have all been punches. No full-blooded strokes, just getting yourself into good position, letting the timing of the bat do the work. That is an exceptional stroke.
A big shout for Henry. Yeah, not interested, the skipper. For Shan Masood as well, it's a huge opportunity for him. He's short on runs since he's come back. Only the 2 test matches, of course. But we saw the way the surface is playing. It is such a friendly batting paradise out there. If you play yourself in, there are plenty of runs on offer. A leg slip now in place. Kept it down for a single.
A lot more short pitch bowling with the harder, newer ball, which is good from New Zealand. As that ball gets softer, that short ball also not as potent. Henry testing it out. Also what that does is get the ball older quicker and get reverse swing into play. Shan does like a pull. Abdullah Shafiq with that pull shot, he goes on to that front foot. Now once he's committed there, there's no sort of swivel at all. It's just a stand-up pull shot. Now if that ball's a bit lower, he's nailed that through mid-wicket, but once it gets to that shoulder height or higher, he's got no control at all. And from that position, there's no coming back because he's locked himself off. If you're pulling off the front foot, which Ricky Ponting did for a living, but he used to swivel with the ball and had that ability then to be able to hit it down. But from that sort of angle which Abdullah does pull from, he's sort of now committed to the shot. Now if the ball's too high, it's only going to go up.
Well, the extension of the arms was actually really good. That's what you want to do as a batsman playing the pull shot. But you're bang on right about Ricky Ponting. He's actually not somebody I think you can copy. He's such an exception to the rule, and he was so good at that shot that nobody else can really pull off the front foot with the regularity and success that he has. This is going to be tight. Firmer throw, might have seen a bit of trouble, but good running coming back for 2. 43 for 1.
One minute down.
And New Zealand has managed to break through, and we keep dissecting Abdullah Shafiq. And the other thing that Baz that you talk about, because he gets into that front foot and doesn't have that swivel, the other option on a pacier wicket can always be open the bat face and play it on the up. But because he doesn't have control and he's on that front foot, the only way he's looking to is roll his arms over, which also he doesn't have control of. Only manages to top edge it in the end. He's been short of runs in the last few games. Just drags it into the leg side.
Just wondered too whether Pakistan are looking to employ similar tactics to what we saw New Zealand do yesterday, where they attacked Abrar as the spinner early, tried to put Tim Southee, or yesterday it was Babar Azam, under pressure as captain to bring the quick bowlers back, maybe tire them out a little earlier. But I think Pakistan so far have shown they want to get after Ajaz Patel, not let him settle.
It's also one of the ways that Imam plays. It is a natural part of his game to use his feet. And he likes getting down the track and hitting through the line of the ball. That's another wonderful stroke from Shan Masood. This time he dances down the track to pick up a boundary.
And so will Shan Masood. Shan Masood has talked about his intent throughout the couple of years that he's played first-class cricket. He wants to get after the bowling. He wants that rhythm of scoring runs quickly, and that's brought him success over the past year, and he's forced himself back into the side, and he's not going to go away from that. He got stumped in the first innings, in the first test, but this is the way he wants to bat. He's already 12 off 7, but he'll carry on trying to take the attack to the spinners especially.
You often see, don't you, as well, captains prefer the ball spinning away from the bat. With two left-handers at the crease, we may see Tim Southee turn to the off-spinner.
Touchdown!
That's another wonderfully timed stroke, this time through extra cover. This is excellent batting from Shan Masood.
Come on, Jesse.
Pakistan, even though they have lost one wicket, are going through it nearly 5 runs and over. Yeah. That last wicket century stand from New Zealand showed how good a batting surface this still is.
This time over mid-on. One bounce into the fence. This is a wonderful batting display. And Shan Masood has come out looking to deliver the counter punch.
And again, mid-on and mid-off in the circle if it was one-day cricket, but they're up, so he just goes over the top. Plenty of gap there.
Come on, Jesse boy.
He's hit 3 boundaries in the over. And mid-on, mid-off, still up in the ring. In the air and straight to the fielder. An eventful over ends in New Zealand's favour, with Shan Masood cutting one straight to point.
So disappointing for Shan Masood, and almost a snapshot of where his career's been. Looking so good, can play all the strokes with class and elegance, and then a little slightly round arm, back of a length, quicker delivery. A delivery that should have been put away. And a disappointing dismissal, and not what Pakistan needed. They may be going at 5 runs and over, but they've lost 2 wickets now. It's 56 for 2.
Bouncing more than I thought. You're ahead a few times in that box today.
And the Pakistan skipper makes his way into the middle. And with the way proceedings were going, he would have hoped to stay in the dressing room for a bit longer. But he's come out. He loves his ground. That 196 came against the second test in Australia on this very ground. And the average also a good one, just under 50. He's got work to do. Pakistan, yes, scoring at a tick over 5, but they've lost 2 wickets, and they've lost 2 big wickets. Abdullah Shafiq and Shan Masood both back in the hut. While Imam, who's been a silent bystander on the other end for a while, will now pace up to Henry. You see a plan here from Henry to Imam. We come back to that. Shan Masood, last ball of the previous over. He's just trying to muscle that, lose his shape. A simple catch in the end.
Yeah, already had 3 boundaries in that over. And he thinks he's thrown it away. Well, he has thrown it away. Don't know about Ruj. Sikandar will be very happy with the strike rate he had, 181. Chance, maybe. Has that carried? No. He'll set is that short ball.
Oh, Waqar Younis will be loving this, because Matt Henry has tried to go after Imam al-Haq. This is an intriguing leg side field. 4 men on that leg side. There's a man in close on the off as well. And that may well have just carried. Daryl Mitchell, I know he put one down in the first test, but he's got very good hands. 2 men out on the boundary as well if he does get hold of it.
That's an area of late that the opposition teams have targeted Pakistani batters. The strangle down the leg side, and on surfaces like this, you have to bring something to the table. Be active to the situation, and the field set a rather good one to that short ball bowling. For anything that he might clip off his legs, or even for the full-blooded pull shot, could very easily go to one of those men on the leg side.
The one thing New Zealand have to be careful of, just take a look from this angle, because you are only allowed 2 men behind on the leg side. There is a fine leg in place, and Daryl Mitchell there at a leg gully, if you like. That means the man under the helmet and Kane Williamson at square leg and the deep square all have to be in front of that line. They cannot get across, otherwise it'll be a no ball.
Straight to Kane Williamson.
You happy with that? They're forming a little queue or a long queue. Short legs, short square leg, and then that deep square leg, almost in one line to the fence.
You don't often see that, do you? There's always a slight difference in angle, but all 3 of those players are, you're quite right, in the same line.
Two slips and a gully. Short men catching on the offside for Babar Azam. And can be susceptible to the ball that just nips back in Babar Azam earlier on in his innings. .57 for 2. The crowd in numbers, and we've obviously been blessed by the Pakistan women's team, who have also shown up to the ground. Nida Dar in the front, Aisha Naseem, Muniba Ali. They're off to Australia next to play 3 one-days, 3 T20s as they head into the T20 World Cup in South Africa. Had a good series against Ireland. Had a good one-day series against Ireland a couple of months ago. The women's team winning 3-0. They lost the T20 series 2-1. Bisma Maroof in the glasses behind Nadadar, who will captain the side to that T20 World Cup.
Yeah, power hitters. Aisha Naseem and Nidada.
lads. Come on.
That's one thing that Pakistan women's team were lacking in, but now they've got a couple who can clear the fence easy.
Selfie queen in there as well, Kainat Imtiaz. Next to Bisma Maroof, second row. Quite a following she has.
Selfie queen. She's taken that title from you, has she?
Not from me, from
From
Zainab.
Zainab.
From
And
Zainab.
you.
Zainab and me? She trumps us both. Fast bowling all-rounder, Kainat Imtiaz.
Oh, Jazzy. Love it, Jazzy. Love it, Jazzy. Good teaser.
Nidadar is one of the candidates nominated for the ICC T20 Women's Cricketer of the Year.
Good, Jazzy. Love it, work, Jazz.
Good off-spin bowler and can hit the ball a mile as well.
Go, Jazzy. Beautiful, Jazzy. Oh, Jazzy.
Maiden to end this over, 57 for 2. This is Ijaz to Shan Masood. Full balls and he's used his feet well to come down the track. And the short, wide one. And he's chipped it straight to point. Forcing the issue.
Yeah, you just feel with Shan Masood, he's trying to force the issue too much. Even in that first innings of that first test match, he just wants to impose himself too much. Maybe he needs to get that rhythm of his game right, the innings, the balance between attack and defense. Maybe he just needs to get through that, and then he'll be able to compile a score. Just seems as if he's trying too hard. And there was a statement yesterday from Shahid Afridi. Chief selector said that T20 players whose strike rate is below 130, 135 won't be selected in the T20 team. I think Shan's taken that to heart. His strike rate was 181, but different format.
That's a lovely delivery, just holding its shape. and leaving Barber outside his off stump. As in the middle, the actions continued in the Tapal Tea Lounge as well. For a Tapal Tea moment, me and Dooley will be down there later on. Scott, you and Baz are welcome to join us.
We don't do late invites. You want to invite us? Maybe early morning for an afternoon tea, but half an hour before you go, well, it's not good enough. 57 for 2.
Change of bowling from the pavilion, and Michael Bracewell with his off spin into the attack. He bowled well with the new ball in the first innings of the first test. The surface slightly more tackier, got the ball to grip and turn. Got big wickets off Shan Masood and Imam ul Haq as well. Still new into his test career, but he liked this bowling to the left-hander. One slip and short leg in place. As a quick single, you have to rush for this. Wayward throw in the end.
Just wonder if that was the right end to go to. In the naked eye, it looked like Babar Azam was a little slow to get out of the blocks, just to wait, and there, that little goose step, if you like. Direct hit might have been close. In fact, it would have been out.
Oh, he can raise his thumb now and say thumbs up. Better throw would have been a different story. He's got this issue with running between the wickets, Imam ul Haq, every now and there. Partners not happy with him with the way he calls.
I think it's been the one difference between the top four for both sides yesterday and today. I mean, watching this, Pakistan have looked in total control, and then just two poorly executed strokes have led to the two dismissals. The New Zealanders looked equally as in control, but didn't make those same mistakes. And I think that's the next part of this evolution of this top four, is to eliminate those mistakes and just grind the opposition down on surfaces like this, which are as good for batting as you'll see.
Trademark Babar Azam. Sweetly timed, gets off the mark with a back foot punch.
Does it so easy. Underneath his eyes, as always, and timing sublime.
Come on, Beastie Boy. Oh, Beast. That bounce, Beastie. Gorgeous, the Beast.
One of my favorite moments, a Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Oh.
62 for 2, and it's time for a cup of tea. 21 overs in this session, a shorter session because of the longer first session. 3 wickets have come. 2 Pakistan wickets, and of course that last wicket partnership for New Zealand for Pakistan to break it open. Runs have been scored, but it's been at the cost of 2 Pakistan wickets. Abdullah Shafiq and Shan Masood both back in the hut. And New Zealand, I feel will be very pleased with this effort. Yes, Pakistan have scored the runs, but they've picked up 2 wickets on top. For Babar Azam and Imamul Haq, it'll be time to rebuild after they come out after a cup of tea. Batting for Pakistan, the runs came, but it was a cost of 2 wickets. Abdullah Shafiq went for 19, and Shan Masood then forcing his way through after 3 boundaries. Hit one straight to Devon Conway off Ijaz for 20. Imamul Haq now 17 with his skipper at 4. Pakistan 62 for 2 on tea on day 2. Bowling has been good for New Zealand. They employed the short ball in particular from Henry, and it yielded 1 wicket. Ijaz with the wicket to Shan Masood. Those are 2 wickets in the columns as far as the first 15 overs are concerned. Highlights of the session of Pakistan. It was first a matter of breaking this partnership. They started off with another boundary from Ijaz Patel, followed by Henry. And then there was this one up in the air. It was a simple catch for Salman. And after a lengthy partnership, over 100 runs, Pakistan batters came out to bat. He timed the ball well. He looked in good nick, Abdullah Shafiq. When it was full, he presented the full face off the bat. And then the short ball paying dividends for New Zealand. Simple catch to Ijaz Patel. Henry with the wicket. Imamul Haq, as ever, good when he uses feet. Shan Masood came out, took the attack onto Ijaz Patel. It was 3 boundaries, 3 good boundaries. When he used his feet, timed the ball. And this one over mid-on. Last ball after those 3 boundaries, he slashed one straight to Devon Conway waiting at point. Ijaz Patel had the last laugh in that situation. They set the leg side field, and this one as dipping down to Daryl Mitchell. There's another close one run out with a wayward throw. And Babar Azam ended lunch with that sublime drive off the back foot. As the teams walk off for tea, we'll have a quick look at the match summary. 449, a good first innings score, courtesy Conway and Latham up front, but then it was the Henry package for 68 and Blundell with 51. Abrar the 4 wickets to his name, 3 for Naseem, 3 for Salman. Pakistan in their first innings sitting at 62 for 2, and they trailed by 387.
For Pakistan, 62, yes, but 2 down. First, Abdullah Shafiq handing a catch in the deep to Ejaz of the bowling of Henry. And then this brain fade, what do we call it? We'll discuss that in detail. Shan Masood dismissed by Ejaz again. This is the match summary. New Zealand won the toss, batted first, 449 all out with a big 122 from Conway, and then so on. The tail was brilliant. Henry and Ejaz put up more than 100 runs between themselves. And then Pakistan 62 for 2. They're moving at 4.13, but the wickets column say 2. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. I've got Uruj Mumtaz and I've got Chris Harris alongside me. Let's start with Uruj, and just let it out. Just say what happened with Shan Masood. 4 boundaries, 20 of 11 deliveries, and a soft dismissal.
I'm not quite sure. I think I have to ask him, but it almost feels like when he gets into the runs, he almost gets into a bit of a rush, and he just feels he needs to impose himself on the game. He needs to find that balance between attack and then still look for the opportunity as well. He used his feet in the Ejaz over 3 times, and he's made amends with the way he got in the first innings where he didn't quite reach the pitch of the ball. He used his feet well, and it was a ball there to be put away, the one that he got out to, but it was almost like he tried to muscle it more than anything. It's trying to again impose himself on the game, and he lost shape in trying to fall back and cut that through. He's got his opportunities, but in the manner that he's gotten out in all 3 innings now, that is something that'll probably wane on the back of his head. That when he looks good, he really looks good, but then he just plays this out of the blue shot and he loses his wicket. So it's been tough for him.
Fast bowlers, of course, fuller lengths with the new ball. Pakistan didn't work here. Again, some drive scores were coming in, and in comes the variation. Short ball, and Abdullah Shafiq takes the man on a deep square.
Yeah, brilliant from Matt Henry. I mean, Wakar's been asking it from the Pakistan bowlers to mix up. Obviously, you bowl in good areas most of the time, but you've got to mix it up with the good odd short ball. And I thought Matt Henry is exceptional. Yep. I mean, it's a little bit ironic that Henry and Patel are so good in that last wicket partnership, and they're the 2 to get a wicket as well. So everything going brilliantly for those 2 today. And New Zealand, you have to feel on top at this stage.
Yeah, we were hoping just keep them out, let them bat. They get tired, they don't come out to bowl. But they're batting well, they're bowling well. Let's have a look at the wickets. The first one, Abdullah Shafiq.
Yeah, it was where he again got stuck onto the front foot. You see his head at the point of impact. He's already has his head looking down, and he's got no control. So the ball's gotten high on him. He hasn't rolled his hands, nor has he tried to play it up and over that man. It's more of a place where he's gotten stuck on that front foot.
And then Shan Masood, he had Ajaz Patel on toast. He'd hit 3 boundaries in this over, got the short wide one, but just bad execution, trying to lean back and do too much with that delivery. Just had to punch it through the covers for 4.
You just end up getting yourself into that position as a batter at times. You say, when you get a full toss, you can put it away anywhere, but where? And this was a ball that was there to be hit, and I don't know if to call it unlucky, or I don't know, the controlled aggression or calculated risk was missing in his short innings.
See, every time you have to play a shot, you might get the length right, the line right, but the execution is the key, and I think that's where he just gets flustered. He brought out the reverse in the first test as well, and the England series, and every now and then he just looks to muscle the ball through where he loses shape. So I think he needs to find that balance between aggression and sort of then crossing that line where he loses shape when he tries to hit the ball a bit too hard.
Okay, time for us to get the expert predictions. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. So Imam and Babar at the crease. Imam and Babar both are in good form. So would it be wrong to say if they can get either one of them now, they can New Zealand can take full control and they'll have the final out?
Oh, you can say that fairly so, and we've seen that once the batters do get onto the surface, and the New Zealand last wicket showed that it's a batting paradise out there. But once you get in, it's difficult to get you out unless you make a mistake. But New Zealand have been come out thinking on their feet. So it's time for Babar and Imam to get in there and then make big runs. For New Zealand, if they break this open, it could be slightly tough for Pakistan with that big first inning score that they've given New Zealand.
In this final session, Chris, what do you predict that how Saudi will use his bowlers? Will it be quick fire spells or he'll have longer for spinners?
Yeah, I think we'll go searching a little bit. I think there'll be lots of rotation. New Zealand know how important this partnership is. These 2 players, Babar and Aman, are 2 of the most informed Pakistan batsmen at the moment, so it's such an important partnership for New Zealand to break. So I think it'll be short, sharp spells from all the bowlers. They'll keep rotating it. They'll keep trying different things. They'll experiment a little bit with the field. We've already seen from Matt Henry lots of short stuff with a lot of guys catching on the leg side as well as guys in the deep. And I think we'll see a lot of experimenting, but still trying to bowl in good areas and trying to execute the plan they put in place.
Okay, expert predictions. There they are. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, so final session is about to start on day 2. Uruj, Sodhi versus Babar and the Googly. Will be fun to watch.
It's going to be fun to watch, and I'm sure it won't be long before we see it. For Babar, again, I think that'll play into his mind so many times. But the class of the player that he is, I'm sure he's done something in his game to sort of pick that one and maybe not force that ball away and just play it with a dead bat. Not every day history is going to repeat itself, and I just feel Babar scoring big runs.
Let's get you guys into shade. Thank you very much. Let's enjoy cricket.
About to head into the third and final session of day 2 of this second test match. The KFC presents Duffer News, Pakistan-New Zealand Test Series, second of 2 tests, live from the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. New Zealand bowled out earlier today for 449, courtesy of a fantastic 10th wicket partnership, and they have taken 2 of Pakistan's 10 wickets, Shafiq and Shan Masood, both been dismissed. Imam ul Haq and Babar Azam out in the middle. They will resume their partnership, just 6 from 24 at the moment when we come out after tea. 15 overs have been bowled, 2 wickets to fall. And alongside me, Waqar Younis had been calling for short balls, and they got one. He didn't play it very well, Waqar.
Not at all. This is not the first time I'm seeing Abdullah Shafiq not controlling the shot, playing from the front foot. He was trying to fetch it rather than allowing the ball to come to him. And then Henry picking up a very, very good wicket. And this one, Shan Masood was in a bit of rush. Had few boundaries, saw the short delivery, eyes lit up and hit it straight to the man.
Devon Conway taking the catch. Jas Patel absolutely over the moon with that one. Century for Conway, half centuries for Latham, Henry and Blundell. 4 for Abrar and 3 apiece for Naseem and Salman. And Pakistan trail by 387. 2 key players at the crease, skipper Baba and Imam, looking to stitch together a partnership. Set to get underway after tea. Alex Wharf, Aleen Dar, the 2 umpires out in the middle, and it will be Jas Patel. Slightly round arm, it stayed down a touch. Very pleasant conditions out there, I imagine. Not too much sunburn for the top of the Swede, Chris Harris, or not?
No, there's a little bit. A few reflections off the table.
Just come back from our tea time show. How warm is it?
Oh, I've got to say it's high 20s. I think it's got to be 27, 28. 35 on the top of my head. I'll be definitely reapplying some sunscreen.
35 on top of your head. I like that.
Oh, Jazzy!
Good for shining the ball. Like a
Lovely drift there, Jazzy. Jazzy, that's so good, Jazzy. Lovely drift there, Jazzy boy.
A little bit quicker. Imam will things rolling after tea.
Nice game.
Just before tea, Imam ul Haq and Shan Masood both were looking to use their feet, and suddenly Shan gone and Imam have to really be very careful now. He'll be a lot more watchful. Oh, careful. Just don't get too close to the ball. He himself realized that he just went too close to the ball with that drift from Ijaz.
Oi, Jazzy.
He had some trouble against the left armour previously. 63 for 2.
Come on, beastie boy.
So Bracewell just the one over prior to tea, went for 5.
Rashid bhai. Come on, beastie.
Michael Bracewell has bowled 1 over just before tea. Continues.
Yeah, I like this to the left-hander. We saw someone, I'll go get a couple to go past Conway. So just a certain area, just slightly shorter than that tends to just bounce a little bit more.
I don't think Babar Azam was expecting to be out there this early, especially after seeing the later order batsmen batting with so much comfort. He was hoping to have a bit of rest, feet up for a little while, maybe for a session or so. Not the case.
He was looking at batting tomorrow, wasn't he?
New Zealand will be thinking, one more wicket here now. We can really push Pakistan next to the wall.
I think at the start of the innings, if they'd said 3 with a bonus of 4 by the end of play, you know, 3 for 150, 4 for 150, I think New Zealand would have taken that.
I think this partnership is key as well. Both in brilliant form with the bat in recent times. New Zealand will know how important this partnership is. Another good over from Bracewell. Pakistan 63 for 2.
Come on, Jasmine.
Lovely shots from high above this National Bank Cricket Arena, surrounding grounds, practice facilities.
Oh, Jazzy.
It's a really good
Jazzy.
sporting facility here.
Love that, Jazzy boy.
Seen the training in and around these grounds for the last couple of days.
Oh.
Slowed that one up nicely.
Jazzy. Lovely, Jazzy.
This National Bank Arena has got heaps of land around the stadium, and this is all a property of the cricket ground. And there was a talk about this. This is a wonderful stroke, beautiful shot. Use of the feet, getting to the pitch, and no holding back. Excellent. He looks so good when he's hitting that shot. When he uses his feet, he makes sure that he holds nothing back. So there was a massive talk about building a hotel around this stadium. So especially during the time when we had more security issues, and build a hotel here.
Oh,
teams can stay there and can be also used as a business hub.
Boy.
Bit of a sleep in for you, Waka, leaving a little bit later.
100%, and they're also thinking of making a tunnel underneath, so you don't really have to jump in the van. Just walk.
Down, Ross.
What a great idea, though. A lot of the places in England now have hotels at the grounds. There's many around down at Southampton, Old Trafford, a couple of others, Chesterley Street, got a hotel at the ground. There's another couple county grounds that I can think of. Gloucestershire.
Oh, Jazzy!
One at Derbyshire as well now.
Beautiful set, Jazzy boy.
69 for 2. Terrific idea if you're playing a lot of cricket in and around the area. There's no better feeling than just sort of waking up. The ones in England are predominantly on the ground. So you actually wake up walk onto your balcony. World Test Championship. I had a ground-facing room, just sat on the balcony and watched when we weren't working.
Run out here, boys. Come on.
Great spot for it, I think.
You've seen that one at Old Trafford, actually. Literally, as you said, you just literally open your curtains and you feel like you're in the grandstand.
Run out, boy. Come on.
Brilliant viewing.
Yeah, Rose Bowl, Southampton, they also have a hotel.
Dianos!
And some of the hotel rooms are actually commentary box. And during the test matches, during those top cricket, ODIs, T20s, those rooms facing the ground, you need some money to get in there.
Yeah, you do. Well, we stayed at the Oval in Adelaide, which is the new hotel right on the ground in Adelaide as well, which is fantastic. Breakfast view was great. None of the rooms actually have a ground view, though. Oh, that's gone fine, and it'll race down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit finer than Bubba intended. Just felt like it skidded on a little bit. Definitely trying to go backward. It just slid off the face.
I'm not sure if he read the length right. He likes to play that shot because the length was a little bit fuller. That's why it went in the air. Normally, he controls that shot really well. He loves that shot. That's his more productive shot. Maybe just a little too close and a bit more bounce.
It's the different nature of the surface. When you're a little bit slower, you get a little bit more bounce, which makes that shot just a little bit more dangerous.
Better from Bracewell. 74 for 2.
Come on, Jazzy boy. Steve in the game, boy. Go!
Nicely played. It'll be at least 2, probably 3. Bubba will come back comfortably.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, nice from him, man. A bit wide from Ajaz Patel. Hasn't tried to hit this, just let it come onto the bat. And played it very late under his eyes. Good control.
But since tea, Ajaz have started bowling a little quicker. Before that, it was more of a loopy deliveries. He was giving more air. I think they might have had a word with him and asked him to bowl a little quicker.
No, not much happening there. I thought there might have been a little collision, but everything all right at the back end of that third run. Advancing. Didn't quite get the flight he was looking for.
Something's happening, boys. Come on, Jazzy. Jazzy. Jazz, that's excellent. Excellent, Jazzy. Beautiful ball on this, Jazzy boy.
Patel just mixing up his pace, aware that over his arms, quite keen to use his feet. Get down to look to hit him straight. Just mixing his pace up nicely.
Oh, Jazzy. So good, Jazzy boy. Lovely, Jazzy. Lovely, Jazzy. Come on, Jazzy boy. 3 for 80, boys. Come on, Jazzy. Oh, yeah. So good from you, Jazz.
Just that 3 from the over, 77 for 2.
Beastie! I'm in here, Beastie. Good Beastie. I see you and you see me. Come on, Beast.
Oh, there's a little bit of turn. Excellent work from Ajaz Patel. Soft enough hands from Imam.
Good signs though for Bracewell. Got that length, just see it straighten. Well controlled from Inman. But nice areas from Bracewell, asking the right questions.
Oh, yes, GP.
What Bracewell is trying to do, especially to Imam, is trying to land in a place where we saw earlier when Conway lost his wicket. There's a little bit outside the off stump, nice and full, where the batsmen come on the front foot. Quick again. Just want to show you that wicket. Watch that. There you go. That's the one. That's one spot there we've seen many balls spun and spun sharply and bounced. And that's Bracewell trying to do, especially to Imam. No real spin from outside the off stump of Babar Azam. He looks pretty comfortable and at ease.
It's very finely played again. Just a couple this time. 80 for 2.
Change ball in right arm around the wicket.
And for 12 off 3 for the skipper.
He's 3 overs in his opening spell, so he's still fresh. as we expected, he's pretty quick to rotate his bowlers just to try and find the right combination. Hint of shape away from the left-hander.
It's tough on the bowlers, isn't it, when you have 2 days gap between the test matches. Playing on these sort of pitches where there's not much for the pacers and only 2 days break. You hardly recovers. Especially if you're a team who's been fielding at the end, 4th inning, and then 2 days break, and if they lose a toss and they have to come and bowl again. My God, that's a tough ask. 3 days, I think it should be minimum, if not 4. I know there are a lot of cricket going around the world, and everything has to be squeezed in. There have to be short tours, but I still feel that lovely shot, pure timing. Didn't try to hit it hard. Use that meaty part of the bat.
That's wonderful batting. After the first couple, Southey gets in a little bit straighter. And beautiful full face. Straight back past the bowler on the onside. Wonderful shot. And just see with that shape away from Southey. You've got Williamson, who's more of a second slip. And he's just walked behind the keeper, but he was a little bit closer. As he takes his stance, he stays very low, knowing that it's going to be a low catch. I think Scott Storris touched on it, making sure he's close enough that the ball carries.
And he doesn't spend a lot of time. He used to spend a lot of time at gully. Kane Williamson, a very good gully fielder. Doesn't spend a lot of time in its slip. New Zealand have tended to go with Latham and Mitchell. Obviously, Tom Latham still off the field. He's not been well. So they've lost a genuine second slip. Just the one boundary from the over, 84 for 2.
Beastie boy. Come on, lads.
Free entry, of course, for any patrons. Short and pulled away. There is protection out there, though, so he'll get away with just the one.
Come on, Beastie. Come on, boy.
It's a good single. But don't forget, you can get your merchandise. One Day Internationals are coming up. PCB shop, shop.pcb.com.pk. All of your One Day 2020 outfits. Everything you could possibly want at the PCB shop. Pakistan women's team watching on, getting ready for their trip to Australia.
Come on, Beast.
Pakistan women cricket team has come to support the team. Bisma Maroof there on the left, second from the left. Nida Dar there on the phone, who's been nominated for the T20 Cricketer of the Year. There's some serious talent in there.
Averaged, Nida Dar averaged 56 international T20 cricket this year, or last year, sorry. Strike rate of 122. I think she took 13 wickets as well in that time. And she will be part of most people's ICC Women's T20 Team of the Year, I would imagine. If you haven't selected her, I think you're doing the wrong thing. 87 for 2.
Over the wicket.
87 for 2. There's a few people have made their way in. Just good news. They've mostly congregated at the back of the grandstand away to our right, where it's nice and shady. It's been the most popular spot, and they can get a bit of a glimpse of the players as they come off the field towards the changing rooms and areas as well. Cut away and cut away well, all the way along the ground down through wideish third for 4.
I think you can afford to play this shot on this surface, maybe not the surface we played the previous test match. Because of the bounce, Babar controlled it really well. He played it down. This pitch is really flat now. This is probably the best time to bat. It'll be hard for the bowlers to get you out. It's just that you might make mistake, which we saw earlier from 2 of our batsmen. Both of them made mistake. They were going quite nicely. They were scoring runs quickly, but just chucked it away.
Looking to bring that one back in. Protection in the form of Ajaz Patel out at deep square leg. If you are in the ground or around, don't forget, you might as well have a go. You might as well have a go at the KFC. Flip the bucket challenge, flip it onto your head and wear it as fast as you can. The winner will get KFC finger licking good prizes.
Well, when you know that the camera is on you and you're trying to put that bucket on your head, there's no chance you can do it. Only Chris Harris can do it. Only one man who's done it in the first go.
Oh, I need protection, don't I? It's one way of keeping the sun off my head.
Look at those machines, those big lenses that pick up anything and everything. Lovely shot, lovely shot. Not only Imam enjoyed it, we all enjoyed that shot. 96 for 2.
Oh, sorry. Come on, Beastie.
96 for 2. 40-run partnership between Imam and Babar, and they're looking good in the middle.
Come on, Beast. Come on, boy.
And New Zealand with that first big innings
Come on, Beastie. Be the
score,
one, boy.
and Pakistan in reply. A lovely drive in the previous over, leans into the ball, and on a surface like this you get in and there are plenty of runs up for grabs.
Come on, Beastie. Oi! Right hand, GB.
Tucked away off his legs. And Nichols does well. Oh, this could be a run out. This could be a run out, and it is. A complete mess up in the middle. And it is a Babar Azam that has his head down because of utter confusion in the middle.
This is a massive moment in this test match. Babar Azam has looked so good, as he has done all series, and this is just a moment of confusion. Talked about it at the start of the innings, how Imam ul Haq has real issues running between the wickets.
Oi!
That was a nice shot. They ran hard, that part of it. The first two were excellent. Imam, if anything, is ball watching. He called yes and then just sold his mate up the river. And then he has the audacity to give his captain a bit of grief. Massive. Babar Azam run out for 24, 99 for 3.
Hold on, man.
That's my fault. More out.
I could say something. Not here. Number 5 for Pakistan, Saud Shakil, the left-hander, walks in, but after utter drama and confusion in the middle. Saud Shakil, 60 average. He's had a good start to his international career. Good numbers, 550s and the 94 best. So he can bat, and he's been batting out there in difficult situations for Pakistan. And the captain just labely walking up. He's not impressed. He's not happy, and rightly so. He was looking good in the middle, and he's just been held up short by his partner Imam ul Haq.
You're right, he was looking good. He was looking to play a long knock on this surface. But here, I really don't know how he's going to explain it to his captain. He's running for the first. They surely know the second. I'm pretty sure there's an understanding that they're coming back for the third. And he does, Imam, make that impression that he's ready for it. He just throws him under the bus. One thing's for sure, Uruj. Carry on.
Yeah, you can pick it up on the stump mic. He said, Aja, 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 which means, come on. And then he's loudly said no. But the reaction afterwards, where Imam's just having a go at Babar. Oh, that's a big wicket.
Well, anytime you turn your back on your partner, I think that's an admission of guilt. And that was just terrible running from Imam.
And on your back, on your partner, and on your captain. He's surely walking to the hotel. He's not getting on that bus.
Right time around the wicket.
And the skipper sees an opportunity and brings himself back on. A good change here to the left-hander. And Pakistan have to restart again, rebuild again. And New Zealand have their tail up.
He would have surely made them work hard for his wicket. Babar Azam. Well, that's one way of getting out.
That's the sixth time Babar Azam has been run out in his test career. Just 47 innings. 47 matches. 1 every 8 he gets run out. That is incredible, and I can tell you that Imam ul Haq better not get out in the next 20 minutes or so. There could be a bit of a dust-up in the dressing room.
And I think Imam can send Babar Azam a cup of tea to calm down. The fans look relatively calm in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Well, for Imam ul Haq, he might be at the receiving end of the aggression he showed when he got out in the first innings. He'll want to stay well clear of the skipper.
That was not a happy tea lounge. Depressed after that run out.
And the effect of the Pakistan skipper walking back.
The worst part about it too, from Pakistan's perspective, is it's a needless dismissal because of the quality of this batting surface. That's the moment he said yes. And the funny thing is, I think if he went, he still would have made it. They would have made the 3 relatively comfortably.
Yeah, you see where Babar Azam ends up. He's just a couple of yards short of the crease. And he's come because Imam has said yes to him first. And it's a tight third run, hence why he's run down.
What is it about the great players having running between the wicket issues? When you're in this New Zealand side, Kane Williamson and Ross Taylor have had problems. Ross Taylor was run out in his debut and it just carried on all the way through. Great players for New Zealand. Babar Azam, of course, a great player on the world scene too, and just shouldn't happen.
And worst part is when you abort that third run and then you race your captain to put bat in the crease. That's rubbing salt in the wound.
This is lovely line Shakil will have to be careful of hanging his bat outside off stump.
Tim Southey as well. It'll be rare for him to reverse the ball back into the left-hander. And Shakil played quite wide of his stumps early. Doesn't need to play that line.
And does well to leave that alone. 99 for 3.
Oh, to me. I went sideways. I was slightly out of position. Stingray. Oh, that's what CD calls himself. Stingray. You just got a big back.
Bye-bye, Babar Azam. Now it's double responsibility on Imam, not just to score himself. He has to live with that guilt for a moment, and all eyes will be on him to score big. And he can do that. He has to, easier said than done, but erase that accident that just happened.
Don't forget they're good friends as well. They go back a long way, Babar and Imam.
How do you know? Maybe not anymore.
Under 19 World Cup in 2012 they played together. Babar was his captain then as well. Close to short leg. That time from Imam. But yeah, it's an issue that Imam has had with this calling with Abdullah Shafiq during the Australian series as well. A couple of close calls during the England series as well. And Babar has now been run out twice in Karachi as well.
There's an interesting stat if you ever get an opportunity to bat with Imam. He's been involved in 3 run-outs, and all 3 of them his partner has been dismissed.
Well, there's only one way to make amends, and that is to get a big score here. Get Pakistan back on track and get a big partnership going in Imam. I think the only way he can save himself from what will be quite a spectacle to watch.
Would be. I'm actually thinking there are a few moments I've seen Scott actually getting down and, eyeballing the bowlers who's bowling at him. I wonder what you would do in this situation if you were a Babar.
It's fake news.
I saw it. What do you mean?
Never happened.
Wasn't you?
No, wasn't me.
You're in Daryl here, Beastie Boy.
Now, this is a good line from Bracewell to the left-hander. It's a similar area where Salman Agha bowled and got the ball to bite and bounce. And brings that outside edge of the bat into play. And Saeed Shakil does have that habit of playing with a slightly angled bat. Good over from Bracewell. New Zealand keep the pressure on. 100 for 3. It took a run out to get rid of Babar Azam. On a surface, he looked extremely comfortable and had to be something out of the ordinary to have him head back to the pavilion. And it's a massive run out in the middle. Absolutely no mess up here. When you eat all of that, you need Sensodyne for a sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
I think it's a good field too from Tim Southey. The right of the screen, deep point has gone back, so there's plenty of catches. Maybe as well, Imam will just see that gap and maybe look to push the ball there, opening the outside edge. So far he's been disciplined. But these in-out fields, I think, are a good tactic. It's a quick outfield, dry those boundaries up. The right-hand side of your screen, you can, in the shade, Ajaz Patel, I think it is out there, but a big gap from cover right through to gully. And Imam will know that as well. He'll see that gap. The trick is to be disciplined outside that off stump.
If you're a bowler, would you bowl at a strength of that particular batter? Because sometimes, usually, we see captains do not want to attack a batter whose strength is onside or a particular shot. But in some cases, you want them to play that shot. You know that they're going to go for it, and then you expect a mistake by setting a certain trap.
Well, that's the discipline there. It's very well played from Imam al-Haq. I think you can do both. There's no hard and fast rule. You can change. Good captains will change even mid-session, different bowlers. There are times where you can go after players who are, for example, very good on the short ball. You can set the field. We've seen New Zealand already have 6 out on the leg side. Some quite unusual fields, and then try and attack Imam with the short ball. You won't see a lot of that, I don't think, from Tim Southey. He doesn't quite have the pace of a Matt Henry, but I think that's the art of a good captain as well. And the communication with bowlers. What is the plan? Where would you like your field? Let's leave a gap here. See if we can get the batsman to play through that area. It's why I highlighted this point region currently. I think the last couple of deliveries from Imam al-Haq, he's played really nicely. That wider line, ball swinging away. He hasn't been tempted to push the ball into that point region with 2 slips in a gully, waiting just in case he gets it wrong.
Well left from Imam. It's 100 for 3.
Stacking, boys. Go stacking, lads.
Coming back to how captains think out of the box, especially when the surface is not doing much, nothing is much happening for the bowlers. Saw it in the first test, Neil Wagner, when he wasn't getting any support. Then against the left-hander, he started a 7-2 onside field and started bowling just around the ribcage and hip area, just to get something out.
I think the 2 best captains I ever came up against in that regard was Shane Warne. I know he didn't captain Australia, but he certainly did it at a lot of county cricket level, and Michael Vaughan from England as well, I thought was excellent at just playing around with the field and making you think about what the plan might be. From a bowler's perspective, they might not have been trying anything differently, but the captain was making you think as a batsman, what are they spotting? What do they think? I have a weakness in a certain area. What are they trying to do? And you're all of a sudden thinking about different things other than the ball coming down at you.
Talking about great captains, the one name that jumps to mind is Ben Stokes. Of late, he has been impressive, par excellence. And to think outside the box, to continually predict the game ahead and always maneuver it in the way he's wanting. It was quite fascinating. And to produce results of 3-0 in Pakistan on surfaces that did nothing all the way through. The way England executed those plans, the way Ben Stokes came up with those plans to pick up 60 wickets was quite remarkable.
I think that's where someone like Brendan McCullum helps. I played under Stephen Fleming and McCullum, and both very good at that as well. Oh, I think McCullum has a lot of talk about baseball and all of that external stuff, but I think on a more hands-on way, the communication between McCullum and Ben Stokes will add to the experience and skills of Ben Stokes as a leader.
Our score remains the same, 100 for 3. Ben Stokes and the English team has made Test cricket that much more entertaining and captivated. You're almost glued on to the action because you want to see what's going to happen next, because the way they approach Test cricket, and they say it openly, they want to make Test cricket entertaining, and they surely did that during the latter part of 2022.
You mentioned the relation between Brendan McCullum and Stokes currently is working perfectly. It's so important to understand who you're dealing with as a head coach or as a batting coach or bowling coach. Sometimes the greats forget that the person they're teaching is not as great as they were back in the day. So you've got to come down to their level and understand how much at a given time they can absorb.
Well, there's two parts to that. One of those is you're talking technically too. You know, the great players often expect those who are lesser to be able to just flick a switch and suddenly they can do what they were capable of. But this is more of an attitude. I'm going to try this. Back yourself. Look to attack the batsman in this way or the bowler. And I think that's the part of the game that Brendan McCullum can help Ben Stokes with. Take a risk. Does it matter? What's the worst thing that can happen? It can go for 4 or 6. But an error, and we've seen that from Pakistan already, the first two to be dismissed, Abdullah Shafiq and Shan Masood, came about through poor strokes rather than good bowling. Pakistan, on the other hand, I thought bowled really well. They had to earn every wicket they got yesterday.
Yeah, it just tells you with the narrative the team carries. Like Joe Root saying that we are here to win the test match, and if we lose the game trying to do so, so be it. But we're not looking at a draw. Of course, that was at a certain situation of a game. I don't know if it's day 3 or 4. But that's the attitude. And England team has, I think, perfectly absorbed everything that probably Brendan McCullum and the other camp wanted to bring in or cultivate or instill into the team.
A couple of things important in that as well is, firstly, to have that quality of players also available to you, and the wealth of quality available to England is extravagant. But then for everyone down to the tee to buy into the new mindset or buy into the brand of cricket that your captain or your coach want to play. And for Ben Stokes, so many times he's actually walked the walk in leading the pack, in instilling that mindset repeatedly, and that's the way to play. And I think that's the buy-in. The buy-in so important, and that providing the safety net from somebody like a Brendan McCullum who gives you the license to go out and play your game, and in doing so, if you get out, then be it.
I fully agree with you on that front. New Zealand, for example, couldn't play the way England does. We don't have those same skills in the batting unit. But I think Pakistan should be able to do that. That's under Ben Stokes. That is a phenomenal record. Just the one loss. I mean, I think it was against South Africa. But Pakistan, with the population you have, how big the game is here, and all the X factor, particularly with the ball, I don't think there's any excuse why Pakistan shouldn't be at the top or near the top of the rankings every single year.
One to the sweeper. Oh, we're done. 101 for 3.
We're getting there slow and steady. We gave you guys 138 to win in 15 overs. Just trying to have a declaration where you can't win. That was a brave call when you know as a captain that you cannot win this test match. The only thing is a draw, and you worked hard for it, and you provide the opposition to win.
Come on, base.
After Babar Azam has been dismissed, it's been 3 runs from 35 deliveries between the two. And Shakil yet to get off the mark. Such is the impact of Babar Azam in this Pakistan batting lineup. Two of the batters in the middle, more than capable, have runs under their belt in the recent past. There's the impact that man has and the runs that he scores, and stabilizing factor that he provides to this Pakistan lineup. Oh, has that been put down? Reactions tell a story here, and I think that's been put down by Blundell.
I think Shakil with it was almost a tentative, lazy poke at the ball, and it was. That is an edge. Barely touched the gloves.
Blundell has a phenomenal record in 2022. He didn't miss a single stumping, a record behind. He hasn't dropped a catch in 2022.
Oh, base stay. Keep playing with them, base. Have a base. Towards his base. Have him poking at that base. Good base stay.
We've seen in this innings too how a wicket can just halt proceedings. Pakistan were going over 5 runs and over when Shan Masood was dismissed. Now it's just 3.3 runs per over. And you've highlighted with Bubba, as soon as he's got out, the runs have stopped.
That drop catch was quite a considerable deviation because he tried to hit that and just went under the fingertips of those gloves which he's wearing.
Tempting. Really well bowled. Shakil's done well to leave that alone, still to get off the mark. 102 for 3, and it's time for a drinks break.
102 for 3. The one that'll really hurt Pakistan is that run out of Babar Azam. It's been good from New Zealand. Shan Masood be disappointing with the shot he played, but New Zealand, I made sure that Pakistan now in a spot of bother. The short ball did for Abdullah Shafiq. It was planned out, but the delivery of the short ball very good, high enough. And Shan Masood with the opportunity, the cut shot just leant back on it. And then this might be a huge moment in the game. Came back for the third. Imam started off and then said no. Babar Azam walked back. After that, there's been a squeeze on. Just 3 runs of 40 deliveries. Still a long, long way away, that 449. But it's New Zealand who applied the pressure, especially after the dismissal of Babar. Saudi round the wicket. Short ball into the leg side, just be a single. And yeah, the pressure from New Zealand after that wicket of Babar almost got another one. And South Shakil, well, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I like this little passage of play from New Zealand since that run out of Babar Azam. It's been very tight. They've been very patient, New Zealand. Tim Southee's bowled well in partnership with Michael Bracewell. Certainly controlling this run rate.
Yeah, Blundell 2022 didn't miss a catch or stumping. This is the one that looked as if it was a chance that has been flawed, but Ultra Edge suggests that he's still good.
Record still intact, fantastic.
The Saudis persisting outside off. Bit of reverse. That is that plan outside off. He wants the left-handers, especially Shao Shakil, to reach out, have a drive. Cast your mind back to that first test match. South Shakil was dismissed with the delivery outside off stump. Looked a soft dismissal. He had a drive, caught gully, but it was really good bowling from Saudi, as he does. He kept on drawing him wider, and in the end the drive went straight to gully. I think he's working on that tactic again.
Yeah, I like that plan. 24 balls on 0. Always good to get off the mark. Second and a third slip, and a gully and a backward point. All in position for that same mistake that he made in the first innings of the first test. Also 2 men back on the hook.
The difference too, even though they're both left-handers, Imam ul Haq has the point out on the boundary. Southee happy to leave the gap there, but quite like the decision to bring point up. Shakil, don't give him that easy single to be able to push it into the offside and get off the mark. He's under pressure. Been quite defensive so far.
Yeah, interesting with his start. He hasn't played a shot in anger. And still stay without opening his account. 26 deliveries now for Saud Shakil. 103 for 3.
Come on, be Dave! Not Dave!
Bracewell has attacked outside that off stump. Field is up. The opportunity through the offside that's just dropped short. Imam very quick to pounce on that.
Yeah, good batting, just relieving that pressure. Bad ball from Baseball. Oh well, but this was a little bit slower, but short and wide, and just set up and asked to be hit. And a man very grateful. I guess the one question I'd like to pose to both of you. Good passage of play. New Zealand doing a wonderful job, but the man that took 6 for 1 innings ago hasn't even had a look yet with the ball. A little bit surprising. Oh, another wonderful shot. Back deep in his crease. Man, definitely breaking the shackles now. Wonderful timing through wide mid-on.
Yeah, using the depth of the crease. Rocks right back. That opens up that leg side. And still with a vertical bat.
I think it's time for a bit of Ish Sodhi as well. Think about the method he used in the last test, where the footmarks, and you can actually start seeing the footmarks develop on the surface.
Huge appeal. Will they go upstairs? That ball has turned, gone off the surface. Saudi having a look, having a chat. Yes, they go upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Just keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. There's a gap between ball and bat. Satisfied? No spike. Can you go back on field, please? Aleem, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Missed that by a fair distance. Aleem Dar suggesting that maybe the bat hit the ground. Appeal again, this time for the LBW. This one looks slightly closer. Will he now go twice? Back to back? No, he just walks away.
The only way this ball will go on to hit the stumps if it has spun a bit. Very, very close to the pad.
Oh! beastie!
Interesting couple of deliveries. The one that spun away and now is honing in on the pads. One's back in. Is there an edge? Yeah, the inside edge. Yeah, blocks solidly this time, Imam. It's 111 for 3.
Change the ball and right time around the wicket.
Imam ul Haq holding firm. Three overs bowled so far. Haven't seen Ishodi. There is a change of bowling, but it's not the left. It's Matt Henry.
No ball. Reason why Tim Southee has gone to Matt Henry is that after most of the time we have seen that the ball start reversing a little bit more, it swings a little bit more. That ball is sort of going away from the left-hander. Just got to come a little closer to his off stump. South Shakil still hasn't opened his account. There's 28 deliveries.
Still content leaving outside off. When does it play on your mind, Chris? 28 now and counting.
I'm not out there and it's already playing on mine. I can just feel his anguish. And I think that's part of this plan for New Zealand. There's a short cover, backward point, gully, 2 wide slips, sort of in second and third position. We've talked about how he got out first innings of the first test. And I think they're just going to hang it outside off stump, saying if you want to get off the mark, happy for you to play away from your body. I think they see that as a real opportunity to get him out.
Yeah, a few worried looks. .30 deliveries now, and New Zealand just maybe hanging it out outside off stump. Telling South Shakil to go at it. He's resisted so far.
Well, New Zealanders have done their homework really well. South Shakil has been dismissed a couple of times in a driving way. When he looks to drive the ball, if the ball's going away from him, he's been caught in the gully. He's been also caught in short cover also. Sometimes he plays away from his body. That's the man sort of walking in. That's the region where England got him out once. He'd been caught behind also, opening the face. So he doesn't like the ball going away from him. Another wonderful delivery. They're going to keep playing with that. They're going to keep it there as long as they can. They're going to check his patience. How long can you just carry on leaving or carry on sort of blocking the ball? I'm sure deep down is a little frustrated. Is looking for a ball which can just get him off the mark.
Again outside off, again left alone. 112 for 3. Partnership 13 of 59. Imam down the track, lofts this, hits it way over the top, maximum to get to his 50. 7th Test match 50, and yet again he's been solid out of the top of the order. And that run out of Barber, I think he's going to knuckle down even further.
Wonderful way to bring up your 50. He'll be feeling a bit of that pressure from the other end as well, because he has done all the scoring in this partnership. Wonderful shot.
He's an excellent player, without a doubt. 20 games, almost 1,400 runs, averaging 40, 750s, 300. Very solid. He understands the pitches really well. And the pitch was doing a lot. We saw in the previous game where the ball was keeping away. Ishodi was coming around the wicket and was troubling him. He was using his feet. He was making sure getting to the pitch of the ball. Unfortunately, couldn't get to his 100. Got stumped at 94, but he batted beautifully.
I'm sure he's aware he's going to be in a little bit of trouble when he gets back to the dressing room with that running with his skipper. So that trouble will be slightly eased if he can go back in there and not out in 75. Will just help ease the pain.
I think he'd be all right. They're good buddies, you know. You do make mistakes in the middle.
Played a lot of cricket together, haven't they? I think they played under-19s in 2012 in the same team.
Yeah, he's sitting right at the back. He's still not smiling, so there'll be some sort of frustration still there. He's not happy with Imam, what he's done. 118 for 3.
Just a reminder for Barber and everybody else, huge confusion. Imam went and then said no and then just turns his back on Barber. Yeah, he's still smarting.
I know we're blaming Imam for the run out and the way he ran, but if you closely look at it, when he was running the third one, Barber also stuttered a little bit after taking a couple of steps. He saw him stopping, but I guess Imam said no, come, and that's where he just sort of started looking at the ball. Watch that here, he's looking at the ball, he looked back, he stopped and then went, and then he kept on looking at the ball rather than looking at the partner. So I'm not sure I fully blame Imam, but yes, Imam should have carried on going, and he would have made it for the third one.
Who would Barber be blaming though? Fully?
Let's make it half and half.
We're still counting. Chris Harris can't look now. It's up to 35 deliveries, isn't it?
It is. This is a great wee test, though. I've been very impressed with Shaquila's patience. It's not easy. I mean, he's desperately keen to throw the bat at it just to get off the mark, but he's been very restrained, very patient. Love this little passage of play.
Much more patient than a lot of players.
A lot more patient than I would have been. Definitely throwing the bat at a couple of those wide ones.
Oh, that one's come back in. He's built that up. He's been very patient with the ball just going away. This one, he's brought it back in. That is a good leave.
Beautiful bowling from Henry. Keel did not expect that. This is swung and darted back. Ended up being a brilliant leave. But I'm sure that's going to convince him to maybe start looking at playing at a few more deliveries.
Excellent change by the management and Tim Southee bringing Henry in the team because Wagner was struggling. And Henry not only generating pace, he's hitting the right length, making the ball swing a little bit. This definitely pitch helping a little bit more than the previous. Back to the ball going away from South Shakil. But that was a beauty. He waited, and then brought one back into South Shakil. Maybe length was a little short because that ball went over the top of off stump. So just imagine that ball landing 2 feet further up. It would have hit the off stump. Great lengths.
This reminds me a little bit of Naseem Shah's spell to Kane Williamson. Feels like a similar contest in great areas. Asking the batsman for good judgment.
Again, that slightly fuller. But you can almost feel the tension, feel the build-up. New Zealand quite chirpy. They know the value of this little battle that's going on, and they're making sure that South Shakil knows that he's still not off the mark. What is brilliant, just hanging it out outside off stump. There we go again. Brings that one back in solidly forward. South Shakil still not off the mark. 118 for 3. .36 overs bowled, and it's time for Ish Sodhi. Leg spinner into the attack. He was the star of the show last Test match, and he's going to start from round the wicket. He bowled really well from that angle, from round the wicket, especially in the second innings. And it seems as if he's going to start from that angle. Now the field set for him is, he's got cover leg side, a deep mid wicket and a long on, and a slip and a short leg. Cuts it away. He wants 2 but only get 1.
I think Sodhi's going to enjoy this surface, and I just think he's going to be better off for that bowl in the first test. The amount of overs he bowled, also the success, 6 wickets in the second innings. Starting well, and I just think with the extra little bit of pace and bounce in this surface, is really going to help him out. We already see a little bit of a risk in that first ball. Oman cutting from a ball that was wide outside off stump. When he actually made contact, it was in line with the stumps.
The field's been brought in as you would expect. Everybody in on the single, so important that Ish Sodhi just hits the length, because pressure has been building. Well, it's been building for a while on Saud Shakil. He's now played 40 deliveries, but Sodhi needs to be on the money. Doesn't give Saud Shakil an easy delivery to get off the mark.
When you've been in for this long and haven't got off the mark, every time you hit the ball, you feel as though it goes to a fielder, and it feels like there's more than 11 fielders out there. So far, though, he's handled the pressure well.
Shot and through the offside. Finally, Saud Shakil gets off the mark. He gets a couple. And it's taken him only 42 deliveries for his first scoring shot.
Well, he's one of those players will not show any emotions. He will. Yes, he's off the mark. He was same before, and he's going to be same even now. That's a beautiful delivery. That rhythm you're talking about, Chris, that from the previous game, picking up 6 wickets will do him a lot of good, especially when the two left-handers are there. He's bowled a lot of overs from round the wickets. The first 5 deliveries is just on the money. Maybe the one odd was a little fuller, but perfect.
Oh.
121 for 3. Osaka boundary contest. Osaka proudly now presents 50,000 to the players towards the boundary contest award. 5 fours in the second test match till now. Short ball leg side. It's back to that battle now. Saud Shakil versus Matt Henry. Matt Henry working over through deliveries that's going away towards the slips. The surprise ball is the one that he's swinging back in towards the stumps. One that comes back in.
I don't think South Shakil was sure about this. That smile tells everything. He thought that the ball's going to go away, and the last second he saw it just starting in, and then he just brought the bat down. Could have gone into the stumps, could have gone easily into the slips. What a beautiful spell Henry is bowling right now.
Yeah, it's been superb. To Shakil's credit, he did play it very late and under his eyes. I think his first thought was to leave it.
Have a look at the South Shakil's stumps. Is moving outside the off stump. He's showing more or less 2 stumps. That means he's worried about that ball coming in, so he wants to get out of the line of the stumps. But got to be watchful of anything full. Sometimes your hand goes. Oh, that's way too early to leave your crease. South Shakil moved in and sort of took a couple of steps toward Henry, and Henry must have seen it. And he said, okay, I'm just coming at you. You come to me, I'll come to you.
This is great bowling. He's got into the mind of South Shakil with that line outside off. So South Shakil trying to counter that. Bowler this time. Ball coming back in, another testing over. 122 for 3.
Come boy! Yes, T. Hold it.
Great indication when Ashodi is bowling well is his energy at the crease. And then his follow through. He's getting a long way down the wicket. There you see it. The energy doesn't run in quickly, but because he's trying to impart so much spin and he's got confidence, coming out beautifully.
Just close it up. Imam takes the single down the ground. Now the field will come in. The one thing that Ish Sodhi didn't do was bowl overs from over the wicket to the left-handers, just preferred bowling round the wicket.
Come on, Ace, come on, boy!
Well, Baz, I had a word with him this morning on a very same issue, that why aren't you bowling over the wicket to the left-hander? And he said one thing, there was a lot of rough outside the off stump, and the luck didn't favor me. I could have taken more wickets. And then secondly, he said, because we play a lot of white ball cricket, it is not easy for me to sort of control from rough, because of the angle is easier to just bowl in that rough. But of course, he'll play more cricket and he will probably come over the wicket, and it'll be handful to the left-handers. Good googly, very good googly.
Yeah, once you come over the wicket, you still want to deliver it outside off stump, and that's almost working against it. From round the wicket, you can just run up and bowl as normal and be able to bowl outside off. From over the wicket, and then he has to push the ball wider off that left hand, and that's a skill in its own.
No.
I don't think Ashodi will mind Shaquille trying to play through cover point. It was a little bit short, but a slightly fuller length. And that's going to be a difficult shot to execute.
Well, this partnership needs to move on. 24 of 88 deliveries. Game not moving at all for Pakistan. They lose a wicket this evening. They'll be sitting way behind. Oh, that was a beauty. There you go. He heard you, Baz. Going over the wicket and the first ball right on the money. 123 for 3. The umpires is going to check the no ball. Yes, it is a no ball.
That's good. He gets to bowl it again because that was a terrific delivery. Almost feels like it's the first ball he's bowled over the wicket to a left-hander. Exactly where you said, as wide outside off stump. Just getting over the front line. Got to be something behind that white line. So absolutely the right call. You just see a little bit of spin, stayed down. I like the look of that angle.
Nicely bowled, nicely defended. It's 124 for 3.
Deaf News cricketing fact, Babar Azam has been run out 6 times in tests, the most by any Pakistan batter since he made his debut in 2016. If you're watching on, I don't know whether to be overly amused about that stat.
Well, the great Javed Miandad was run out 8 times in his career, but that career spanned over 17 years. And Javed Miandad.
Patient, kept the run rate down at 3.18. New Zealand bowlers have done a good job keeping this pair fairly quiet. .5 overs remaining until stumps this evening. They've been pretty good with their over rate throughout the day. Pakistan were, New Zealand have been relatively good as well.
As we approach the close of play here on day 2, Pakistan started off the day with a wicket really quickly, and then they've been troubled throughout the day. And for their sake, they'll want for no more wickets to go down. Runs at this point probably not too much of a concern, but they wouldn't want to lose any more in that wickets column.
I have enjoyed the discipline of these two Pakistan left-handers, in particular outside that off stump. Both Southee and Matt Henry have been getting the ball to leave the left-hander. There's slip catches in place, a gully, and they haven't been tempted as yet. The discipline has been there. The 2 off 54 deliveries probably gives that away for Shaquille.
There's the other one. But every time Henry's bowled that delivery, both batters have relatively been up to the task. That's only 10.5 overs into the spell, but he's kept his pace up nicely too, as Henry in around that mid 130s, had the old one up around the 137, 138. Good energy. I've mentioned it a few times throughout the 2 tests actually. The temperature is really nice here in Pakistan at this time of year in Karachi. Should just be a couple. And it is 128 for 3.
Still play golf, GP? Oh, I do. Enjoy it. Looking good? Dabbling like around with the lads every now and again? Not like you were. No, not like I was. Like when I play now, like glimpses of a 10 will come out. Like buddy going. But just the consistency around putting.
Great to see young boys and girls in this magnificent cricket ground.
Come on, be steady! Not much.
A little bit short, but very tight in on that off stump. A change of ends for Ish Sodhi, perhaps. He bowled a couple of tidy overs. Just gone for 5, so maybe that's the end of Matt Henry's spell, and Ish Sodhi wants a change of ends to see if he can find something different.
He was tidy enough, wasn't he? Can't believe it'll be just the 2 over spell. The old captain's 101, wasn't it? Give a spinner an overall 2 late in the day.
Last thing you need is another run out, Imam.
Come on, Beastie Boy.
Nicely played. 4 runs away through the leg side.
He's played a couple of these in this innings. The balance on the front foot has been exceptional, particularly to the quick bowlers. Just the way he gets back. And doesn't look to hit it too hard. That's the key. Timing is there as well. No fieldsman out on the leg side boundary.
He's a really good player of spin. And because he's so assured with his feet movement, when he plays back, he goes right back into his crease, allowing for the ball to spin completely. Down the track is always good.
Short again and punished. This time another boundary.
137 for 3. He's dropped it in short, but again, he's done well to rock back quickly. And nobody on the leg side boundary. A couple of boundaries. Let's come off some good shots. Ordinary short bowling there from Bracewell.
Right arm around the wicket. Right arm over the wicket.
Light meter's just been out into the middle. Sun is still on the pitch surface at the centre of the ground. We've sort of tended to see the light meter around about that 5:15, 5:20 mark. It's been the norm throughout the first test match and even last night. That was just a change of ends for Ishsodi.
One more tonight, lads. Come on. Be the one each. Oh. Lovely boost.
Little spell over the wicket maybe to the left-handers, which been calling for just to see where they might reduce some turn. The odd one to straighten, the wrong end comes into play a little more.
Little arm. Come on, Ishi boy. Come on, boys. One more tonight, lads. Come on.
Stay still, it goes that way.
Come on here, Ish.
Here we are, Ish.
That's nicely bowled, but well played again.
Good Ish. Come on, lads. Good one tonight, lads. Come on, Ish.
It's about now that Pakistan will have a night watchman padded up as well. 5 overs to go after this over for Ishsodi. And that, I think, will be New Zealand's goal, is to get the night watchman in this evening. Pakistan will have one eye on getting through to stumps without losing another wicket. Having been 99 for 3, they've fought back well.
All down tonight, boys. Come on. Down, GP.
Pretty comfortable couple of runs off that Ishsodi over, 139 for 3. Numan Ali did the night watchman's role in the first test match. He was dismissed quite quickly the next morning, but he got his mate through and did the job well. Ahmed Wasim picked up runs, so that neither of those two are playing. Mir Hamza faced 34 deliveries. I wonder whether it might be him or Hassan Ali's probably the more aggressive of the two.
Come on, Beastie. Come on here, Beastie. Come on, boys.
And the experienced Safraz might just say, well, no, I'll go out there and do it myself. Anybody has to do it, just leave it to me.
Come on, Beastie.
is fraught with danger.
Yeah, quick to make the adjustment. He comes down, straight down, with his back foot further towards leg side. And he's quick to make that adjustment. He played a similar shot in the first innings to Ijaz as well, out of the rough. He was found reaching for it and then made the adjustment coming down in line with the ball. The one thing that's good about Imam when he uses his feet is most often than not he's also using it as a defensive option to negate the spin. And he looks good when he's using that as an option as well.
I've enjoyed it watching how techniques have changed over the last few years playing the spinners with the introduction as well of the DRS. And the review system, batsmen used to just play beside their pad. It's fine when it's out that wide, but when the ball's a little straighter, batsmen often try and use their bat a little more because they know the fielding side do have that review if they wish. So batsmen have had to make that adjustment. Think of the great spinners we're talking about a few a little earlier, like Saklain or Saeed Ajmal, playing the likes of Murali. You used to try and hide your bat behind the pad and make it look like you were playing a shot when you really weren't. You could do that because there was no review system.
Tidy maiden for Bracewell, 139 for 3. 4 overs to go in the day's play. Just a minimal amount of overtime tonight, maybe 10 minutes at the most. Very well, both sides. Change of angle for Ishsodi around the wicket now.
Yati! Come on, boys. Come on, Ace. Be the one, boy. Oh, good Ace, good Ace, good Ace. That's so good, Ace. Come on, Sodi. On the night, boys. Come on. On the night, boy. Come on, Sodi. Jati.
Like he felt a lot more comfortable in that first Test match after scoring runs in the first innings. Ishsodi came out in the second innings, just looked like he got through a decent amount of overs in the first innings, but just looked like he felt a little more comfortable. He's such a confidence type player.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we've seen a lot of him, haven't he, you and I, and once he's made a contribution, then he feels like he's in the game, and you just see body language wise as much as anything where he just lifts.
And I guess he's also a bit akin to what we've seen from Matt Henry. Hadn't played for 4 years, he showed in a Test match. He very rarely played two spinners, even one spinner in New Zealand. New Zealand haven't done that very often. When they've had an opportunity to play a spinner, they've have failed to do so. Jazz Patel came back from India after taking 10-wicket bag and couldn't play in a test match he had to have played in at Mount Maunganui, and New Zealand lost to Bangladesh. In that test, he should have played there. But New Zealand almost refused to pick a spinner at home, so it's very difficult. And he sort of dropped off the radar a bit and went down the pecking order as well, did Sodhi, and he's been asked back. Very pleased for him in that first test match. A great contribution with bat and ball, 141 for 3.
Come on, Steve.
Continue with Michael Bracewell.
Oh, yes, Beast. Lovely tee. Come on, Beastie. Great job here, Beast.
It's hit Glenn Phillips quite hard on the shin pads.
Lovely there, Beast. Lovely work, boy. I'm coming to me, fella. Catch it next time.
Like a really high quality hockey shin pad / wicket keeping pad nowadays. It just, nothing hurts. Good protection when you have to do that as well.
Go!
Nice.
Oh, Beastie. Don't like being on my knees. Feel like I can do it.
Wondering why Glenn Phillips is on the field. Tom Latham feeling unwell. He's been off the field for the entire innings so far.
Yeah.
142 for 3.
Garnish, boy. Yes, Tesla. Outside.
Gary Stead, no penny for those thoughts. He'd be pretty happy after test number 1, I think. Happy with the first innings result after being in some trouble. 309 for 7. Sodhi, have a rest. Matt Henry back for 1. Just for the last one from that end for the day.
Feels like he's been out there all day, Matt Henry, today. Probably take him 3 balls to warm up.
Been really good, though. Been a terrific effort with the bat. That partnership with Jazz Patel took the score from 345 through to 449. I did wonder whether it was the best 10th wicket partnership for numbers 10 and 11, because a lot of the 10th wicket partnerships are a batter and a number 11 just hanging around. The Brian Hastings, Richard Collins one we talked about. Brian Hastings, a top order batter and more of a recognised player than Richard Collins. But there's been another New Zealand incident. Get that out late in the day, Simon. John Bracewell and Stephen Bock batting at number 10 and 11, who put on 123. That's, I think, the New Zealand's best for numbers 10 and 11.
Now that would have been demoralising for the opposition. Those two.
Pulled away nicely, just the one. Mazza tells me that the best ever for the number 10 and 11 is Dan Higgs and John Snow. 128 for England. Ken Higgs, would say. Ken Higgs. Gloves, and it's gone fine.
He's bowled the short ball really well, and he's asked the right questions, and later on in the day as well could have very easily popped to one of those 4 men on the leg side.
Pakistan haven't shied away from playing against that short ball, even with the field as it is. It's an incredibly attacking field from Tim Southee. And yet, Pakistan's batsmen have been happy to oblige, play the pull and the hook shot. Already seen one, haven't we? One dismissal. Shafiq. And a potential chance to Daryl Mitchell as well.
Another low one, a tough one. This was through that period earlier. Sort of looping. It did carry just to the big right mitt of Daryl Mitchell. Couldn't hang on to it though. That's nicely played. Gave himself a little bit of room. Read it well. And it's gone for 4.
Now just the 2 men on the offside, gives himself room. All he needed was a simple connection on that.
End of the Matt Henry over, 148 for 3.
Ball change coming round. Yeah. Martin.
Tim Southey to bowl the last over of day number 2. Sold Shaquille on strike. He's been very stoic. 7 from 69. Strong leg side field again. Oh dear.
It didn't get up, but it's still well played. When you're getting into the last over, anything you can do to ensure you get to the end of the day without being dismissed. So it hasn't bounced, hasn't carried through to Tom Blundell.
He runs there. If your partnership comes up, it should just be 2. No need to risk the 3rd.
With 4 balls left in the day, you're sure you've picked up on stump mic. Imam ul Haq asking Saud Shakil to hit that 4. He's 71 balls. He's got the 9 runs. He stuck it out in the middle after Babar's gotten out. 51 the partnership.
A little bit of movement behind the sight screen again. So 3 remaining in the day for New Zealand skipper. Takes it on and will pick up 4.
He's played that well. He's gotten on top of the bounce and he's rolled his wrists over it. Always intending to play that into the surface.
Part of his game has been pretty good throughout the 74 deliveries. Done trailing by 295. Very nicely played to finish. And very patient has Saud Shakil, along with Imam ul Haq, put together a partnership of 55, and it's seen Pakistan safely through to stumps at 154 for 3. on day number 2. 295 runs behind New Zealand's first innings of 449. Both sides feel relatively good going to stumps. New Zealand maybe have their noses in front, but not by much, with some batting to come.
Yeah, with 55 runs to in between both of them after Babar Azam, I think Pakistan will also feel comfortable with where they've reached. The session giving away 92 runs and the one big wicket off Babar Azam. Yes, Pakistan would have been disappointed with that, but I think the two men have done well to stabilize Pakistan, and going into the dressing room, very even Steven at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think Pakistan have looked solid all the way through. A couple of loose shots and a needless run out of the skipper. Felt he might be a little hot under the collar with the way he was left high and dry by Imam Al Haq, but the two batsmen since then have put on 55 unbeaten and have looked good. Tim Southee's tried to rotate the bowlers around, both the changing ends and the variety of spinners that he has, but no real chances as yet. Maybe one to Daryl Mitchell, and that was all. But a good day. I'm sure New Zealand will be pleased. Pakistan have fought back. We saw that yesterday with a lot of character. So evenly poised, I would say. A big third day in front of us. And there's the skipper. Happy with the work done by the two men in the middle.
Polite clapping, I'd say. Job to do tomorrow for Imam and Saud Shakil early in the morning. 19 for Abdullah Shafiq. Shan Masood was on a mission, but just 20 for him, and Baba run out for 24. Lost wickets at 27, 56 and 99, and this partnership worth 55 of 138 deliveries. Wicket apiece for Matt Henry and Ajaz Patel, with a pick of the bowlers for New Zealand. 10 overs for Southey and 14 for Michael Bracewell. Highlights of the innings was or session number 3. It's a partnership between Babar Azam and Imam Al Haq. Some nice boundaries played, one down the ground by Babar and through the covers from Imam. And this was where the confusion reigned. Babar was a little quicker than Imam. Good throw from Nichols to the bowler's end. Hands from Bracewell, confusion, yelling, arguing. Sorry, Babar, you have to go.
A little slow going too for Shakil in particular once he came to the crease. The most important thing is a partnership, great use of the feet. Imam Al Haq has been exceptional against the spinners, showing high quality technique, waiting for the odd loose delivery, then putting it away. And a lot rests on his shoulders tomorrow. He will be the backbone, you think, of this Pakistan reply. So confirmation of where we sit in the second test match. New Zealand 449 thanks to the top order and a big last wicket partnership. Pakistan bowled pretty well to Naseem Shah and Abrar were the pick of the bowlers. And for Pakistan, having recovered from 56 for 2, they make their way through to stumps at 154 for 3. Day 2 of this test match is in the books. You can join us, of course, from tomorrow at 9:50 a.m. the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi for day 3 of this intriguing test match. It's well poised. Whoever wins this match will win the series.
Day 2 here at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. Oh, beautifully played. Bowled him. That is a wonderful start for Naseem Shah.
Shot beautifully cut away.
He came down the track and then just swung away.
Got him. Great start for Pakistan after the drinks break.
In the air and all the way.
Short and punished.
And he gets good bat on that.
Great use of the feet and timing again.
That's in the air. Opportunity here, and he's gone.
Timed perfectly for 4.
This could be a run out, and it is.
Hits it way over the top. Maximum to get to his 50.
Pakistan get 154 for 3 in their first innings. Imam 74 not out of 125, 9 boundaries, looking good, and more is expected out of him after that disastrous run out. Match summary tells us New Zealand posting 449 all out in their first outing. Conway 122 and Latham 71. Great opening partnership. And down the order, Henry and Ejaz had a brilliant 100-plus partnership to take New Zealand to 449. Pakistan, in reply, lost quick wickets, 62 for 2, and then later on their captain as well, 154 for 3. They trailed by 295 at the end of the day's play. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. Lots to talk about, lots to discuss in the session that's gone by. But before that, we got Matt Henry alongside Uruj Mumtaz. Matt, thanks you for joining us. Quick question. You've got the highest 10th wicket partnership along with Ejaz in Pakistan. That's a great achievement with the bat. Run us through that when you went out to bat.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think the key thing for us was making sure that we still showed intent. Scoring runs was first and foremost most important. And then once we got ourselves set, actually probably just understanding, taking a look those spells a little bit deeper, asked them to come back, and then yeah, just very happy with the way Jazzy and I probably applied ourselves, which was nice.
When you actually look at the start of your innings, you went on to attack, especially the spinner. Was it something that you decided when your turn will come, or was it that role given to you, go and score quick runs?
I think when the field was up, it was just probably important there to make sure I'm looking to score runs first, and then once that field was spread, then actually just start negating it and just kind of once those danger fielders were out of the way.
And looking from on top, it looks like a surface where when you bowl the good channels, yes, it's difficult to get away. But as a batting track, once you get in, looks like plenty of runs on offer, and you seem to do. Was it actually the case as well?
Yeah, no, it is a very good wicket. Hopefully it does a little bit more tomorrow. But yeah, I think as a bowling group, we still feel a lot in the game. We managed to get the ball reversing, which was nice, which created some chances. And I think as a bowling group, we're very happy to get those 3 wickets. But we know that tomorrow morning is going to be a very important moment.
As you mentioned that the wicket is still very good track to bat on, and you were quick to realize that the fuller length wasn't really working. The drives are on, scores are coming in the way, and then that short ball. I mean, you set him up, or you just mixed it up because Pakistan missed out on that trick?
I think that once we realised that the ball was coming on quite nicely and they were pressing forward, it was important to use that short ball. It's such an important ball, regardless of whether it's a flat wicket or not. So we did talk about that as a plan, making sure that we are showing that intent and understanding that my role, you're going to have to sometimes change it up, and using that short ball today was one of those plans.
Well, at this level, might be a silly question, but then it ran through my mind when you were batting out there. Had a long partnership, 100 plus, extended session. Were you thinking, okay, how much energy am I letting out over here because I got to come out and you bowl?
Yeah, no, yeah, hats off to the all-rounders out there, eh? Yeah, no, it was obviously good to bat for a long period of time, but yeah, it is a little bit tiring on the legs, so credit due to the batters. But I think first and foremost, it's important to do a job with the ball. So we're lucky we've got a good trainer in Chris Donaldson, and he's prepared us for those scenarios.
When you go session by session over here, as we were saying, it's a good batting track. As a bowling unit, the plans keep changing because it's not easy to get a wicket out here.
No, and I think you have to be brave sometimes, whether you're dangling a bit of a carrot with the field position or where you're wanting to bowl. So I think making sure that you are still identifying at that time what your role is, whether you're just trying to apply some pressure and then earning the right to do something a little bit different. So yeah, we have to be patient, but you've also got to dangle that carrot a little bit to get those wickets.
Also, when you've got bowlers like Ejaz and Saudi on the other end, and Simon Dool talks about that bowling in partnerships as batting in partnerships is necessary. So how important is it, or how comfortable do you feel with Saudi the other end, who's got immense control, and you guys bowling in tandem to keep that long time of sort of pressure on the batters?
Yeah, that's very important, especially in good wickets and conditions like this. It just highlights how important those partnerships are. You need to be able to apply pressure from both ends for a sustained time to actually create those chances, and I think that showed the ebbs and flows of that session out there when Pakistan were playing some beautiful shots and started to get a bit of control there. We had to peg that back and just made sure that we got that control back and go back to basics, and then earn the right to start, I suppose, implementing probably more high-risk plans.
Just one more question before we let you go and rest. You've been in and out of the side before 2021. It's tough to break into that 11 with the bowling unit all fit, but now 2021 has been brilliant for you. 5 games, 23 wickets, and that average of 50 has also seriously dropped down. So you worked something differently to bring those results?
Not necessarily. I think you're always trying to evolve as a cricketer, aren't you? And I suppose that's been a unique scenario for my career to make sure that I'm still growing and learning, and you do get your opportunities, but few far in between. But I've always been very happy with how I've come and applied myself, and all you want to do is each game's an opportunity to play, and you assess it from there, really. So, yeah, fingers crossed the results come my way, but end of the day, you're just working as a team and trying to get the job done.
Okay, Matt, you go get your well-deserved rest. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for your time, guys.
Time for us to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about session 3 and looking forward to day 3. Welcome back once again to Innovatic Solar Energy Pitchside Studio, and Matt Henry is going to join his team. Simon Doan has joined us. We're going to welcome you to the show. A quick question to you. We've been talking about Matt Henry and his progress post 2021 and 2021 now, and that graphic that you showed us during the commentary. I mean, what a rise in performance. As soon as he got his opportunities, grabbed it with both hands. The average has come down. The wickets 23 and 5.
Yeah, it's been a better ride for Matt Henry, but it's more consistent. And I think that's what we talked about in commentary. It's simply around, he was so sporadic in those performances, few and far between, 12 tests in 5 years. So, you know, New Zealand had Southey bolt Jamieson, Wagner, who played a lot of Test match cricket through that time. And Matt Henry very rarely got an opportunity. It was only through injury to Tim Southey or to Trent Bolt at any one stage that he actually got a game. So to get a constant run and a more constant, and he will get it from now on, I think, because Trent Bolt's not playing Test match cricket. Kyle Jamieson's obviously injured. Neil Wagner's probably just dropping off the other end at the moment as far as pace is concerned. So I think he's going to get a real good run at Test match cricket and at one-day international cricket, because he's probably the leader of that one-day attack. And I just think those numbers will continue to come down and he'll continue to just improve.
Yeah, we're talking about Matt Henry, the bowler, but how good was he with the bat today? I mean, he got 68 not out and he got that of 81 deliveries. But the top performer is the one who is still out there, 74 not out. That's Imam ul Haq. Let's look at his knock. Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, runs haven't been that difficult for him to come by. He gets into good positions and he's really comfortable and he looks really confident when he uses his feet. Drove well as well, but when he was using his feet, he was really in good command and control. And after Babar's wicket, it was important for him to keep rebuilding with Saud Shakil. Brought up another half century in his Test career. And if you have a look at his wagon wheel, runs in front of the wicket as well, but it's when he plays a spin and rocks back, he creates those angles square of the wicket. 74 and not done yet.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So when you look at Imam's performance and how he's been doing it, it just tells you, overemphasizing the fact that this is a good batting pitch. And then when you see Abdullah Shafiq and Shan Masood's wicket, they're not unplayable deliveries. If you were to put it in a nutshell, what happened or what went wrong there?
Well, Shan in particular, I couldn't quite understand. He was like a cat on a hot tin roof. He was just in such a hurry on a good. You don't get these surfaces. He, to me, is just, because he's been in and out of the side a little bit as well, and he's got this opportunity. I wonder whether he sees this as one of his last opportunities and thought, I have to do something. I have to continue to play some shots or to show these guys that I can play at this level and that I can do the job to remain in the team for the next Test match. And I think that was what was on his mind today, rather than just, it's flat. I've just got a bat. And that's what should have been on his mind. Shafiq, again, it's another situation where he looked so good, just looked so good, and then got out for really for no reason. So they're not the dismissals that you look back on and you think, you know, I could have done a lot better, both those players, and I should have done a lot better. So that's what they will be thinking, I'm hoping.
It's just such a contrast. I mean, there you got Shan Masood, 20 runs of 11, and then he loses his wicket in that fashion. And then you've got Saud Shakil, who scores his first run of the 42nd delivery. So I'm sure every single batter wants to keep his place in the 11, but different way of looking at it.
I think for Saud Shakil, I think it's a matter of the impact that Babar has. And we speak about this repeatedly, that we see the innings fall apart when Babar gets out most often than not. And the over-dependency on him sort of showed with the way Saud approached his innings. He's more than an accomplished batter. He's shown that he can play out the tough periods, even during the England series. But I think it was just a matter of the confidence shake that Babar's wicket does, and in a manner in which he got out as well. For Shan, it could be a matter of maybe just trying too much, which it appears to be. Because you see the way he played those 3 drives down the track, complete command, and then just one shot out of the blue, even for Abdullah Shafiq. I think with the batting track that's on offer, it's stick to your basics. And we saw the 10th wicket, last wicket partnership for New Zealand show that runs are on offer.
Yeah.
For Pakistan now, yes, Saudi scored at a slow rate, but he's looked in command. Even when he's left on confidence. And then coming tomorrow morning, the two of them are set to make big runs.
Yeah, when he was facing Ejaz, it was like almost hand in glove, because the ball spinning into him, he was enjoying that, and we were screaming, get Bracewell, get Bracewell. But it wasn't to be. Now, speaking of the wickets, let's have a look at the fall of wickets. Pakistan lost 3 wickets, Abdullah Shafiq, Babar Azam and Shan Masood. So let's get our guest to comment on that. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, first one to go. It was a concerted short ball effort, wasn't it? And just rolled the wrists on it. Almost, he tried to keep it down. I could see what he was trying to do, Abdullah Shafiq, but it just picked up the edge of the bat and it managed to fly all the way out to Ejaz Patel at deep square leg. So New Zealand would have been feeling like they were almost gifted that first one to Matt Henry, but there was some very good bowling in and around it. This one again, off the back of some terrific shots, just 11 balls out there. You've got to be a little bit better than that, Shan Masood, and he will be kicking himself having gone back, just trying to hit it too hard, not in control, and again, a fairly comfortable regulation catch, one would say. And this one here, look, I think Bubba, you have a look where Bubba is. Bubba's about 2 or 3 yards, maybe 4 yards in front of where Imam was. I don't think Imam would have made it back. I don't know that Imam would have made it back. He may have, but I don't know that there was a guaranteed 3 there from Imam's point of view. So, to me, you look how far he is in front, Bubba, and he wants it. Imam takes a couple of steps, so there is some confusion and disappointment.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Sometimes in that momentum when you see Imam turning around for that third run, he gives that impression that he's ready for it. There's no way your partners can turn around and get back into the crease.
With runouts, the margin of error is so slim. If it's a yes, it's a yes. Anytime you see runouts and there's even a stutter, it more often than not results in the loss of a wicket. And you see him, he's clipped it to his leg side, and I think when they've run the second, there is talk about 3. And Imam, as he turns for the third, and if he can pick up on sound, we heard this, he said yes, yes. And then he realizes he's not going to make it. And Babar is far too committed then to turn back. And had he even turned back, he would have not made it in time. And then obviously,
that's the right thing to do there. I mean, from Imam's point of view, because he was very quick to put his bat back in his crease, wasn't he? Is the right thing to just go, oh, I'm going to put it under my, I'm going to walk over, I'm going to say, Skipper, I'm so sorry, I'm going to take one for the team here? Or did he do the right thing? I tell you what, if he's 200 not out at tea tomorrow, he's done the right thing.
Yeah. But when it's your captain at the other end, then you always, just try to get him in. But anyhow, Pakistan will learn through, and we would hope, for the sake of Pakistan's better performance in the test, that Imam carries on. Let's talk about Have Your Say. That's the hashtag Have Your Say on Twitter, and where you ask your questions to our guests. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Well, there are lots of questions, but this is interesting. Imam has been involved in 3 runouts, and out of all 3, his partners have been run out. He's never been run out. So what do you do when you actually have a partner who's not... Actually, these two are very good friends, so eye contact should work. And this, in a bigger picture, could be a bigger dent on Pakistan's plans going ahead into the test match.
I mean, see, runouts are never good in any format of the game. And I remember one day, I think it was during West Indies series, when Imam and Babar again got into a bit of a scuffle in the middle. And it was Babar again to lose his wicket. And Imam was very quick to say, well, it wasn't my fault, it was Babar's fault. Obviously, they won the match. I was happy at the end. But like you're saying, in the context of the game, the communication has to be key. And sometimes you might be the best of friends, but in the middle, you sort of need to gauge the run more, and then obviously look at your partner, and it has to be clean. Anytime there's a stutter again in runouts, most often than not, you're left hanging.
Yeah, and the question for you is, when we saw how Pakistan was bowling with the new ball, and again how Matt Henry used that shorter ball, what would you suggest the Pakistan bowlers, when they come around the new ball, if it's coming onto the bat nicely, then use different lengths?
Yeah, I think so. In that second innings, it's got to be hard. So you've got to look at it in the first 5, 6, 7 overs. So when it's rock hard and there is a little bit of shine on the ball, I think you've got the ability to bowl the odd short one. It does help rough the ball up. If they're not going to swing it too much early on, it will create a little bit of that rough side for the reverse swing later as well. But it's the best time to use that short ball is when the ball is very hard and new, and maybe you can get a little bit of pace out of the surface that, let's be honest, is quite docile. So I would say use more short balls early on, and as Waqar Younis said in commentary, use them early in the over too. First or second ball, maybe get a couple of surprise ones in there. But set the field accordingly, because Devon Conway will take it on. Be guaranteed of that.
Okay, let's Have Your Say. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So a quick wrap-up of day 2, and we'll get to Uruj first. Uruj, I think that 10th wicket partnership of 100 plus, and then Babar's run out would be the 2 dents that Pakistan would feel on day 2.
100%. I think Pakistan gave away too many in the first innings for New Zealand to pile up a big score. At one point, 309 for 7, and Pakistan was probably looking at 330, roll New Zealand out. Now they've ended up with much more than that. So, and we saw this again in recent times, that difference in that first innings score, if Pakistan don't match it, will be the difference. And Babar run out, or Babar's wicket in any format, in any game, will always dent Pakistan. But it's important for Saud and Imam just to leave that aside and come out and score big.
When you talk about Tim Southee, he would be more than happy. First, Ish Sodhi getting his highest individual, and now today, Matt Henry and Ejaz. So that's a good thing to have, to give that finishing touch. The tail is also performing.
Yeah, it is. And when when they had that little collapse through the middle, it would have been concerning for New Zealand, as Aruj said. I mean, to put less than 330, 340 on this surface batting first, I think would have been probably 100 short of what should be. I know Par says it's around 342, but these wickets have been flatter and they've been better to bat on. So I think New Zealand are only around about par, and Pakistan has still got every chance to get a lead in this Test match. If they can get a lead of 100, 120, 130, then it is absolutely game on. But they're going to rely heavily on the two at the crease, and I think Sarfaraz and obviously Salman, who coming off that Test match 100.
This surface will not do anything different all day long tomorrow.
I think the pace has kind of gone out of it as well. We saw a little bit more pace yesterday, and it was easier to bat. You saw that from the opening combination of New Zealand, even Kane Williamson's partnership with Devon Conway. I think you saw that it was easier to bat. It's not getting harder to bat, it's just getting slower. And I think that means that the runs will be slightly harder to come by at a pace.
Okay, thank you guys. We'll let you go and have a nice rest. And let's talk about day 3. And day 3 will be, of course, starting off at 9:30 a.m. in the morning. It's KFC presents Tougher News Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. Day 3, and we will be here ready for you. And of course, we'll have a long day of Test cricket, and hopefully some wickets will fall, some runs will be scored, all right here for you. Until then, it's goodbye and good night.
Day 2 here at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. Oh, beautifully played. Bowled him. That is a wonderful start for Naseem Shah.
Shot beautifully cut away.
He came down the track and then just swung away.
Got him. Great start for Pakistan after the drinks break.
In the air and all the way.
Short and punished.
He gets good bat on that.
A great use of the feet and timing again.
That's in the air. Opportunity here, and he's gone.
Timed perfectly for 4.
This could be a run out, and it is.
Hits it way over the top. Maximum to get to his 50.